the gravy, please.
Leaning on 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the kickoff hour. Busy show, busy week indeed. We'll explain who is here and who is not. Sickness has hit the Rick and Bubba staff, but we have got a few of us here anyway, so we're going to have a good time together. We got a lot to discuss and a lot to look back on, and hey, wow, the world's as crazy as ever, so let's get into it. Over to my left, not my right, but over to my left is Helmsey. We are Gregless, we'll explain. And Blazing Silverman is here. He's your intern, ready to go for another day. What's up, boys? How are y'all? You good?
Good.
Huh?
Glad to be here.
Yeah.
Glad to not be one of the few that's out today.
Yes.
So thankful for that.
Let's run the list. You're here. You're limping. You had a first half injury.
Yeah.
For some reason, in halftime, you got a cortisone shot or something. You felt better, and so now you're out playing in the second half.
I am.
And that's just a football analogy there. We thought Helmsey was going down mid-weekend, but he made the turn, so he's here, thank goodness. Up to this point, I'm trying to make sure I don't mojo myself or anybody that's feeling okay. I seem to have just had this allergy thing going on. It's just in my
real
nose.
dry and dusty,
and it's really hard to distinguish somebody got allergies or are you sick.
Yeah.
You always have to go get tested, but I'm fine up to this point that I'm talking right now.
Sure.
Same with Rick.
Correct.
He's fine up to this point that I'm saying it right now. Just talking about what's happened. Okay. Bubba is down.
He's out.
He's not feeling well. And Greg is not feeling well. Actually, he's the only one out of the whole staff that's been tested. He went and tested, Saturday for the flu and strep and tested positive, which he's like, I can't believe I tested positive because I feel fine. I mean, yeah, every now and then I, have moments where I might get chills or whatever, but I really don't feel like I have either one of those.
He did what I did on Tuesday.
Yeah.
He came in, he started feeling bad, and then after the show, he went and got tested. The difference is his test came back positive, mine came back negative.
Yeah.
Now, there's a few days in between, and maybe it's just a 24-hour deal for him.
And Adler, we are expecting to be here. He's dealing with some head congestion, but that's
I think he's been dealing with stuff for like over a month now because
it does seem like
Ruby
that.
and just
Call it the
kids
daycare
in and out of childcare.
Yeah. And so there you go. So if we 4 of the 6 we believe will be here today. The 2 of us, Rick and Adler. Greg and Bubba out today, but Lord willing, they'll be back in a day or 2.
It was interesting that we were contemplating doing a best of.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because at one point you were not giving a very good report.
Saturday for me, probably I had a lot going on that morning, and then about halfway in between my schedule on Saturday, I started feeling bad, and I thought, well, this is not good. And knowing that Greg felt bad Friday, I thought, well, goodness, I hope that's not what I'm getting. But then he started talking about how he was feeling better, so I thought, well, worst case, I'll be down for 12, 18 hours and be back at it. But I'm going to tell you, from probably 11-ish on Saturday, maybe 12, until I'll tell you how bad I felt. I didn't really move, didn't do a whole lot all day, and then the rest of the day. And at 8 o'clock, I was asleep.
Good.
I went to bed. I took some medicine, and I just went to bed. Now, when I woke up Sunday, I felt a lot better.
Yeah.
So, and I felt great yesterday.
That's good stuff.
Full schedule yesterday. Did a lot.
Well, and this is this weird thing, and we've talked about this, and I don't understand it, but as a child and as a teenager on into my 20s, I didn't have allergies.
Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah. I mean, I'd go out and never had allergies. But for some reason, I don't know why at 50 things change. Things start hurting that you didn't know you had, that maybe it was 20-year-old injury. And you're like, wow, why is that hurting? Oh, yeah, I remember. At 28, I did this. I don't know why it just decides to start hurting at 50, but it does. Just wait. I started developing some type of allergy from cutting the grass and stuff that I'd never cut before. Remember I told you I was that guy, I felt like I was losing my man card. I had a respirator on out there cutting grass. You remember that? Years ago. and I'm like, that's just weird. So I've been out a lot. And Saturday, Friday, JC wrapped up the junior college fall schedule with a doubleheader, so we were out most of the day there, just dust and everything. And then Saturday went down to the Lenore Farms and helped, just get ready for hunting season.
Yeah.
And where we live, it hadn't rained,
No.
and it's like everything's dusty, everything. And so I knew what I was feeling Saturday evening was from that. And it was awesome getting out and being it was actually just beautiful.
Yeah.
It's just dry. And so we hope to have a little bit of rain, but hopefully everybody will be back in full force in a day or two. But until then, we'll kind of limp through it.
On your allergies as far as grass goes, did this start when you moved to the new house, or has it prior to that?
It was prior to that. Okay. Matter of fact,
look, I'm trying to diagnose you.
Yeah, no, it's just weird. It was just it was just whenever I would cut the grass, I would just be a snotty mess. But
that's
anyway,
me. That's been my
life.
entire life.
Yeah. Well, the boys went and got the little skin swab and stuff to see if they could be diagnosed with what allergies they have. And, of course, they're allergic to grass and trees.
Sure.
That's why they try to get out of cutting the grass.
Yeah.
That's
why I try to get out of it. See, I'm thinking, like today, there's something that I need to do.
Yeah.
It's going to rain a little bit here in the next
24, 48 hours.
Well, but it's supposed to. The forecast, I just saw what's her name on TV up there just to getting after it, showing us yellow and showing us
might
green.
Be getting it now.
I know. But for me in my home, I realized there's some things that I need to do outside before it rains. So that's kind of my thought process. When I leave the show today, I've got about an hour and a half of stuff I need to get done outside.
Right.
But I know because I'm going to do that, the next 24 to 48 hours for me is going to be rough from an allergy standpoint.
Well, you're going to have to go get a mask, a little respirator, and put it on.
You're right, by the way.
I mean, I did. I went to the home improvement store and grabbed one, and it's a little pink and stuff. And
I've actually got one that I used for when I was doing some sheetrock dust in that bathroom.
There you go.
I've got one. I just need to get it out. Yeah.
What you do is you do an experiment. Throw it on, go do that yard work, and see if you have any type of reaction.
Now, it's going to look like I'm in a hazmat suit while I'm blowing leaves everywhere, but it'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'll be able to breathe the next couple of days.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we'll update you on a few things. So anyway, that's kind of the field is set, and we're going to have a great day together, and we'll get through it. I know a lot of you are dealing with the same thing, and so that's kind of what we do.
It has been in and out of our
together.
house.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
It's just constant. That's what we were talking this weekend, everybody in our little group text about. There's bullets flying from everywhere, from schools to churches to our kids.
That's
to
right.
Golden ticket seats to we may have gotten y'all some of y'all sick.
Well,
too.
hopefully not, because Greg really kept his distance from everyone, and so hopefully he didn't. But you know what the country's realizing now? There is sickness besides COVID.
There is, yeah, and a lot of times in many cases it seems to be a little worse.
Oh my goodness! All right, so we got a lot of updates too, a lot of sports from this past weekend. And we'll look ahead as well. But don't go anywhere. More of the kickoff hour will continue right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. With HelloFresh, we've all learned that our busy fall schedules don't mean we have to compromise on wholesome, delicious meals. HelloFresh handles the meal prepping and planning, and their pre-portioned ingredients make cooking easy and stress-free even on hectic weeknights. And we can choose from over 30 weekly recipes every week. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, or go to rickandbubba.com RickenBubba.com. From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. The U.S. Navy chose EnviroCleanse air purifiers to help stop COVID, flus, and colds from spreading on board ships and subs. Now it's cold and flu season, and EnviroCleanse mineral technology is available for your home, for you and your family. This is how you stop colds and flu from taking your family down. And it neutralizes allergies by destroying toxins, pollen, and mold. It's made right here in the USA. Just go to ekpure.com. Use the code BUBBA for 10% off plus a free air quality monitor. That's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa. And folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, we can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, welcome back. 21 minutes past the hour. As always, we thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Greg out sick today. Hopefully we'll be back tomorrow, maybe Wednesday. Bubba out as well sick. Same for him. So Rick will join us. Adler will join us for the main show. Blazing Silverman is here. He's your intern today. I am Speedy. Over to my left is Helmsey. We thank you so much for being with us. The World Series is set. How about that? Phillies won their series over the Padres at 4-1. Absolutely dominated that series. Bryce Harper hit a home run late in yesterday's game. I know you like environment. You like
Atmosphere.
the atmosphere.
So very important.
That was a very cool moment in Major League Baseball history as he went oppo and hit a home run to put them ahead, and they stayed ahead and won that game, which had them win the series to face the Astros now, who swept the Yankees. Sure
did.
And so now it's going to be Astros-Phillies. It starts on Friday. If you're listening live, that's this coming Friday. If not, Friday, October the 28th on Fox. It'll be a Phillies at Astros for 2, then the Astros at Phillies for 3, and then back to the Astros if necessary for 2 to end it.
You know, banging on garbage cans aside, the Astros have really put themselves in a really good situation over the last few years.
Yeah.
They just continue to win.
They do.
And they're shuffling guys in and out, making the trades and moves, and they still end up being there. And I'll look, I was one of these when Bryce Harper went to the Phillies. I thought, so we're just going to spend all our money on him, and we're not going to have anything. Not that I'm a part of the Phillies, but it just sounded like desperation move there, and hey, it's panned out. And yesterday's home run, I didn't see it live. Braden was watching it, and he came upstairs and said, hey, flip it over there. What a remarkable scene.
Yeah.
The crowd was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell there's a little nip in the air, the way everybody was, what they were wearing, and he hits that Oppo bomb that pretty much seals the NL pennant. I mean, what a great story.
Yeah.
Pretty
cool little moment.
It
there.
really was. And then you sent me the I love seeing fans that gather in other places to watch their team, and I think it's a bar, or restaurant, or something.
Yeah.
And it went nuts. They went nuts.
Mm-hmm.
So good for them. Good for the Phillies.
Very funny because they tried to grease the light poles in Philly in hopes that it would keep people from climbing. I don't know if you saw the footage. It did not.
No.
It was unsuccessful. They were still able to get up that pole.
Yeah.
But some of the local bars in Philly were having celebrations, and people were watching that couldn't get tickets. And when Bryce hit that home run, the place exploded. I knew you would enjoy that. And it looked like they had a little bull riding thing there too. Where you could get up on
I
the
saw
bull.
that.
Yeah,
I sure did.
Did you see the guy that just got up on it and started riding the bull?
Have you ever been on one of those?
I have.
Have you really?
It was
Mechanical
years ago.
bull.
Yes. Yeah. Now it was like forever ago. But yeah,
I've never been on one. I've always wanted. What is it? What was the movie with John Travolta in it? Urban Cowboy. Ever since Urban Cowboy, I wanted to get on a mechanical bull. I did. I wanted to try one.
Sure.
Philly, it must be a pretty fun time to be a sports fan in Philadelphia right now.
Yeah.
They're winning and then their hockey team's good too.
Yeah. Does anybody have a chance against the Astros though? Good night.
It doesn't appear.
No.
It doesn't appear to be. But we'll see. We'll see.
Real quick, we'll just fly through it here. AP Top 25 when it comes to college football is out. Georgia at 1, Ohio State 2, Tennessee 3, Michigan 4, Clemson 5, and Alabama at 6. Everything kind of stayed the same. TCU 7, Oregon 8, Oklahoma State 9, and USC finishes up the top 10. I wanted to mention real quick Oregon.
Yeah,
Bo Nix.
I've got it right here in my notes. I'm so fired up for him.
They move up from 10 to 8. They're now 6-1. Their one loss was when they got demolished by Georgia. And when I say demolish, I mean demolished.
Yeah.
Okay. The line was just getting thrown around. He went to Oregon. Now they're 6-1.
I love.
They say he's having the
numbers are. He's breaking records.
Yeah.
And he looks like he's having a ball. he's not having to run for his life, which is good for him. But I think it was nearly 300 yards passing, 5 touchdowns.
Good night.
He looks good out there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what he looks. He looks elite. And we have not been able to see. We have not been able to see that out of him.
Right.
But I love when anybody makes a business decision and it works out.
Right.
And that's all this was. This was a business decision for him to get and do something so far out of his comfort zone. He went to doggone Oregon. He went all the way across the country. He don't know anybody over there. He gets married. Him and his wife go over there, and now he's just Mr. Touchdown. And Mr. Yards, and he's stacking them up. And like you said, they're 6-1.
Mm-hmm.
They gave UCLA their first loss, and I know it's not SEC football. Okay, calm down. But the fact that he was able to do that, and now he's able to put himself in a situation that people will look. NFL teams will look at him now different than they looked at him in the SEC because he's actually getting a chance to throw the ball. And if you go and watch the highlights, he's putting it on the money.
So Chip Kelly, with UCLA, goes back, plays Oregon again. And I wonder how Yeah, I know he left Oregon for the NFL
Sure.
and all that.
Yeah.
Now he's back in college football and doing. I mean, like you just said, UCLA, that was their first loss on the West Coast. I give you
Right.
that. But he just had to look over there and take it. But
did you hear his comments?
No.
After so I saw his press and it was kind of a strange comment because I think I know what he meant though. He said, "I haven't got a chance to see Bo play," talking about Knicks. And I thought, I guess he means like in live and in person, not because he's watched plenty of film on him. But he started talking about how, wow, this kid's really good. Like, wow, how have we missed him? Like, how did we know that he was so? Why has he been hiding out? The kind of thing. He was really impressed with him. And then the Oregon coach can't say enough good things about him. But I'm telling you, I love the fact that he went out of his comfort zone and did that. Everybody thought he was crazy. Because, fandom. Can't believe he would leave our hometown, our team, the team his dad played for, and now goes and does that. So, good for him. Good for Bo.
So that's kind of your top 25 at a glance. Ole Miss dropped 8. They're at 16 after getting beat by LSU. LSU was not ranked, and now they're at 18.
How about they control their own destiny?
In the West, yeah. You're right. Kentucky stayed where they were at 16. And South Carolina, they jumped in the poll. They're at 25 at 5-2 now, beating Texas A&M.
Yeah.
Y'all,
So
Texas A&M got beat again.
Jimbo just continues to lose. South Carolina now 5-2. Their only losses to Arkansas, which was relatively close, and then Georgia pounded them. But good stuff.
Yeah. Very good stuff. So,
and hey, you mentioned Clemson. You talking about dodging a Syracuse ball. What is it about Syracuse and Clemson?
And I didn't give Syracuse much. I didn't realize they were undefeated.
There was a couple of key penalties, too, that really controversial penalties that could have swayed that game one way or another.
Wow.
You'll hear a lot of that
Clemson
today.
survived it. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If all home purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroCleanse advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illnesses causing cold and flu viruses, yes, including COVID. EnviroCleanse is the new science in air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is how you help stop colds and flu from taking your whole family down. This is how you destroy allergy, inflaming toxins, and mold from the air your family breathes. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com, use the code BUBBA for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. So that's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. That's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the safety of you and your loved ones? Of course not. So isn't it strange that not all home security companies truly put you first? Old school home security companies set you up with outdated technology, they overcharge you for service, and they lock you into binding multi-year contracts. That's why we use and trust Simply Safe Home Security Simply. Simply Safe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents who always have your back. Simply Safe blankets your home in protection with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. There are even hazard sensors that instantly detect fires, floods, and any other threats to your home. Their monitoring experts use proprietary advanced response technology to visually confirm when a break-in is real. Customize the perfect system now for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Just look for that bright orange cap, or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba,
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba,
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
All right, we're rolling back. 25 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour. Thank you so much for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Got a lot of things to recap from this past weekend, and we'll be doing that. We mentioned that Bubba is out sick today. Greg out sick today. I'm Speedy over to my left, Helmsey, who was limping through the weekend, and now he's made a turn for the better, so he's here. Rick is feeling okay up to this point. So am I. So we're here. Adler was had some head congestion, but we believe he's going to be here. So missing Bubba and Greg, and hopefully they'll be back with us. Just letting you kind of know that in case you don't hear their voices. That's what's up. They're fine. They're just getting better. We don't want them around here sick. So because then we're all sick. Which we kind of have been, but a lot of sniffling and coughing, so we apologize. We're trying to keep that to a minimum. So we've updated you. World Series is set. We'll have the Astros and the Phillies. That'll start Friday, and looking forward to that. That's going to be a great matchup. We briefly, discussed the top 25 college football rankings. They're out. I saw a little bit last night. It wasn't a big TV night for us, but I did go over and see that Tua was back for the Dolphins.
I did the same, yeah.
And, boy, that team looks different with him back there, doesn't it?
They do.
Good night alive, he's slinging that ball. They were talking about how quick he gets that ball out of his hands. And, I think the longest he ever holds it is probably about 2.5 seconds. But good night. He gets it, and it's out pretty quick, but they look good. They beat the Steelers last night.
With all the drama over the last couple of weeks, I really, it was like you, I had no plans to watch Sunday Night Football, but I flipped it over there, found Brady and myself sitting right there on the main couch watching it together, and I thought, wow, so this team does look a lot different.
Right.
Now, who they were playing probably had a little bit to do with that. I don't think the Steelers are very good, but
they just don't have a quarterback. I mean, I know they miss Roethlisberger, but you could just tell they just seemed a little lost there. But good win for the Dolphins. I always think think of Ryan Greenwood.
I do too. I was thinking about that last
Yeah.
night. I thought, I guarantee he's sitting in his Dolphin gear watching this right now.
Yes, sir.
For sure. Didn't watch a lot of the NFL yesterday. I did look to see. I'll look out there and see how the Cowboys are doing. And with Dak back, I wanted to see how that went.
Dak back.
And that went good for them.
Yeah.
They got a win. The other thing that stood out to me was the fact that, well, two other things. One, the fact that the Panthers beat the Bucks.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's not what stood out to me in that game. What stood out to me in that game was the Bucks did not score but 3 points.
Mm-hmm.
So it is bad. It is bad in Tampa right now.
Brady said nobody's happy with where we are.
Yeah.
And didn't I see that the Packers got beat? They're like 3-4
They sure
now.
did by the Commanders, I believe. Beat them.
Good night alive.
Saw that this morning.
Backup quarterback.
Yeah. How about that? We got Monday Night Football tonight. Bears at Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
Neither one of those teams intrigue me, but the announcers on the call do. So my daddy, Joe Buck, will be there, and so probably I will tune in at some point. So had to break up a dog fight over the weekend.
Did you really?
I did. That's my first since
Puppy
we got
dog
the new
fight.
puppy. Yeah. So Friday night I started.
Is Blue coming in trying to be the dominant one?
Well, not really. I think it was over. Well, I know it was over. It was over a new bone that had been given out, and I told Amanda I heard them snipping in there. I heard them kind of, hey, this is not a normal reaction to them,
right?
Or for them. They've been pretty loving. Coco's a year old, and they're mini Australian Shepherds, and Blue is just a few weeks. You know, I guess he's probably 11 weeks now.
Uh-huh.
And so now, but now let me tell you about Blue. Blue's excited about Coco,
okay,
and wants to jump all over Coco all the time. I've noticed Coco is in different places of the house that she's never gone before because she wants to get away from.
Yeah, just needs
Blue.
a breather. Needs a breather.
Yep, and that's fine. And Coco has handled it well. She has handled it much better than I would, much better than most dogs would. But the last straw was Friday night when she had a new bone that she really liked. And Blue wanted it. Blue had his own bone, just like it. But for some reason, Blue wanted Coco's. And it didn't go well for Blue at all. And Coco, they got into it, and it was brutal for about, it seemed like 30 seconds, and it was probably like 4.
Yeah.
And, of course, I overreacted because nobody would do anything. Like, Maddie's crying. Amanda's sitting there with her eyes open like, I don't know. I can't get in there. And so I went nuts and just jumped in the middle of them.
Yeah.
And broke it up.
You were like, a puppy and a dog is not going to keep me away. I'm going in.
That's what I was thinking. You know, I was thinking, first of all, we're not going to hurt the puppy that I just spent this much money on. That was my first thought. I wasn't really thinking the Blue's not going to survive. I was thinking, my goodness, bank account, what in the world?
Yeah, Coco's going to hurt.
I dove in there. I screamed way louder than I could or should have to try. I was hoping that would do it. And of course, that made Maddie even more upset. Caroline evidently had her ears. Had her ear pods or plugs or whatever they do. iPod, what is the
AirPods?
AirPods. She had those evidently. She didn't know what was going on. Braden wasn't there, so broke up the dog fight.
That's funny. That is funny.
I hope that's the last one.
Ours sound like two lions fighting, and they just make a lot of noise. And normally it's over a little black bone.
Yeah.
They were in the backyard yesterday. I was in the front, and I could hear them.
Yeah.
And I knew they were playing, and I knew Terry was back there, and she was throwing the bone. They go get it, and whoever doesn't have it, they want to bark at them and stuff. And they're just playing. They're wagging their little tail, even though they don't have one. You can see the little nub wagging, and I'm like, so this is what it sounds like. It literally sounds like somebody's being eaten alive back there. But you go back there, and they're just goofing off and playing.
When we kept yours for a couple of days, you warned me about that. You said, hey, just a heads up, you're going to think that they're getting after each other and they're just playing. And so I've always remembered that because I know these two are going to do that at times. But this was not this was a, hey, I'm down here. I got you down and I'm going to hurt you. You could tell the other, Blue was scared to death just to,
Coco's just dominance.
Absolutely.
Hey, I'm your daddy,
a lot bigger.
that kind of thing.
And but it was just an interesting 20 minutes. And, of course, I was blamed for you went too far with that and you got too loud. And I'm like, nobody was doing anything.
They know who the alpha male is.
I'm
now.
not going to apologize for breaking up a dog fight.
Right.
I'm just not going to do that in my own house. Number one, dogs are not going to fight in my house.
Right.
And if I have to get between them and sling one way and sling one the other and scream, that's what I'm going to do.
Right.
I'm not Caesar the dog whisperer, okay? I'm just a man that has 3 kids and a mortgage and a couple of dogs.
Let me break it up.
Just let me get them apart.
I don't feel good.
Everybody looked at me like I was some awful person, like this monster. And I'm like, guys, somebody had to get in there.
You got their attention, didn't you? When Daddy speaks, they'll listen now.
I tell you this, that was the case. And the next day, Coco was like shy to come around me.
Oh,
but
wow.
she would come up and she'd kind of snuggle with me.
You did show out then.
She would snuggle with me a little bit.
Yeah. Like, don't be
And
mad.
Amanda was like, wow, so she's like, loves you. And I'm like, yeah, she knows who's boss.
Yesterday after church, JC came over. He's got 2 roommates, Jake and Tyson. Jake had gone home. Tyson was still here. And after church, they came over. I love it, too. They'll drive over into Helena and go to Old Town and stuff. And so anyway, afterwards, everybody came back over to the house. But I knew it was strategic on their part. And I've been in college. I know what it's like. You know, you spend half the day starving, you know, and with prices and grocery prices and stuff. JC called us the other day and was like, hey, wow. You know, he had like 2 little bitty bags of something that cost him like $110. And he's like, my gracious.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
You know, after some sports drinks and, you know, a 24-pack of water and a couple of other things, you're at over $100. Yeah. And so Terry said, you know, I'm going to do y'all a solid here. I'm going to make some casseroles that I can go and just get. Then they cook. I'll give them that. They cook a lot, okay? Well, you got to because everything's so expensive now. But they'll cook. I'll give them that. They're not out running around trying to buy, you know, fast food every meal. So they do cook. But Terry can show out a little bit and, you know, make the baked spaghetti and the breakfast casseroles and the little you know, disposable you know, platters and stuff like that. And so I knew they were hanging around a little bit, and I'm like, "What are y'all doing?" And I knew, it hit me. Oh, mom's making y'all food. Isn't it amazing how you can't find them unless you got food or money, and then boy, they're there. But they when JC and Tyson left, they had so much food. They had platters, they had bags full of stuff. It's where they can just go in and cut a square out of, and then just keep on rocking. But I thought back to when I was in college, how big that was. And when they left, I was like, Terry, you have no idea what you've done. Yeah. I mean, you showed out there, Mom. And, you know, you really, really showed out. They had muffins. They had baked spaghetti platter. They had a breakfast casserole. They had some other casserole. I don't know what it was, but it was pans full of stuff. And I mean, to the point I had to help him carry stuff to the car. Yeah. But with her, she just threw it in there and knocked it out, and now they're set. But it took me back to those college days when you would go home and you would get some what I call real food. Oh yeah. You know. Yeah. And now they took it back. That is one thing to him being local in college.
He can make a quick trip.
He can make a quick trip. Yeah. But it was a good day yesterday. But I knew they were hovering. I'm like, well, this is weird. This is strange. It's 3 o'clock. What are you still doing here? Yeah. It's 4. Oh wow, 4 o'clock.
Then it made perfect sense.
And then it hit me.
Yeah.
You want food. I get it. But they're set now, I can tell you that. I was kind of jealous.
It's going to be a good week.
Yeah, then I looked around and said, what's for supper? She said, I don't know. I just gave it all away. Well, man.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's your least favorite season? Now, if you're like me, it's cold and flu season. So get relief from it this year with Mucinex DM. With cough and chest congestion relief for 12 hours in just 1 dose. That's 3 times longer than 4-hour products. Mucinex DM makes any season comeback season. Even cold and flu season. Get 3 times the relief in just 1 dose with Mucinex DM. It couldn't be simpler. Nothing lasts longer among over-the-counter cough and cold remedies. Mucinex DM provides 12 hours of relief for chest congestion and cough, day or night. Use as directed.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? But taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to promote heart health and slows down sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. Start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day. today.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Did you hear about Taco Bell's apology? Yeah, they apologized for going too far with their breakfast. Like the naked egg taco and chicken biscuit nachos? It was too much. All you need in the morning is tasty, simple food. Like the breakfast crunch wrap. Fluffy eggs, melty cheese, sausage, crispy hash browns, wrapped in a warm tortilla. Or, as some call it, a breakfast crunch thing. Grab one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell stores during breakfast hours only until 11 a.m. while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation, which vary.
Here's the deal. I've had constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating for years. I've tried a lot of laxatives and fiber supplements, but my symptoms keep coming back.
You could have a chronic condition called irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
All right, we are back. It is 9 minutes now until top of the hour, and this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show sponsored by a2b.com/radio. We want to talk to all the business owners in our audience tuned in right now. We've got some good news for you, especially if gas is a big expense. We just talked about how expensive groceries are. Gas is expensive as well, so you know that a lot of this can be a handle when you're trying to meet budgets and try to figure out how to make it all work. You now have access to A to B fuel cards, which until now was only available for fleet owners. But this fuel card is accepted anywhere they take Visa, and you can now use your A to B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more too, or restrict your card to just fuel purchases, I should say, for employees to use. So A to B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious transactions too. But this fuel card is about more than just saving you money. A to B also will make it easy to manage all your fuel and transportation related costs to help quickly prep your taxes, and are always there to help you 24/7 with support to answer any answers or questions you might have with their answers. So you can rest easy knowing that they've got your back. Look, you work hard for your business. You're trying to make it work. And so get the fuel card that's going to work hard for you. Go today to a2b.com/radio. For a limited time, you're going to get a $50 credit when you do. The website again is A2B, A and then TOB.com/radio for a $50 credit, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. And also, there's no credit check required. So check them out, A2B.com/radio. All right, so Bubba out sick today. Rick is here. Greg out sick today. I'm Speedy. There's Helmsey, Adler here. So we're minus Bubba and Greg. Hopefully they'll be back tomorrow or Wednesday.
I'm a little concerned. I'm getting texts from my wife. Anytime Amanda's up this early, she usually gets up. She usually gets up about now, which is a little before 6 a.m.
Okay,
but she's been up since I left, and these are and that's like 4:40 or 4:30 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
This is the text I got a minute ago, and I get. She goes, "I wanted to give you a heads up. I've ordered a new mop and bucket, and a Swiffer sweeper. We got to get the dog hair under control." This is what I got this morning. Yeah, it wasn't too expensive, she said, but I needed cleaner. I don't know what. Oh, cleaner and some wet and dry mop cloths for quick messes that I can just throw away. Not sure why she's sending this to me. I don't know why she just don't order it.
Right.
But then here's another one. So we've turned into these people, and this is where I'm concerned about my Amazon. I mean, if we're up early spending money.
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to know I'm excited about my dog Christmas paper I'm getting for this year.
Oh,
and
boy.
she has already ordered Christmas.
There it is.
Wrapping paper with dogs on it.
Yeah. How about that?
So we're just up.
Yeah, I just got notification. Thank you for your purchase. Your order will be delivered Wednesday. Don't know what it is. It's $48.
I like this mop.
No idea.
I like this mop she bought. We do have to get the dog hair under control.
Yeah. And that's one thing with.
Well, you got 3
operated
kids
dogs.
and 2 dogs.
Yeah, you got
That's
hair
a bunch of
everywhere.
messes.
Yeah,
Just wasn't expecting that so early today.
Yeah, I know. You said Christmas wrapping paper. I held off for one more weekend, but it broke out this past weekend.
You're getting decorations out?
No, well, there was attic talk, and it was, hey, we need to go to the attic and make sure.
Do a little inventory?
Yeah, and I'm like, well, we put it back, in the right place, and we've got this one Christmas tree that's artificial that it's been limping through years now, and at the end of every season, it's like, hey man, let's just get one next year.
Yeah.
And then here we are next year. But yeah, I had to go up and touch the Christmas trees and know exactly where they are. And I'm like, she's like, well, why don't you just go ahead and get those down and get them in the garage? And I'm like, so they're just going to sit here? These in boxes? We have some real skinny little ones. She likes to put them in different places, but we have one main tree, And I guess we have it easy because there's some people like the Bussies and others. I mean, Betty's half elf. We've talked about that, but they have like full size trees, and you can't count how many they got.
Yeah,
we have the little skinny, tiny ones that we put in different places, and then one main one.
Yeah.
But still, that's a lot of work. And she started on it this past weekend. Hey, we need to get that down, and I'm like, really? And then instead of saying no and just starting an argument, I didn't want that. I was just like, yeah, but look here in the garage. You see that over there? Well, where are we going to put them? What do you want to? Well, I guess you're right. Let's just wait till we're ready. Oh, yeah, I'll go up there, and they're right there by the door, honey. They're right there. I'll get them when we're ready. So I was able to make it one more weekend. But it's coming. I guarantee you when Halloween trick-or-treaters leave,
oh, no.
and it's past that, I guarantee you we'll get the inside going.
That's next weekend.
And I'll try to hold off the outside. Can we just wait on the outside so I'm not made fun of by Rick and Bubba? Please.
We're not big. We'll do a couple Christmas trees and we'll do some stuff inside. We'll do a little bit outside. May do more this year just because we've gotten the area a little nicer, had some work done. So
Right.
I will probably walk into that. But I will say this. It drives me nuts when my family lets something sneak up on us that they know is coming.
Uh-oh.
But I'm glad they do that with Christmas. Because we get into December before we've done anything, and I'm like, okay, that's a good part of this.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Terry just loves the environment and everything that has to do with Christmas.
I do too. I just don't want to be the one to set it up.
Right.
I want to enjoy the environment.
I will say this: Terry did try. She did have a very good point years ago. And she said, we do so much work, we're going to have it up for 3 weeks?
I agree with that,
Let's at least enjoy it a little
agree
bit.
with that. Yeah.
But I am holding out on the outside. I'm like, well, that big wreath we have that goes up and all the lights
now, do you
and
get
different things.
The guy that puts all the stuff up? I saw it last year or 2 years ago. I mean, there's inflatables. I know he does this for Halloween too. Does he transition
My
directly?
next door neighbor?
Yeah. Does he transition directly from Halloween to Christmas, or does he give it a couple weeks, or does he do some Thanksgiving stuff too?
No, he does it. He gives it a couple of weeks. We have a next door neighbor that the inflatables go up, and it's
a lot of them.
It's the talk of our town.
Yes, it is.
There's people that's creeping by, kids come by, they hug them, and it's just fun Halloween stuff. Like he even has he's a UAB Blazer. He even has a Halloween colored orange, with red eyes. Blazer, dragon, and so
after the Halloween weekend, he'll take those down
for
give
a couple
it a few
weeks.
weeks.
It'll be quiet for a couple of weeks, and then when Thanksgiving hits, watch out.
Okay,
Here comes Santa Claus.
I was thinking he may be putting pressure on you by getting his out early.
You got to see us dancing Santa Claus. It's
I
unbelievable.
think I have.
He is shaking it. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick will join us. Bubba out sick today. Greg out sick today. Lord willing, they'll be back in a few days when they are better and not contagious. But Adler is here, closed off in the TV room. He's here, full of Mucinex. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Your prime minister, and you have other heads of state with you playing.
Yeah, sure.
Is there any, can that be any worse than that?
Yeah, so I hate Trump.
And anybody that stepped out of a sand trap knows if they haven't fallen or slipped, can be real risky. But, I usually try to use as many clubs as I have, like ski poles, to get out of there. So.
Well, his first mistake was trying to come out of the sand trap on the high end. He should have just stepped out on the low.
He picked the wrong place to come
Boy,
out.
did
That is funny.
Did he.
But, good props, a good recovery there on his part.
Look at Trump has no idea the prime minister's falling.
Right, because he's walking to the next shot. That happened behind him.
He also, on this trip, is back, got a shot at China again. And he says he's asked them, or going to ask them today, I guess, to it's already Thursday there, I guess, and urge them to force North Korea to give up the nuclear weapon. So he's trying that again on this trip, too.
Right.
And so...
He said that we have a closeness with China we've never had before.
He's also very angry. So he told them that he protested that the out of control, they have that in quotes, U.S. trade deficit with China. And he said that he thinks that's more on the predecessors at the White House, and he wants to also resolve that situation. So there you go. He also, Bubba, took a tour of the Forbidden City. But anyway,
now, what is the Forbidden City?
I don't know.
That was something on Planet of the Apes.
It must be a
big.
biggie. It must be a biggie because they took him on a tour.
Yeah. Well, if you go on a tour of it, is it a forbidden city or it's just forbidden for most?
China's leadership said they're looking for a new starting point with the United States in the relations between China and the United States, and they pledged to Trump that they would consider what he said about North Korea involving trade with them to make it even more difficult than it already is. So anyway, it seems like this trip has been positive to a degree, but again, China's not committing. They're just saying, I agree, we need to.
And the ultimate card is China also does not want Japan rearmed. They also don't want nuclear weapons in South Korea. And they're going to get that if they don't take care of this.
Right.
And I don't need to be President Trump to figure that one out.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
They already are unhappy about the the anti-missile system that we have in Korea, the THAAD and Patriot systems and all that are there for their defense, but they're gonna end up putting offensive weapons there if they don't do something, and that's going to be right in their back door, and they don't want that.
Well, it says here too during this tour that both China and Japan are both confused on why Ezekiel Elliott continues to play.
Right,
and so they're trying to figure. They don't understand.
Can you imagine being from a different land, a different culture, a different language, trying to understand the United States? You know, all I can say is we're here and we don't get a lot of it. So,
right,
you know,
so
it's
now
confusing to us too, pal.
Right, it's week to week now, but it looks like there's more courtroom action again today on Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah.
Still, I mean, this thing of
keeps.
How much money have they spent arguing this? When if he'd have just took his punishment, it'd already be over, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Wouldn't it be finished if he had just done it?
Of course,
you don't know what Dallas's record would be like if he had not been there all season. But so anyway, but it's getting now. The part that's aggravating me is I don't like when something like this becomes drama week to week. You know what I mean? Like we have to get a ruling like by Wednesday, Thursday, and then he's playing. You know, then you go into the next week. He's going to play this week. I don't know. We'll see. We're in the courtroom again. You know, then all of a sudden Thursday, there you see him walking again, putting his uniform back on. Well, he's played again.
Well, if you were going to miss games, it would have been better, in my opinion, to miss them at the first of the year and then be back and be ready to make a playoff run. They have other running backs. He's had a great year. I got that. And he is an outstanding back. But they got some other pretty good backs, too.
To sing live, and he did lip sync last night. He said I didn't have no other choice.
Yep, that was him lip singing.
Helmsey would have liked to see him just receive the award, not do the live show if he was physically unable to do the live song, and give somebody else in the audience, one of the big stars that was there, either an extra song or let them perform.
Right.
Yeah, they had options last night. Now, if it's a Garth Brooks concert and he's the main event, then I'm there, I don't want you to cancel. Go ahead and perform, lip sync, whatever you got to do to get through it, because I came there to see you. But when we're on a big event like this, and there's people sitting down that have a good voice, just send them up there.
What about show a video of a performance that he had that just brought the house down?
I think
that would work too.
I have a feeling it was a game time decision with 12 shows in 10 days, as you talked about.
Yeah.
Maybe it was hey, let's see how I feel, and it was too late to schedule anybody else.
That's what it said. It said they made a game time call on whether they either going to just sing on top of a track or lip sync, and he chose the lip sync.
I like Bubba's video option. We could have done that.
I like that too. Surely we got a lot of concert footage.
Yep.
And those can be very inspiring, you know.
I love the concert footage, don't you?
Lights and, you know.
Yeah. So we'll actually talk.
Fireworks.
John McLemore is here with Masterbuilt. We've got the Butterball Electric Fryer making some great wings and turkey for us now. We'll be dining on those, talking to McLemore. He and his wife, Tanya, were at the CMAs last night.
Yes.
So they were there for all the things that went on.
I'm talking about real close, like 13 rows back. I mean, just on the main, just right there in front of the stage.
You can't hide popularity.
No,
you can't.
Well, no, this is what happened. This is what happens. They probably got Hannity to get them those tickets. Yeah, they really got. Hannity. We're kind of having a little war over McLemore with Hannity.
Okay.
On who his favorite is. Yeah.
Okay. He says we're going to expose.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, brand new hour. Thank you for being with us. We have a lot to unpack on the show today as we start a brand new hour on a brand new day, on a brand new week of the Rick and Bubba Show, as we are ending our 28th year of doing this program. So for a lot of those, since 2001, we've been starting this hour with the national anthem, and we'll do that again today. and Bubba Show. A brand new hour is rolling, and we thank you for being with us. We got no Greg, we got no Bubba, but we got Speedy, Helmsey, Adler, and Blazing Silverman. And he'll take your phone calls today. And we'll get to those as we start another hour on another day on another week. And we'll roll through how Team Rick and Bubba is limping along. Weekend recap, stories of the day. We'll run down the latest in sports, and there's a lot going on there. I know that Helmsy and Speedy covered some of that in the kickoff hour, but we'll unpack it as best we can. Shotguns and barbed wire fences. Yeah, come on with that, Adler. Rock and Roll City might won't cover this one. Well, on that midnight train to Memphis. So, boys, let's. I'll tell you some things that I studied over the weekend when I earned my medical degree. So, first of all, I've noticed that everybody that you interact with these days, and the pandemic only heightened this.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody is a medical expert.
Yeah.
I mean, none of us have been to school. So some of us may have wives who are nurses or were once nurses, but none of us here really are medical experts, even though we have no issue pretending we are.
Right.
So, but one of the things that I notice is because there are some things that I can logically draw lines on. Now, I will tell you that none of us are 100%.
Mm-mm.
Okay, we're all at various stages of
something.
So, and what it's called is the ongoing mystery. Now, I will tell you something that I've noticed, and I was talking to Greg about this on Friday when he was giving me the flu that I don't have, but Sherry says I do have. I just am just passing it on to other people and moving on. She claims that she calls me Typhoid Tim.
Okay.
She said, you take things, they don't affect you, and then you pass them on to other people. And I'm like, baby, I don't think that's medically possible. I don't know that exists. She goes, I'm telling you, I've been married to you for 27 years, and you and the Burgesses are the worst at it. And I said, well, I don't know what to do about that. I don't know what to do to declare I have something that there's no indication I have.
I would like to know if that's a real thing.
Right. So
because I feel like if that is, well, no, that still doesn't work either.
No.
It's so confusing because I keep thinking about this all starting as far as, I guess it was around October 8th, something like that.
Yeah.
Maddie got the flu at our house.
Right, yeah.
Okay. And she was down. It was full-blown, real flu, nasty.
Right.
She went to the doctor, tested for it.
And she is how old now?
10.
10, okay.
Just turned 10. And so then a few days later, Caroline started feeling bad, but we didn't go get her tested. We just assumed she had what Maddie had.
Correct.
Well, then about 4 or 5 days later, I start having this cough. When I say allergies and all this, it's a dry cough. I'm wheezing because I have asthma, and that turns up this time of year. And it either turns into bronchitis or I catch it before.
Right.
So I felt bad. It was last Tuesday. And so I came in, and I thought, you know what? You've had flu running around the house. You might ought to get
Makes a lot of sense.
Just go get tested.
Back to drawing lines.
Yes, exactly. Go get tested, and worst case, you get the dose pack you wanted and the shot in the rear that you wanted to control the asthma before it turns into bronchitis.
Pretty important.
Make sure you don't have bronchitis. Make sure you don't have strep, because my throat wasn't hurting. But
of course, Greg has that too.
I'm hearing a ton of strep too, because that's when Maddie got the flu. We thought she had strep because her throat was hurting real bad.
Right.
So I go. For some reason, they gave me a COVID test. I was negative there. They gave me strep. They gave me flu. They gave me, and then they checked bronchitis. I had none of that. So I just came into work the next day.
Correct. What else can you do?
Exactly.
Yeah. You got tested.
So I ask all this to say this: is there a chance that I had something that didn't affect me the same way it would have Greg, and I pass it on to Greg, and now Greg gets it?
Well,
or does the test being negative rule everything out? I don't know the answer.
Well, let's go back. I'll tell you the things that happened here, and then I'll come back. I'll make an observation that I have, and it's something I've been wanting to address for years. I'm going to today. Okay, and that is that's not it. That's not that point. We'll do that after the break. But here's what we know, and that's all we can go on is what we know.
Yeah.
I heard Bubba mention that Betty had the crud.
Okay.
No.
Then Bubba starts getting something that feels a lot like the crud.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that'll come back to my deal when I come back in on the other side of the break. Because I'm going to address something I won't address for years. Okay. I know that Ruby has been on and off sick, and Adler. Basically, Adler, if you're the father of a small child who interacts with anyone else in society, you stay sick the entire time they're school age.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
You do.
To some level.
Yes, I'm so glad I have this glass wall between you guys because I have felt so rough for about 2 years now.
Right, yeah. So Adler said, hey, yeah, I'm dealing with some stuff. It feels all upper respiratory stuff.
Yeah.
Same old sinuses. Speedy, we don't know what's going on with him. He's got some kind of sinus thing or something. Nobody really knows what it is. I have had a desire to cough, kind of a dry cough. Chest has nothing in it. Sinuses have nothing in it other than just the normal.
It's kind of where I'm at.
Every morning I have that, I don't want to be gross, that clear, watery, working it out. Then once the show starts, it goes away and I roll. That's been going on for years. Okay. Yeah. But I didn't have it till I was 50 or more.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
like something I got.
yeah. So anyway, so we know that there's been a wife with crud. There's been kids that have been sick. There's been people hacking and coughing. So that's the reason why Greg said on Friday, he said, we've had this stuff been kicking around at the show, but we've had some negative tests.
Yeah.
So he said, I didn't really think much about it as long as I wasn't feeling bad. It's so bad I couldn't do the show. I didn't have a fever.
Yeah.
See, I don't know whether because of the pandemic and all this influenza and all that, we got to change our deal. Our current status at the office is if you have a fever or you puke, you don't come to work.
That's it.
For some reason, I guess we don't pay. Diarrhea doesn't really bother anybody here. It's like we never let diarrhea be an indicator. And I think that's because we've had so much of that just on normal because of our horrible health for so many years.
Right.
Sure.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like I said, when I was getting cleaned out for my colonoscopy, I said that was just the 80s. I mean, it didn't. Everybody's like, man, that's going to be awful. And they said, how was it? I said, kind of felt like the 80s. So I don't know what to do about all this.
I know.
Because at one time over the weekend, I honestly thought I was the only person that was going to be on the show today, me and Blazing Silverman.
Yeah.
And I didn't know if he knew how to get us hooked up to Denver. You know it. So we'll come back. But I want to address something.
Okay.
I've been wanting to address it for years, and I got to get it off my chest for my well-being.
All right.
Okay? Might upset some people, but I got to say it. Okay? I'd like to talk to one community. I want to talk to y'all. Okay. And some of y'all are on the show. We got people on the show from this community.
Okay.
And I think you're going to laugh because sometimes.
I think I know where you're going with this.
All right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
So we've interviewed the president, since he's been president 2 more times than he has.
Right.
Been around him 3 times in the last 3 months.
Look, McLemore made a game time decision. He told me in the kitchen, he said, I've been trying to get Hannity to get to Trump. I realize I'm going through the wrong show.
So good.
So we'll talk about. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So anyway, you have to hear the story about him trying to give Hannity some butterball. Well, did you give him a fryer or smoker? Fryer. And he started getting out the money to pay for it. And John's like, I was just going to. He says, well, I make good money. I can pay for it.
Is that his way of saying that we need to pay for the one he gave for us?
Correct.
Okay.
That's why John told me that story.
I hadn't seen that happen in here.
Yeah, I think John told me that story to try to make a point.
Or get me in the White House.
Yeah, either way. Yeah.
Louisville, Kentucky. David is standing by. He's listening to us on the Hawk. David, welcome to the program. How are you?
Hey, how y'all doing? I was wondering if y'all noticed that Sturgill Simpson was outside the arena last night with the guitar case open with the Grammy sitting right in the middle of it playing because they wouldn't let real country music in.
I did not know that. So
and Cody Jinks for life.
Cody Jinks. I don't know.
Cody Jinks for life.
Greg, this is your area. So this is
Sturgill Simpson. He won the Grammy. He's kind of an old school guy. The traditional sound. And I guess I didn't know this. He was saying he was. Since they didn't nominate him for any of the awards here, that he was out front. But I didn't know.
So he wasn't in the live award show. He was in the pre. He did win some or won something.
No,
last year?
he won the Grammy this year.
The Grammy.
Grammy, not
the
C.
I got you. And so he was saying, I'm old school country, which they don't. Tonight's not about old school, but they did do tributes to Don Williams and Glenn Campbell. I mean,
and I don't even know if that was a true story. You know, a lot of times people come up with stuff.
What
I
was
mean, I'm
that-
not saying it wasn't, but
What
a
was
lot
that
of people try
deal?
to be sharp sometimes.
This is the only part I watched. I just saw it on Hootie and the Blowfish, and everybody was singing up there. What was that all about?
You know, Darius.
I know Darius Rucker, but they were singing.
Did they do a full blown Hootie?
Well,
and
I thought
Blowfish?
it was
one of his songs.
Keith Urban, Lady Antebellum, and others were singing.
It was
Hold
a
My
stage
Hand.
full.
Yeah, because
was a stage
they
full.
sang an old Hootie and the
I
Blowfish.
guess.
Right. I don't think Hootie was up there. They were all singing.
I know that. I was making.
Well, Hootie's there somewhere, and his name's not Hootie.
Yeah, I know.
It's Darius Rucker.
I mean, I'm saying the band Hootie and the Blowfish, the original members weren't there. He was saying other artists were singing "Hold My Hand."
It was a stage full
from
and-
when he was with.
With
Hootie.
Darius
Where was
Rucker?
Hootie at?
And
How about Hootie?
And as the song
what about
went
Hootie?
on, more people joined in.
Yeah.
And I don't know what they were.
Hey.
Okay.
Was that all unity? Hey, everybody.
Oh, that's a good song.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I remember you when I think of Hootie and the Blowfish, I think of you blowing off going to see him, Rick.
I
You
did.
didn't think that ever.
They were in
happened.
Jacksonville.
Yeah.
No. That was actually before that. It was
Birmingham.
It was before that. It was a thing called City Stages in Birmingham. Sherry and I had just started dating. I was the program director. Please don't lose sight of that. Of a hit music station, and so they wanted me to come to City Stages because they want us to start playing this music. And I can tell you, I could see it. I'm ready to leave. We're walking. And Sherry said, well, aren't you supposed to go see some band? And I said, we're supposed to go see some Hootie something. And I said, I ain't going to hear them. It's probably some weird band. I said, Hootie Fish or something.
Yeah, it was kind of strange.
And I left and never went to see them. And,
I'd say they played Jack State. I don't even think
Yeah.
it was that big a crowd.
Yeah.
Just because that's before they.
It's the first time
night.
I saw him there.
So to clarify, at the CMAs last night, Darius Rucker, who was the lead singer of Hootie and the Blowfish,
Who Speedy
got on
refers to his Hootie.
got on the stage at the Country Music Association Awards,
Right.
Yep.
And led a group.
and led a group of people not singing one of his country songs, but a Hootie and the Blowfish song.
Correct.
It was
the
Keith
most,
Urban.
the most famous one called "Hold My Hand."
Right.
Yeah.
Right? Is that? Did I have it right?
Yes, you do.
He even had Reba McEntire up there singing.
Well, and it all started with just a few of them.
What about
And by
Hootie?
the end, it seemed like everybody that was performing, maybe not even performing, were on stage singing.
Everybody-
Well, there
was
were
some-
there were some
It
pretty
was-
good musicians there.
Oh, see, Garth Brooks, Faith Hill,
course, he
Tim
wasn't- we
McGraw,
know he
Reba
wasn't singing it.
McEntire, Lady Antebellum, Keith Urban all sang "Hold My Hand" with Darius.
Impromptu.
Pink didn't get into that group.
I don't know.
And
Again, I came into it. That's what was going
And
on.
there's
And,
that- are we
and
wrapping
because
it
I
up?
liked
Are we
Hootie and the
wrapping it up?
Blowfish
Good
and
night?
that
What do
song,
we
I
got?
Y'all,
stopped.
John was there. He saw it. He can tell you all
He
about
can tell
it.
us all about
we'll
it.
do
We'll talk
that
about that
next.
next week. It is 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. We have much to uncover on the program today. The cold and flu season is here, and it is already impacting the show. I think for a lot of people, this will be a difficult run because of all that we did involving the pandemic. Immune systems are not running at peak level because of the way we had to live for so long, and we're going to see that. But so anyway, Greg did test positive for the flu over the weekend. I spent all day with him Friday, which is why I expected to go down at any moment. So far, I haven't. I haven't even felt bad. So I don't know how that. I'll let all the medical field work on that. But anyway, and Bubba is started feeling bad over the weekend, and so he tried to get up and go again today, but said still not where he needs to be, which is good. He has not tested for anything, so we don't know if he has the flu or not. But at this point, there's so many days in, it's almost like a moot point at this point,
right?
Because he'd come back during the time that he wouldn't be contagious anymore anyway. So anyway, but I want to address a community that I've been wanting to address for years, and I've kept my mouth shut because it involves two of my dear friends.
I knew this was coming.
And I have friends in this area. I would like to talk to the allergy community.
I knew this was coming. There's
Okay.
really possibly three friends.
Yeah, true.
As Speedy gets older, he's developing.
I don't know how, but I have.
Can I tell all of you in the allergy community, everything's not allergies, okay? Y'all are never sick. It's always your allergies. I really believe that some of my allergy friends, I would be going, hey, man, what's going on? I've got kind of a tightness in my chest, feels like an elephant sitting on my chest. I've got numbness in my left arm, and I'm short of breath. What's going on? Ragweed. and I'm like, I don't think that's ragweed. I think you're having a heart attack. No, it's my allergies. It's just allergies. You know, it's a bad time of year for allergies. I've noticed that too. Is there ever a good time of year? Ever? Do y'all ever have a time of year stuff's not growing?
It depends on who it is, Rick.
Right.
That's the thing.
I mean, I keep waiting for this allergy off season. It never comes. You know, middle of the winter. What's going on? You probably got a cold from how cold it is and the wetness and the dampness. Nah, allergies. Pine nuts. What? You know, and I'm just like, what are you talking about? There's always some allergy thing. They're never sick. Never. I even got from Bubba this weekend, my allergies have turned into sickness. What are you talking about?
I don't think that's.
I mean,
I don't think that's a real thing.
Right. It's always allergies. They're never sick, no matter how bad it is. What's going on? Anal leakage? What is it? Probably my allergies. Yeah, probably not. I think you need to have that looked at. I think that's bad. Yeah, it's allergies. Allergies are causing that? Do you really think that? Oh, it's just my allergies. Wow. They're never sick. It's always their and that's why they end up getting you sick because they're never sick. Yeah. And so it's always their allergies. Oh, you're fine. It's just my allergies. You know, then all of a sudden you're like, and they're like, what happened? Where'd you catch that? That's how you sounded all week. That's my allergies. That was just my allergies. I don't give allergies. Hey, allergy people. Sometimes you're sick. Okay, it's not all allergies. I mean, y'all gonna die thinking you've got an allergy attack. Go get looked at.
Especially if you have that one thing going on.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a
See
side
a
effect.
doctor.
I think you're having a heart attack. Go get that looked at. No, it's just my allergies. What caused it? Ragweed.
Ragweed, boy, you get a lot.
Oh, they'll throw ragweed.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Boy, the
my
fall's
God.
rough,
When the
Rick.
ragweed comes, they ain't gonna be sick during ragweed season.
No.
I mean, you don't even try to bring it up. Just scream ragweed and move on. I mean, they will not be sick. It's so I'm worried about allergy people because everything's not allergies.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't always have allergies.
Well, and look, here's the deal, and I'm just going to be straight up. If our house wouldn't have been just riddled with the flu over the last couple of weeks,
right,
I would not have gone Tuesday and got tested. I would have just shouted allergies then. That's
Of
what I was
course.
shouting,
You were
guys. I was
shouting-
shouting
I
that.
heard you were-
Now, I was right in that case.
At one point, you ever heard a dog outside?
But does it make you feel better?
better?
Hey, does it make you feel better that on Saturday I didn't give you an allergy speech?
You didn't. And I was so thankful.
Because I wasn't allergies.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to do better, and I have been. This has been my fault too. I speak out for the allergy and asthma people.
I
We do
know.
lean on that too much.
Wow, you'll lean on it.
We do lean on it.
Hey,
too
man,
much.
what's going on? Hey, man, that sounds bad. Just my allergies. Yeah. It's a bad time of year. Peak allergy season. Okay, you said that 3 times this year. How many peaks y'all got? Huh?
I've got 2.
Right.
Fall and spring.
Right.
Those are my 2.
Good
Summer's my greatest time.
I just want to say,
I wish I could live in the summer. the
I
entire
understand about it, and allergies are real. I'm not saying that, but just know you can't live under that cloak.
No, you're
Sometimes
right.
you're
right.
sick.
You're right. No, and
Sometimes you're sick.
Yeah, look, I saw that Saturday.
Right. So anyway,
it didn't help that during the COVID lockdowns, my allergies were the worst that they have ever been ever. Did that happen to you guys at all? I thought I had COVID a million times during that lockdown period.
Yeah, right. Well, and I said this, and now I'm going to go back to I've upset everybody.
No,
I mean that has to be
I think
said.
it's a valid point.
It's a valid
and
point.
I have fell in that category at times.
But what I will say is this: what I do understand, and I even said this over the weekend, and is that because of allergies, and back to Adler's point, I do think it's very difficult to discern which one's going on.
Yeah.
Sometimes you really don't know. But but we all laugh at the exaggeration of it. Is the fallback position?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I could tell in
And
that
this
text
weekend,
you were trying to get that across.
Well, this weekend it's the first time I've heard my allergies turned into sickness.
Right.
Yeah, it was probably sickness from the beginning.
Yeah, you probably had allergy issues, and then you just got sick.
Right.
But the allergies didn't turn into sickness.
Right. Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
Right. Well, but I understand that's difficult to know.
Yeah.
But I don't know what to do because, like I say, our old deal was fever are vomiting, don't come to work.
Well, and you brought up another one. You brought up that third category that we don't give a whole lot to.
We don't.
And that's been a part of it, too. And so I'm going to just be honest with you, that was a part of my day Saturday.
Thanks to TMI.
Well, but I mean,
Right.
we're just being honest about health issues. I knew Saturday at around noon, a little after, that I didn't have allergy issues. There was something else going on.
Yeah.
And luckily, it kind of acted the way it's acted with Greg. Whether he gave it to me or I got it from somebody else,
Right.
I come in contact with a lot of different people.
Yeah.
A lot of different people.
I will tell you this. If
I would like for you to cough that way.
How about this? I will
Thank
say
you.
this. I will say this. If I don't get the flu, okay,
careful.
If I don't get it, I need to be studied.
I agree.
I don't know that anyone could have been exposed to the flu as much and as long as I was. And, of course, it's been 24, 48, now 72 hours.
How long? That's one question I have. How long?
And I have no symptoms.
Well, and Greg's did he not test positive for strep too?
He did.
His throat's not even hurting. How
Yeah.
can he have strep if your throat's not hurting?
I don't know. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
John McLemore is here with Masterbuilt, the Butterball electric fryer.
Yes, we are. And, we're just showing how versatile the product is. If you are going to fry your turkey for this Thanksgiving and Christmas, or just prior to doing that, just throw in some buffalo wings and watch some football. That's what it's all about, just hanging out with your family and your friends. And speaking of hanging out with family and friends, man, what an amazing night Tanya and I had last night in Nashville. Wow.
CMAs, you were there.
We were there, and I will tell you, I've never actually been to the live performance there. I've always watched it on TV. So to be able to go and sit as close as we did to all those amazing performers and to see how that show opened up and the theme of the night about unity and love and with all the tragedy that's been going on in recent days, I think they did an amazing job really bringing everybody together and talking about country music and all the fans and all the performers. Really, I was amazed to see how they all stood for each other. It was an amazing night. So,
except when Rascal Flatts screamed out for the award.
Somebody did say, are y'all saying that they?
I don't know who it was.
It was somebody in the stands that
was
just
cheering
yelled
them
that out.
on.
It was odd because about 8 seconds later they announced them not winning.
But so much so, Little Big Town had to apologize to
They
him.
did, and they did it gracefully and said, don't be mad at us.
I mean, they really did.
Yeah, they did. They did. But it was crazy, to be able to see that. And, man, Carrie Underwood, oh, my word.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always been a big fan, but that song that she sang and everybody lighting up those candles, wow.
I thought about you being there because before that ever happened, Bubba had already sent me the picture of you and your wife, and I thought to be in that arena, for her to sing an old traditional hymn too, softly and tenderly, Jesus is calling. And they did that to, of course, talk about the memorandum of all the people that had passed away in the business that year. And then at the end, they put up the pictures of all the victims of the shooting.
They did.
And she got so emotional she couldn't finish it.
She couldn't even finish the last words. And it was, just very moving. I think the whole night was, and how everybody was kind of coming together. And, to be there. And we were, being 13 rows back, and she sang right there in the middle of that stage. So we were literally 20 feet from her singing that song. It was very touching. So Tanya and I had a great time. We're going to be crazy for the next couple of weeks between now and Thanksgiving. I think I'm going to take about 7 hours off tomorrow. And then this weekend we're heading to California. We're going to hang out with Slater. That guy's from Saved by the Bell.
Yeah.
We're going to do a Mario Lopez show out there. And so I figured you might know him as Slater.
It does help.
Yeah, it does help. And then we're doing Steve Harvey's show. Then we're shooting back over here, going to New York, seeing our buddy Sean Hannity.
Now, which Steve Harvey show are you doing? Are you going to be on Family Feud? Or
No, we have campaigned to get on Family Feud, and we will be on Family Feud. But they've stood me up about like Sean Hannity stood me up, getting me a visit with Trump. I don't understand that. We got to talk about that.
Well, it was uncomfortable, frankly, for you to be talking about how things with Hannity had not produced
and panned out.
You getting to meet the president, and then you realize one of your other partners, the Rick and Bubba show, had already had the president on twice, and actually went up. The president invited us to his house, and we went and visited there.
Did y'all barbecue? Did y'all deep fried turkeys for the president?
Y'all
just went.
No,
and
they actually did the cooking.
Yeah.
They've got quite a staff
See,
to do that. So.
I would be much more welcome to come back if they would just get me there once.
Well, let me tell you what was interesting.
You may notice the picture.
I thought in a strange twist of fate, and this is what's odd. There's nothing that feels worse than you're barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah.
So the president, and I could tell there was a connection he'd made with the show. It's obvious now.
Yeah.
And so as he was leaving, he leaned in and he said, "I've been trying to get Hannity to get me in with the Macklemore guy at Masterbuilt, and he can't seem to pull it off. So he's asked me now to see if I could put it together, and he says I really would like to have one of those. I'd like to have the smoker and the fryer.
Well, now it's
he
on.
heard
So
it's the best turkey ever.
Yeah.
It is going to be the best turkey ever. And while y'all get me into the White House, we'll fry a turkey right there in the Oval Office.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah. How about that?
What about this? Because everything with Trump's been a little bit different.
Yeah.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We be big as a number. Thank you for being with us today as we unpack another one. Bubba and Greg out. I think both of them should be back tomorrow. They seem to be getting on the other side of it. Greg did test positive so for flu, so we're giving him an extra day, even though he's feeling better before he comes back. And strep, too, which was weird.
Yeah.
But and all I could think about, which we'll get to here in a moment, was is how many everybody now goes through their day Friday with Greg, which I spent all day with him.
Yeah,
all day. But I will say this, back to what we
I had 6 hours with him.
Yeah,
in close encounter.
Yeah, I did a radio show with Greg. I spent the afternoon at the farm with Greg. I went to a pregame show with Greg, and I sat and watched the entire football game with Greg, and rode back with Greg to my car. And rode with Greg to the stadium, and went and stood at the stadium where we lost the state championship 40 years prior and wept with Greg. So, I mean, I spent a tremendous amount of time with baby brother, a tremendous amount.
Which goes back to my question, how long does it take for the symptoms to kick in if you've been exposed for the flu?
If
he gone 72 hours, is he clear?
I don't know. Who
well, and here's
anybody
thing.
That tells you that doesn't know what you're talking about.
Well,
No.
let's
they
just
might
do
have
this
allergies.
then.
Right.
Let's just
Could
do
be
this.
allergies.
Is there a chance that Greg's test was not accurate?
Yes.
And he had some 12 to 16-hour bug.
Because
that goes around. Because what I had Saturday night was not the flu. Otherwise, I'd be down again today.
No, you're right. Exactly right. Yeah.
Might be the fever virus.
Yeah, and what Bubba has doesn't seem like it's the flu.
No.
Well, that was allergies turned into crud.
Right, which is a medical phenomenon. So we look. I've come to the conclusion. I really hate to say this. I'm so sorry. I don't mean any disrespect before I say this.
It means he does.
Sure.
Am I still got something going?
No.
It's. I have a tremendous respect for everybody in the medical field. Tremendous respect. Your education is mind-boggling. I have family members who are doctors, and they're just the things they've done for the family, and they've come through so many times, and I'm so thankful to have access to you, and you are a great help. But I've come to the conclusion y'all have no idea what you're talking about. It's
you're saying some cases.
No, I'm just saying I think that there's so many things have changed, and there's so many different, mutations and COVID and flu and influenza that I really think that the research that we had on it all is that we're starting over.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that like they don't have any intelligence or that they're not masters of what we know. I'm saying there's a lot of new things that we're having to learn, and y'all don't really know what y'all are talking about that much on this kind of stuff. I mean, there's some areas that you're still really solid on because nothing's really changed. A matter of fact, I trust all of you with my heart. I don't really trust all of you with viruses and stuff anymore. I don't think y'all know what you're talking about.
Broken bones, yes.
Y'all broken bones.
Yeah.
Y'all are phenomenal on broken bones.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Muscles.
Yeah.
The way y'all fix muscles,
Oh,
really good
yeah.
stuff.
Kidding me? Ligaments.
Really good. The heart stuff, brains. What y'all do with brains? I can't believe your expertise on brains.
Really good brains.
Right.
Really good with the
Y'all
brain.
have really gone backward on viruses.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuff. Yeah. I think you're not real sure what you're talking about. And it's I don't trust your test.
I think that's it.
I don't trust your diagnosis. I don't trust your treatments.
There it is.
I think we're a little bit lost right now.
Hernias, great.
Hernias.
Oh,
amazing.
What you've done for hernias?
Amazing
Look,
work.
I had
vasectomies.
Yeah. Good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Gallbladders.
Yeah. Kidneys.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
All the
Getting babies
cancer.
out.
I think
Cancer.
you've come a long way on cancer. Some of the things y'all do with cancer is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Getting
really
babies out.
Yeah.
Oh,
Amazing.
the best in the world.
Yeah.
The best
Especially
in the
the
world.
sunroof. It's amazing how
Let's
that
say
happens.
delivery
Yes.
babies.
I'm strictly talking about this one category, which, in all fairness, we've got some new teams that have showed up, and we're learning a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about eyes?
Amazing.
But I think when it comes to flu, pneumonia, and COVID, that y'all are real confused in there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's all right because you really come to the conclusion is you're sick, and we try to get better. But what really we have, I don't think you know. As well as with as much clarity as you want to.
And I'll throw strep in there too. Throw strep in there
Right,
because
yeah.
if you've got strep throat, your throat should be hurting. I'm not backing off that.
Okay.
That's the whole point.
Isn't that what turns into mono if you don't get it right?
No,
I don't know. I don't think so.
Strep
That's a whole
into
different
mono?
No, strep is actually a good thing. Now, the older you are, it's
How
not
about
strep falls in that category. The older you are, the more serious it is. When you're young, it's not real serious at all.
okay.
But they can treat it because we have the drugs for strep. That's not a biggie. Okay. The virus world is where we're all confused.
Yes. Yeah, you're right.
Dermatologists have come a long way.
They have.
Yes.
Amazing. Adler said.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and I think that there's a convenience with viruses because there's only so much we can do about it. We can shorten maybe your misery and we can treat the symptoms.
Yeah.
But really, when all else fails, if I'm a doctor, you know what I say? Virus.
Probably a virus.
Well, and okay.
Hey, which virus? Who knows?
Well, and we talked about this. I don't know if it's in the commercial break or on air. It's all about that immune system.
It is.
And so the minute that we were all around Greg and we knew he didn't feel good, I started hammering my immune system with stuff. I started taking so many vitamins, so many orange. I mean, you wouldn't believe the emergency I took Friday into Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh, look,
And
zinc
maybe-
and vitamin C and D3 are part of my day every
Maybe
day.
that's
good.
why I only had like this 8 to 16 hour ordeal.
I'm afraid I'm going to turn into an elderberry.
Hey,
But look,
you don't think I took elderberry?
yeah, but I'm going to go back to this again, okay? I think what we just said is all you can do.
I think so.
Okay. And what, of course, now I am fortunate, and there's always ebbs and flows. You know, Bubba, our medical expert, has always covered that in great detail. Right. Is there's ebbs and flows on your immune system. If you get run down, which is 2021, I don't know in 2021 if I ever felt good. Okay, and a lot of that had to do with I started having some blood pressure issues, and my problem was I was run down. And the way I lived my life in 2021, the schedule I kept was delusional at the age I've gotten to. I'm delusional that I've aged, and I think I can go at the rate that I could go when I was younger, and I just can't. I now need sleep more than I ever did, and because of the show and the time we start the show and what I was trying to do with the Man Church after the pandemic, trying to make it for all that, I ran myself down. And I'm not ever going to do that again. And this year it's been night and day. But what I'm concentrating on, which I think is the way to go, there's only so much prevention you can do to not get sick. The one thing we can do, and it's what I'm doing, and I think it's the only thing that really makes any sense, and that is I concentrate on having a healthy immune system.
Yeah.
And that's the key. And I've always been blessed genetically with a good immune system. As long as I don't run myself into the ground, there's no overcoming that. But so I already have the foundation of a good immune system. Always have. I didn't do anything with it. It's just genetic. But my health routine is mainly focused on my immune system. because I know there's no way to live your life without these things coming into your life. You're going to get sick, and you're going to try to do prevention is almost impossible. So what you want to do is your prevention be, if I get something that doesn't really bother me that much. I'm sure you can hear my voice is not 100%. I have not come through this unscathed. It's just what severity has it been? You know, because I mean, you're not going to get through this time of year and every year and all that and never have a sniffle or a cold or a cough. But can you get to the point that it doesn't turn into pneumonia or it doesn't turn into you don't get overly sick and your recovery time is shortened? That's really all you can do.
Yeah.
And I would if I were you out there, I know that you're really waiting for Rick's next medical tip. but what I'm saying is, and from someone who's learned to do things the wrong way, I think that's the best route you can go because that's something you can control to a certain degree.
Yeah. So, and you hit on this, and we talked a little bit about this on the team text, and maybe we need to wait till Bubba and Greg get back to discuss this openly. But what does need to be our policy? Because we've kind of gotten laxed on our policy here.
Well, I know the new one. I don't know that we can incorporate that. And I'm just going to say
you're talking about the diarrhea.
Yeah,
I was trying not to say that.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
There's so much of that.
Yeah, I don't think
I'd be out every 4 days.
Do we need to? Because you asked the question over the weekend. Do we need to address our come-in policy, sick or not?
Well, all I would say, and the only thing you can really do is, and it's a hassle, such a hassle, is you have to do one or two things. And credit you did it eventually because it kept hanging on. Is you either stay out until you feel better, or you go, I feel bad, go get a flu test, and they usually give you flu and COVID. And if you get tested negative, okay, well then we know that there's that but if the thing that nearly happened over the weekend, and we really worked hard for this not to happen during COVID, and I honestly started thinking about it. Maybe we all need to be trained again. There was a moment I thought, if I'm the only person on the air Monday, I don't know how to hook us up to Denver. Okay.
That's what you were thinking?
Yeah, I was thinking that. And because
we would get here and make that happen, right?
Well, but now you've brought the disease in.
Well, we'd have to
FaceTime with you.
We'd ask you to
we'd
ask you to step out of the room.
Yeah.
I do think because as an adult, you have to wonder it sometimes, hey, am I sick? And one indicator for me are airplane ears. Mm-hmm. When my ears start getting clogged up, I go, okay, I've got something,
Yeah.
So we could throw that in there. But I think fever,
mine's when I hallucinate.
Okay, all right, that's good. But I think we just go with a common sense approach, and that's because we all sit so close together. If you're hacking and sneezing, and as a man, hey, I don't feel good. Maybe you just let the staff know.
Here's the problem with we've created a monster in this room.
Oh yeah,
because. What happens when you're out?
Oh, yeah.
You're called a pansy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe this.
Right.
I can't believe that. And so we've created that, I ain't gonna let them call that today. I'll go in.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm not coming in with a fever. You know why? Because I don't feel good with a fever. I would not have been able to come in at 5:30 Saturday night if y'all had asked me to. Just would have said no, I don't feel good.
Well, here's what I'm saying, and it's almost like a conversation that I've had with myself, and a lot of times when I'm counseling with men on spiritual issues or behavior or whatever.
Yeah,
is you can't really talk to a man, and this issue works is why I'm tying it in. Men don't respond to you trying to talk about the damage it's going to do to them. It has no impact. You're going to get put in jail.
You're right.
You're going to die.
You're all over this.
It has no impact whatsoever. The only way, because we don't care about that, because we think we'll overcome that.
Yeah.
If we think the battle's just in our own lives, then there's nothing you can do to concern us.
Yeah.
What you can get to a man to is say, do you care about your children?
Yeah.
Do you care about your wife? And if they're a man of faith, do you care about Christ?
Yeah.
Because what you're doing against them.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you the number of men that have looked at me and said, I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, that's good.
So if you look at this and say,
coworkers,
what I'm doing to the coworkers.
Yeah.
I'm not doing to myself because I don't care.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Men don't care about that.
Yeah.
But what about how I'm affecting other people?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now that's different.
Yep. That's right. Okay, I'm gonna leave, Rick.
Okay, see you, buddy.
Okay.
And allergy people have got to admit that sometimes you get sick.
Yeah.
And nothing against doctors.
Yeah,
No, I just think
And
y'all
would you like to clean up that they don't know what they're doing, maybe, and just say there's some confusion?
I think we're working it out.
Okay.
And we got some new stuff and we got things to learn that we didn't know before.
Okay. That's a little better.
Things are changing and we got to adapt to it.
Yeah. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know how they usually pardon the turkey?
Yes.
He doesn't pardon it. We kill it and cook it.
Right on the spot. Yeah. Boy, I'm not going to get any emails on that comment.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Yeah,
we do cook dead turkeys.
We definitely.
Yeah, I just saw the one we're
People
cooking.
know
It was-
that, right?
it-
Right
what- I
before
look
we
at
inject
the
it.
box. If that one on there's not alive.
See, what he could do.
Not even close.
What he could do was let General Mattis come in and do
just
the
take him down.
Mad Dog.
Yeah.
Better than that, Bubba dressed in complete pilgrim gear,
Well,
top to bottom.
Okay.
And I shoot a musket and take its head off.
Okay, let me get this. Let me get this out right here because Bubba dressed in pilgrim gear would be much better than what he was dressed last night when he sent me a picture
That's
as we were at
sad.
CMA's
Yeah.
in bed.
Right.
Scary.
You're
At
there.
6:30.
You're there at your, with your wife.
And I was thinking, this man's going to get 14 hours sleep and get up at 4 o'clock.
You
He
think
was
that was
in
possible?
bed at like 4 o'clock.
You know, the time
so good.
changed, the weather, it was raining, we were give out. So,
Yeah.
you know,
And then-
that's the
and
best
then-
seat in the house to watch
And then I
TV.
looked down and had my wife's phone. He didn't send the picture of himself in bed to me. He sent it to my wife's phone. What's that
How
about?
odd is that?
Well, y'all were all in there together. I couldn't see who I was.
Shirtless. Picture.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. It's
Yeah,
right with
sharp.
him.
So what? You had a big night, so you haven't slept much. You didn't sleep as much as Bubba. I'll tell you
No,
that.
we didn't sleep as
I reckon
much as
nobody slept.
Bubba. We did.
Look, I
We-
feel great today.
We got up this morning. We were half asleep, so we tried to get an Uber and couldn't, then a Lyft and couldn't, then we got a cab, and then we realized that we paid for all three because
You didn't
Uber showed
cancel.
up, Lyft showed up, and the cab took us. And
Didn't
yeah,
quite cancel it.
we got out of Nashville super early this morning and shot down here. Love coming here, guys, not just to eat some great food, but to talk about stories.
Yeah.
And just love what y'all stand for. The caller earlier talking about you guys not being afraid to have and talk about Christ. That's what Masterbuilt's all about. And you know the story and where Masterbuilt came from. 44 years ago, when my dad, Dawson McLemore, founded Masterbuilt, he said a prayer to God. He said, look, you help me build products. You're the master. I'm the builder. I'll name this company after you, which is where the name Masterbuilt came from. And for 44 years now, I'm second generation. My son, John, too, is third generation. It's in the McLemore family. We have the most amazing group of people at Masterbuilt from all departments within our company that really do love doing what they do. They support what we do, and it's just been amazing. So when people think about cooking for Thanksgiving and Christmas, Masterbuilt wants to make sure that they can change the way people cook and safely fry their turkey the best way. Free up your oven. We'll talk about that, more when we talking about another hour when I serve y'all up some of the best deep fried turkey. So I've served it here for several years now.
Oh, yeah.
So how's the turkey, guys?
It's phenomenal.
it's unbelievable.
Phenomenal.
It's changed
Yes.
our Thanksgiving
Good night.
ritual for the better.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
just
what it's all about.
Because you can now cook and watch the parades at the same time because it doesn't take all that long.
No.
You know,
If
it's
you
an
want to do
hour.
Thanksgiving lunch, you can start at 10 o'clock and serve it at 12 o'clock. You're not up like I was this
Good
morning
night.
at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
What time did you
terrible.
leave Nashville?
We actually got up at 3 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, it's a
and
beautiful time.
we got up at 3 and rolled out of bed at 3:45, left at 3:47. Tanya told me this morning, she's like, man, I should have brought a hat. But she looks beautiful.
Yes,
that's right.
Yes, she does.
So
Yeah, there you go.
anyway, we'll come back. We're gonna give you a chance to win a Butterball electric fryer. You've heard about how great they work. It really changed it. I love the whole dynamic. You keep talking about freeing up the oven too, because not only does the old way to do it take up so much time, all that time the thing's so big you can't put anything else in
No,
it.
that's right. So all your casseroles and desserts
And
they
it's
go in the oven.
better. It's better.
It's better. It's way better. And we've got at masterbuilt.com, we've got some videos out there. I had the privilege of cooking with Chef Tony, the Butterball Master Chef. We've got about 12 videos out there with him. We've got a 2-minute video on how to do the perfect turkey on masterbuilt.com. So check us out and go get you one.
And use those recipes. It'll help. Also, if you're looking for retailers, you definitely want to look for it. It's available at Lowe's, Home Depot, Sam's Club, Walmart, Academy Sports, Bass Pro Shops, Cabela's, and as John just mentioned, masterbuilt.com has more information, including the videos and the recipes, and it's great. So we'll come back. The Butterball Electric Fryer is operating as we speak, and your opportunity to win one is coming up next.
Absolutely.
So
That's what's up.
We'll tell you exactly what to do. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG, and our website's Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. Seven minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number, and we thank you for being with us. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. I realize my baby brother staples my live spots for me, but that's fine.
We talked about that. Yeah. I said, I have no idea how Greg does this for Rick, and he's going to have a problem with this. Yeah. I actually said that earlier.
I kind of like the staple. But anyway, so LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Go there right now. You want to be 100% certain that when you are about to do some interviews that you have access now to the most qualified candidates available, and LinkedIn.com/Bubba helps you with that process. It's very simple. Just go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. We are going to let you do a job post for free. I did say free, using our URL. Now, here's how it works. They're going to get some screening questions from you, and they'll screen the candidates. So when you go and you get to the point that I'm ready for hiring, you use the hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile, and then the people that you're actually going to interview will be already vetted out, and anyone that doesn't meet the basic requirements for the job, you will never interview. Okay, so they really make the job simpler, more efficient. Love efficiency. Go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba or find that link at rickandbubba.com and get a job post for free. All right, so some other things to talk about from the weekend, and then we'll get into some other stories. So Greg and I, of course, at the time, none of us knew you had the flu. Greg and I, but I will say this for those of you that are studying all this, most of the time Greg and I spent together was outdoors. And I think that's a big fact.
That's good.
We didn't spend a lot of time indoors. Y'all probably spent as much time with him indoors as I did. Most of the time Greg and I spent together was outdoors, either out on the farm, riding around, or sitting in a football stadium.
Okay.
And even the pregame show was outside. So we were invited for the second year in a row to do the tailgate show for the Thompson High School Warriors. And Jerry Young and
Jerry.
You think Jerry doesn't love the Warriors?
It's been a while since I've seen Jerry.
Hey, you think Jerry doesn't love the Warriors?
Yeah.
He might be sick today, but
Jerry loves high school football.
He does.
He's so passionate about it.
Yeah, I mean he does, and of course, so we and John
probably got the flu today, but that's fine.
I forget John's last name. That worked. He worked when y'all were all on the sports show together. What's his last name?
Is it not Yeldon?
It's John.
He's tall, isn't he? Real tall guy?
No.
Oh, never mind.
I mean, he's tall. He played a little ball at Homewood. John, I can't think of his last name.
Oh, he's gigantic.
Yeah, he is big.
Yeah, he is a big guy. You're right, he is.
What? It could be just me.
Everybody's big to you.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, everybody's big to you.
What's his last name? It's not Yelton.
It's kind of a cool last name.
I know.
Like
I'm butchering it.
Well,
I know
anyway,
exactly.
He's on the broadcast.
Yeah, well, yeah, and he's the high school expert who really does the research.
Melton.
No.
Dang it! Nice screaming stuff.
It's a cool last name. You said
it is a cool last name.
Is it Beast?
No, that's not it. It's not that cool.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, the funny part about this is Greg and I, for the second year in a row, have outpicked two high school experts. I mean, they know the research, they know the teams. I mean, and Greg and I have been around it all of our lives, but we're not that well versed on the modern state of these programs. But we do have some idea. And here's what's interesting. The game that kept Greg and I from being tied, Greg got 10 right, I got 9 right, John got 8 right, and Jerry, unfortunately, this year again finishes dead last. So with 7 right. So anyway,
I'm really looking for
here's what's interesting on how Greg won. And he edged me by 1 win.
Lutz? No.
Yes.
I don't know him then.
Yeah.
If that's him, I don't know him.
Yeah.
I thought it was somebody else.
But anyway, so we are, and I thought his name sounds cool together. You know what I mean?
John Lutz?
Yeah. So anyway, we're doing the picks, and we get down to there's 2 high schools in Alabama. One of them is called Mountain Brook, and the other one is called Gardendale. Okay, so my sister, Greg's sister, our sister, is she is the in charge of the dance line. And let me tell you, when my sister puts a dance line on the field, they're going to win awards.
Yes.
Okay, the award-winning dance line at Gardendale, and she's done this in the past at other schools. So Greg says, look, this is. I said, well, Mountain Brook is going to win this game. And Greg said, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going with Gardendale for no other reason than our sister's in charge of the dance line. I said, Gardendale's got a great team this year, but, I mean, they ain't going to beat Mountain Brook. I'm sorry. Of course, they did. But let me tell you, and they beat them in dramatic fashion by scoring with 19 seconds left, and they could have simply kicked the extra point and went into overtime. They went for two and won the game. Wow. And won the region. And won
everything
the
on the line, go for two.
Yeah.
I love it.
I can't get past it. It's Lunsford.
Lunsford, that's right.
It's John Lunsford.
Yeah, I thought it was Lunsford, not just
I didn't know John.
Lunch sound like you didn't do the whole name.
Yeah,
it's Lunsford.
That's
Lunsford.
Yeah, and we call him Lunch. But anyway, but anyway, these two are experts in high school football. And,
Yes, they
and Greg
are.
and I outpicked them again this year. And so and now my sister is saying, if you had believed like Greg did, y'all would be sitting there at 10-10.
Wow.
Because that's the one that cost me.
Wow.
But
he went with sister.
I didn't think they could get past the brook. I was.
What did Lunch say?
Well, that's what we call him. All of us who know him.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I want to thank Jerry for letting us be on the show. And if you're not feeling well, now you know why.
Sure.
But Greg was a long way from Jerry.
Yeah.
He was on the other side of me. So
we'll have to hear from Jerry and make sure.
Yeah, make sure. Anybody got a wellness check on Jerry?
Rick and Bubba.
Or with John McLemore and the Butterball Electric Fryer by Masterbuilt right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
There she is, the Butterball Electric Fryer by Masterbuilt. Everybody who wins today, of course, that's assuming someone will win, you get the Butterball Electric Fryer from Masterbuilt. Available, of course, at Lowe's, Home Depot, Sam's Club, Walmart, Academy Sports, Bass Pro Shops, Cabela's. Everything you need to know about them at masterbuilt.com.
I just gotta wake up.
You're the celebrity help if they need it. So if the person says, John, what do you think? You tell them where you think what Bubba's saying is a real country song title, or if Bubba made it up, it ain't.
Or it ain't.
And they can agree or disagree with you. They must get 3 right to win.
Hey.
So it's not easy.
That's tough.
But everybody who wins gets the Butterball Electric Fryer today from Masterbuilt. Bubba, I think I've laid out what we're going to do. Do you understand?
I got it.
Okay.
I got it.
Make it happen.
All right, John, you ready?
You laid it out excellent.
I'm ready.
Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Hattiesburg will check in. It says Pod. Is your name Pod?
No, it's Todd. T-O-D-D.
T-O-D-D. I guess always confused with those people that go by Pod.
Yeah. Right. Easy to confuse.
I didn't think anybody's name was Pod. All right, Todd. Todd, here we go. Here is title number 1. Macklemore's here if you want help. Here we go.
Give me a quarter and I'll be your little jukebox of love. Country song or it ain't?
What you think, Mr. Macklemore? I'm thinking no.
I'm gonna have to agree with you. I think it's an ain't.
All right, so ain't.
It is not.
Hey, 2 more.
There's one.
We are 1 for 1.
All right, here we go. Here comes title number 2, Todd.
I just don't look good naked anymore. Country song or it ain't?
That sounds a little crazy that it's not, but how many of these lifelines I get that I don't use my one and only?
I have no idea what you just said.
I think she says, does she only get one lifeline to John, or can she go again?
Yeah.
Or he'll go again. For some reason, I got him as a she. Sounds a little
Can
like
I make
one.
the rules up as we go?
You can use John. You can use John as much as you would like.
I get used all the time.
Okay. I'm thinking no again, but what do you think?
I think I've heard that song actually before, so I'm gonna have to change your mind and say that's a yes.
All right, John says it is. You going?
Well,
You going
you
with
the boss. We'll go with it.
All right, it is.
It is.
Johnny. All right,
Showing out.
Todd, if you and John get this one right, the Butterball Electric Fryer by Masterbuilt is yours. Here we go. Title 3.
I kissed her on the lips and left her behind for you. Country song or it ain't?
Oh, what do you think?
You know what's embarrassing? That was Tanya and I's song at our prom. We danced to that song.
That's so good. So you say...
I'm going to say it's a yes.
All right. You going to go with that, Todd?
We're going to go. He's 2 for 2. We're going to go with him. Let's go with it.
It is.
Todd, you and McLemore walked through that like you'd been there before.
Mr. McLemore, thank you.
You are so welcome. You are so welcome. Enjoy your fryer.
Sure. Butterball Electric Fryer belongs to Todd in Hattiesburg. All right, Todd, we're going to put you on hold and get all the information, and Masterbuilt will ship that directly to you. Good job over, John.
Good gracious.
You stayed calm. You didn't feel pressure. Yeah. You didn't panic.
I'm a little worried because Tanya's looking at me like we danced at a prom.
Let's go to Jenny out of Jasper, Alabama. She's got 104.7 WZZK. Jenny, how are you?
I'm fine. How are y'all?
Well, we're good. Are you ready to play country song or it ain't?
I am.
All right, here we go, Bubba. Title number 1.
Daddy, the chicken is telling lies again. Country song or it ain't?
I'm going to use John.
Join the club.
No pressure.
Yeah.
You know what? That one was not at my prom.
So John, you say no?
That's going to have to be an ain't.
He says ain't. You agree with that, Jenny?
I'm going to agree with John.
It ain't.
Wow. Oh, John, I defeated fire. All right, here we go.
It's almost like you just
We'll have
know.
to get some more inventory of fryers.
Yeah. Jenny, here comes title number 2.
If you were the only girl in the world, you'd probably be my sister. Country song or ain't?
Oh, Lord. I got to go with John again.
Jello, he thought he was going to get that one off.
Okay. I'm thinking that, God, do I have a lifeline?
No, you do not.
I do not have a lifeline.
Yes, Speedy.
Tanya, what do you think?
You got one, Speedy.
Tanya's saying that it ain't.
Okay.
So this is on
no.
Tanya, not John.
Jenny, do you agree it ain't, or you want to go your own way?
I'm going with Tanya. It ain't.
It ain't.
Tanya was worried to death.
Tanya. Got it. All right, here we go.
Y'all do know that Tanya's like, I don't know.
Right.
That was her way of
That's
saying,
still- it still
ain't.
works.
I didn't either.
All right, let's go to Jenny. Here it is. You get this right, you'll join Todd. Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. By the way, another story from the weekend. I'm not sure that I can tell or not. Remind me to ask you in the break whether you think I should tell that.
Okay.
All right, so as we start the hour, Bubba and Greg, they're out sick. I think they should be back with us tomorrow. They're getting better as the days go by. So we got Blazing Silverman. We'll get your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG this hour. Adler's got the YouTube option for you. Helmsey and Speedy are here. They did the kickoff hour for you today. So as we get into this, so we had the big picks on Friday night. Greg and I checked on everything, getting ready for deer hunting. Had a great time together on Friday. So when
how's my place looking?
Your place looks good. We always
good.
keep going there and thinking, I hope one of these deer we're seeing on cameras is the one you let walk last year.
Okay.
Because still don't know why you let that deer walk. I couldn't do anything other than set you up on the deer.
Well, I think I know. I think I know why I did. And
Right.
The hunt prior to that, I was lucky enough to be at Bubba's place and take a nice one.
Yeah.
And then I brought Reese on that hunt.
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of in the mode of I want him to get something. And for some reason, I felt like I was out videoing a outdoor show or something like that. I never even grab my rifle, and I was just I was into getting video, and I don't know why.
Yeah, I know.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't. I was thinking maybe if I let this walk, it'll go over to where Reese is. And I didn't even know where Reese was.
Right.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I can't explain.
I know. The odds of the deer you're looking at walking over to where your son is like zero.
No, I know. I know.
Yeah,
And when I played
but
back,
I understand how you do that in your mind. But that's not a really good.
I was like excited to send y'all video, and then I realized it left and it wasn't around anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I looked at the video and I went, "Well, that's a nice buck."
Yeah. They don't. Those big mature bucks. The reason why they are mature is because they don't hang around real long.
Right. I look at that picture a lot.
Yeah, I do too. But I think I saw him though. I think he made it.
Okay.
And he's doing good. So anyway, of course, he'll be very difficult to get this year, but he's there somewhere. He's just waiting on me to come down there so he can go nocturnal. But anyway, so I don't know if it's him or not, but we're seeing some good stuff.
Genetics look like him.
Yeah, but anyway, so Greg and I we were doing that, and then we got and caution that this could be a little bit emotional. But anyway, so we got to go to the game. It's so funny to spend time with Greg as a grandfather because everybody loves Papa, and so one of Greg's grandkids, the Ellis, the oldest boy, was there, and of course I'm always in the mode of the only thing, son, that is going to be better for you and to have Papa here is having me here because Papa has no responsibility. I'm your great uncle. I have even less. You know it. And so if you think Papa's going to let you do something, it's nothing compared to what I'll let you do.
Right.
You know it because
I'm not sick.
He has to answer to somebody I don't. You know what I mean? And of course, that was it. So he was. But anyway, it was great to be with Ellis, and he calls me Uncle Wick.
Does he?
Yeah, instead of Wick.
That's so good.
And of course, and what I would do, which was hilarious, was I love to do this to kids. I love to aggravate kids. It's one of my favorite things, especially if I don't have any responsibility to them. You know what I mean? And so anyway, every time that his mama would get him, because she's smart, she comes with the snacks in the bag, all that.
Yeah.
And of course, he'd want a little snack. And if he'd get some gummies or whatever, I'd go, And he'd cut his eyes over at me. I'd go, that looks good. Uncle Rick wants one of those. And he'd kind of move it around. I was, And I'd even start coming in like I was going to get one. And finally he said, Uncle Wick, you too big. And I was like, what? You too big for them. I was like, so they're just for kids? And so that was funny. And of course, for kids that are his age, nothing that is fun is a one-timer.
No.
There's no,
it's just the beginning.
If you throw me, it's not one. Okay. And so after the game was over, because he's huge on getting on the field, he wanted to run and he wanted to race. Well, I was all in for one race, because I didn't have the flu like Greg, and so I took off, one time racing him, not full speed, that's the beauty of, him not being between 3 and 4, and so I is he 4 now? He might be 4 now. But anyway,
but you're grown.
Yeah, but I'm grown, so my stride is superior to his. So I don't have to go too hard. But it's more than I wanted to go. Okay, but I'm having fun, and he loved it. But we're not racing once. I mean, we're going race.
How far is the race?
It was more than I wanted.
Okay.
It was about 20 yards.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
yeah.
And you're doing down and back.
Yeah, that was suddenly I'm in a shuttle run, and it was a little late for a shuttle run for Uncle Wick, and I was like,
Uncle Wick
been up a while.
Yeah,
Uncle Wick got tight sitting there in that cold game.
Yeah, been going all day, and so there's a time on the clock right now Uncle Wick rarely ever sees. You know what I mean? And so. But I will tell you this, and then I tried to play it off. Hey, why don't you race Papa? You try to shift it.
Yeah,
sure.
Look at Papa over there,
coughing.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
flush.
Uncle Wick, why Papa's so white? He is very white, isn't he?
Why his cheeks so red?
His cheeks are red. Yes, they are.
It's not that cold.
Right, they are. Yeah, I think I see glistenings of sweat on his forehead. But anyway, so I saw something. Here comes emotion.
What?
I told you on the break.
You know how I don't do this.
Should I? It's going to make people take to squalling.
All right, go ahead.
I think it's a good story.
No, I think a lot of people probably need to hear it.
Right, and so anyway,
I'm gonna look away.
I will understand that of all the opportunities, Greg's son Taylor, you would think with us being raised by a football coach, they would be more coaches in the family.
Yeah,
but there really isn't. It just but Taylor always felt a call to it, and he's been a college coach, a high school coach, and is currently a high school coach. Been at big programs and what he does really, really well. And he's going to make a great head football coach for a team. When God's timing is right. But tremendous assistant coach, and so the thing, and I actually got to do an interview about it, and Adler was helping with it. There's a documentary they're doing. I didn't realize that the national championship team that Dad coached, they've got the 30th anniversary of that coming up or something.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, so we got to do something about that. And one of the things that I will say, and my mom talked about it, and we talked about it as kids, unfortunately, I know there are men who are coaches that if their team loses, they brood.
Yeah.
And it's one thing to care. Of course you should care.
Sure.
And want to make adjustments. But, your family – You probably should talk to them after the game and not go off and brood all weekend long or whatever. And my dad never did that. I mean, I remember my dad, they'd have games where they lost crushing, heartbreaking, big games, national championships. Okay, I mean, he lost 2 of those. And I remember watching him with his kids and grandkids his whole life from high school all the way through college, and his wife. And my mom. And so when the game would end, it would end. Now, does that mean they're not going to have a big meeting on Sunday afternoon and Monday? No, I'm not saying he's not doing his job.
Sure.
But for his family, he took that switch of coach and flipped it off and flipped husband and daddy and granddaddy on immediately. And he would turn, and I remember watching grandkids climbing on his desk in his office after devastating losses.
Yeah.
I saw him smile and come over and hug my mom and give her a kiss and pull her in. I saw him looking at us, asking how the week's going, how are the kids. When we were little kids, how are y'all?
Yeah.
He would pick us up. He never brooded. He never pouted. None of this disappointment was ever put on his family, ever.
Yeah.
I mean, we were disappointed for him.
Sure.
And if you wanted to talk about something in the game, you would, but he wasn't sitting there all,
Yeah.
And I've seen coaches do that, and I think it's pathetic. But so I was watching because this team that my nephew coaches, they're so good. I personally have never seen them lose.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this was the first time I've actually seen them.
And they lost in a game to the region championship.
Yeah.
And so I was watching him. And so when the game was over, he turned around, and when he saw his son, he picked his son up and starts talking to him, cutting up with him, having fun with him, goes over to his wife, kisses his wife, hugs her, and just starts being joyful with his son, joyful with his wife, joyful with us. And so after it was over, I texted him, and I said, I noticed the way you acted after the game. And he said, well, Nana always told me that's what Pop did, and that's what I always saw him do. So I tried to follow suit.
That's awesome.
And I thought, well, look at that.
That's really cool.
And I mean, I know everybody's got allergies right now.
Yeah. That's why I'm focusing on that TV over there.
But to see that be passed on and see him learn from the best,
that's really good.
And implement that personal side. Look, the balance of the way my dad handled coaching and being a dad and a husband and a granddad. He ought to have a clinic.
Yeah.
And to watch his grandson follow suit and handle himself with class and have his priorities right was kind of cool. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And getting your very own Buttermilk. There I go again.
Buttermilk.
Somebody roll me something in Buttermilk before I get done. Butterball Electric Fryer by Masterbuilt. Are you ready? Here we go. Title number 3.
It's better to have loved a short girl than never to have loved a tall.
Oh my goodness.
Country song today.
In the world.
I'm going with John and Tanya.
Seems to be a system
Okay,
going
have
here.
y'all ever been at a spelling bee? Yes. Can you repeat the question or the word, or give it to me in a sentence or something?
Origin.
Tell me that song again.
It's better to have loved a short girl than never to have loved a tall.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say it ain't.
All right, Jenny, he says it ain't. You want to go with John and Tanya, or you want to make up your own mind?
I'm going with them.
It ain't.
It has happened. You have gone 6 for 6. And Tanya gets one in there, too.
He knows his music, Rick. He was at the CMA.
He was at the CMA. Jenny, Butterball Electric Turkey Fryer by Masterbuilt belongs to you. And we'll put you on hold, get your information. Masterbuilt will send that to you.
I got the 5 from Jenny.
You did really well. Yeah. All right, we're going to wrap it up. If you leave us, have a great day. If you got more Rick and Bubba today, we'll come back. We'll talk with Larry Taunton. We've got a turkey and the fryer, so we're going to get to enjoy that as well coming up. So
22 minutes left to ours, Rick.
Yeah. Get your Butterball Electric Fryer right now. Get it at retailers like Lowe's, Home Depot, Sam's Club, Walmart, Academy Sports, Bass Pro Shop, Cabela. Also has it at masterbuilt.com. You go there, find some more retailers. Also, great tips and videos. Enjoy that.
Serve it up as obviously the entree. And when I carve my turkey up, I de-breast the turkey. And I've got a video online at Masterbuilt. We got a bunch of videos.
Sure you do.
Showing folks how to traditionally cut one or de-breast it and then slice up each little piece so that everybody's got a little slice of that skin. Everybody loves the deep-fried skin.
Man.
And you can serve the meal up. And again, free up your oven. Let Masterbuilt help do the heavy lifting and take the stress out of your Thanksgiving meal, Christmas meal, buffalo wings for the football.
Good night.
And it's amazing.
I want you to know this. I want you to hear this directly from me.
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Whatever the maximum one can do to love another straight man.
Yeah.
I'm there. Okay. I love you as much as a straight man can.
You know.
Okay. I'm there.
Our relationship has gone to a whole nother level.
Right. I mean,
because
just hearing that was
Rick is saying that
phenomenal.
he now loves me
as much as a straight man.
And we're connecting. There's this eye contact going on. You know that awkward moment.
Yeah. You know, like in friendships, you know, just like, you know, I will say this, and you're happily married. I really honestly, like today, I love my wife more than I ever have.
Yep.
I didn't think I could like you anymore. You know what I mean?
You're already pretty high, John.
And what I realized today is, yes, I do. There was a little more I had left to like you, and I just went past it.
You know what? We're all joking, and I really appreciate that. It's all in fun.
Yeah.
All jokes aside, when you bring out really good food, it makes people love you that much more.
Makes you happy. And John, talk about the safety.
Yes.
Because everybody's seen these horrific videos of people trying to deep fry out on their garage and these horrendous fires, but you don't have that problem with this.
You do not have that problem. Masterbuilt developed technology over a decade ago with the ability to fry a turkey using an immersion element that goes into the oil, the same element that the restaurants use, and it's guaranteed to never overheat the oil. So while you're frying anything, you never leave it unattended. So when you start the process, and you can fry it anywhere you want to, you don't have to do it outside. You still stay with it, but you have the comfort and the absolute guarantee that the oil is going to maintain that temperature. And for over a decade, we have never, ever had one oil fire on the Butterball electric fryer because it's guaranteed technology that if you ever get to that temperature, it will shut off so that you don't have that stress and you don't want to dampen your holiday spirits and have those horrific videos out there on YouTube. We've never had one with the electric fryer. The other thing that's amazing is in America, the number one thing that creates house fires is grease fires on the stove because there's no way to monitor the temperature. With the Butterball electric fryer, it monitors the temperature of the oil, giving you that peace of mind and the
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. There's another story from the weekend, but I'm not sure I can tell it, so I'm finding out.
Waking on the blubber.
Because I don't want to cause trouble.
No,
right?
that's probably one you want to make sure about.
Yeah. All right, I'm typing it right now.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? That goes further than asking for forgiveness. You could actually really cause damage there.
Well, no, you're really right. Okay. I'm texting. All right, so, of course, I've texted one of my kids, and that you're not going to.
No, that means you'll have an answer by tomorrow, maybe.
Never get that time back. I just wasted.
Especially that one.
Yeah. Oh, you talking about? It's almost like he's paying us back on. He claims we never let him in on things, and now he won't let us in on anything.
And probably one of the most responsible people on the planet that I know.
Yeah, he's got.
But yet won't respond to it.
Yeah. Oh, look, he's a great young man. I'm very proud of how he lives his life. Other than the fact that he causes me trouble at home by his interactions with his adult life. He's not checking in with mom enough. And by the way, and he's got a big moment tonight that he really well. And it goes back to this again. And I never will forget the first time. We've talked about it on the show before, but let's revisit it. Because I'm doing it now, and Helms, you're almost there with your oldest
with Braden.
Yeah, is no doubt you'll be there. You know, whatever he does in the next stage of life.
Yeah,
but as long as they're still in high school, you probably can't do this yet. But you're getting there. And I remember the first time my dad did it, and Speedy, you might remember this too. Is when they pull you aside and you're let in on the fact that they really don't care about stuff the way mom does. They just don't like the trouble it causes. Yeah. And I remember the first day I looked at his face, I said, wait a minute, you didn't care about this? He's like, hey, you're killing me. Yeah. And I'm like, wait a minute, are you upset about? He goes, I couldn't care less about this. He goes, but you just got your mom stirred up, and now you're ruining my – I realize what he's saying is empty nest time is here, and you're ruining it.
Yeah.
You're bringing drama in. You're bringing – I said, wait a minute, but you don't really care? No, I don't care. Do whatever you want. But your mom cares. Yeah. And I remember thinking, wait a minute, I thought y'all were on the same page. And he goes, well, that was all when y'all were kids. We had to act like we were. You know, and I was like, wait a minute. What? This is not the real world. I was living in a false. Yeah. I thought Dad really cared about this kind of stuff. Really, the only motivation for dads is don't give me a hassle with your mother.
That's all. That's it.
That's it.
No drama.
Yeah. And the first time I was let in on that, I had one of those other night with him.
Really?
I've started shedding some light on that.
Okay, so you've let
I'm
it
there.
begin?
I'm there.
Okay.
Probably about 3 or 4 months ago.
Okay, so it's about the right time.
Yeah. Well, he's 17.
That's what I say. 17's about right in there.
I think it's time
right
we get to
in
real
there.
world.
Yeah.
Don't y'all?
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember. I'll never forget it because my dad used to when he would come down the hall after my mom had worked him into a frenzy.
Yeah.
There were, and he walked so heavy, and there were little league trophies on our dressers, and they would start shaking.
Uh-oh.
By the way, because we lived in a tiny house,
Sure.
so I mean, when big man's moving, everybody knows it. And he opened that door and came in and shut it behind him, and I thought, oh, we've had it. We have had it.
You on your 2 little twin beds?
2 little twin beds. Mom had something she was excited about. We weren't giving her answers she needed. We weren't as fired up about it. But it was the center of the universe for her.
Yeah.
Some family deal, and we had come home, and I thought, well, we've had it. And he goes, hey, and then he had some things to say about our behavior, and he goes, y'all are getting your mom all stirred up, man, and now I'm gonna have to deal with this. Y'all do this so your mom will not. I mean, y'all making my life miserable. And I was like, huh? That's your motive. That's what you're getting on us about?
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. So just know this. If you upset her, I'm going to side with her, and I'm going to come down on you something awful because I got to live here when y'all leave. So I'm not going to pick y'all. So you better be with her, okay, because I'm going to be with her because I'm not going to be left here with her thinking I sided with y'all.
Yeah.
Not going to happen. So I'm with her, make her happy, and please stop hassling my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, that was a very straightforward conversation. and so I'm starting to. I had that conversation with the youngest the other day. Hey, it was basically, you're killing me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Dad, I didn't think it was that big a deal. And you know why? Because you're 21 and you're stupid. Okay. And
how's that for straightforward?
Wow, I didn't realize that was such a big deal. I said, I know. That's because you don't know anything yet.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't know anything about women. You don't have a wife yet.
Right.
Okay, these things are a big deal to women.
Yeah.
You know, wives and mothers really think this stuff's big, and they take it very personal.
They do.
When they set something up and get something put together, and you just don't do it.
Real personal.
Well, I mean,
Boy.
Oh, wow. Everything's personal.
Real personal.
Well, I just can't believe he would disregard me that way. I think it was just a haircut. You know, and, I went to the trouble to get that set up, and he just disregarded it. He's got a job. It said he had to finish a project.
Yeah.
And so he called and canceled his haircut appointment. You mean the one I set up? That's the one. And then all of a sudden I realized, what am I doing? You're darn right, he disrespected you.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
We'll get to the bottom
and I'm going to get on the phone, and I'm about to come down like a storm.
Hey, son, you're killing me.
The other night.
Hey, what are
Rick,
you doing? You're killing us.
Hey, Amanda. He brushes his teeth, but he's never going to care about his teeth the way you do. Okay?
Right.
He's not. There is never a time on earth he's going to care about his teeth as much as you do. But he brushes his teeth. I've seen him do it. I promise.
That's all we're going to get out of him.
That's it.
You know, that's it. That's all we're
Let
going
it go.
Yeah, just let it go.
He's never going to care about his teeth like you do.
That's so good. The amount of times Ruby will ask for something, and I just look at Mom and just go, I don't care.
Right, I know.
I don't care.
I know.
Do you care? I don't care.
I know, but we must care.
Well, yeah.
I love that when this has been my new thing, and Sherry's really loving it. I'm starting to care about everything.
Yeah.
I'm having huge opinions on how our house is decorated. You know what I mean? And she really didn't know what to do with it. I don't like these curtains at all. Really, I can't stand them. I don't know why we have these. And then I'll say, well, I kind of like them. Well, whatever you think. You know, but I'm becoming very opinionated.
Okay.
You know, can you believe our kids did this? I can't believe it. And by golly, I'm doing something about it today. Tell what they're doing. They're disrespecting us. It's so bottom of the hour. Your phone calls are next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And the ease of doing it and the safety of doing it so that you can fry your turkey, never having to worry about the oil getting overheated.
The Rick and Bubba Show, Larry Talton around. In Illinois. Mark, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I know you guys are food purists,
Oh,
and
yeah.
you don't like messing with certain things.
We sure don't.
I got tired of just individually spooning out peanut butter on my bananas.
Oh, boy.
So I like to melt the peanut butter in just like a cup, and then just dip.
Okay.
Dip the peanut.
That's kind
dip
of
the-
something about that
dip
drizzle
the
me
banana.
out.
What are you
And I
dipping
was
in it? A
wondering-
banana?
Yeah.
A banana's
Yeah, I'll
dipping
just
it
dip
in
the
peanut
banana. I'll
butter.
just cut it or just break it in half and dip it. And I just didn't know what you guys thought about
Well, here's
that.
my question, Mark. And I know what everybody's thinking. Does it hold together pretty good? Does it break off in there?
Yeah.
Well, you have to be careful. That's why you have to cut it in half or break it in half.
I've
and
never
then-
seen melted peanut butter.
Yeah, how long does it
It's
stay?
really good.
How long does it stay liquid like that before it hardens back up?
Oh, it doesn't last very long.
So you got to be quick.
It doesn't have
What he's
time
saying.
to get- It doesn't have time to get.
Yeah, my goodness, guys. Talking about bananas and peanut butter for those of you just joining us.
I got to tell you,
If
it
you
does
just
sound
joined
pretty
us, this
good.
is not a baby prediction. Hey,
Yeah.
let me say this.
You-
let me say this.
you need to go on
Let me
leave.
say this. Let me finish.
Right there.
Let me, can I tell y'all? Let me finish. Can I tell
I think
y'all?
Bubba's down.
I'm good.
Bubba, what a great day.
I got- you
I got
misunderstood me.
I
You
got
misunderstood
something in my eye.
Yeah, 1 second. But anyway, I mean, let me throw this at y'all that I've been doing. If you everybody love Eggos?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Get you an Eggo.
Okay.
Get it good and crisp.
Yeah.
Put peanut butter on top of it.
Oh yeah.
And eat it.
What?
Really? Like a snack. Fantastic.
And mix some
now.
syrup in it too.
Fantastic.
We're at peanut butter right now.
Yeah.
We normally put syrup.
Yeah,
Rick,
what about
I'm talking about mix those two together.
Rick, what about this?
J.A.
You get
you thought about putting syrup on?
you get
I said with and syrup, as in add with peanut
You talking
butter.
about the way they're designed, those little pools on there?
Hey, Rick, look, I'm going to go out on the edge
hey,
here. Rick, if you ever had
guys.
syrup on pancakes.
Guys, tomorrow Dreamland's coming. You ought to put some barbecue sauce on it.
Try it with barbecue sauce.
Rick, let me throw something at you your French fries. You ever try ketchup?
drag it through the ketchup, eat it with every bite of hamburger.
I'm just taking it. Bring it. Come on.
Rick, hold up. Just a minute now. If you do, hang on. Just a minute. This is what I'm thinking about these nachos. Rick, I buy some cheese on it.
Rick, last night, you ain't gonna believe this. Had some Fruit Loops, put some milk in it.
What? Milk? Hey, other day I was in Zany Town, and I made some hot dogs, put some chili on it.
Chimed in with it.
I was saying and peanut butter and syrup. That's good, not just peanut butter.
Here's the trick: put a little butter and then syrup.
No, that's so good.
Rick, you see that hot biscuit over there?
You know what I like?
About a piece of sausage, put it in.
You know what I like to do with syrup? Take the top off of it and just take a pop off of
Sure,
it.
what's wrong with that?
Sure.
Out there on the edge.
Who needs an Eggo?
Hey, listening to Christmas.
Get to the good stuff.
Listening to Christmas.
That's it. With Frosty blaring in the background.
I've noticed something weird about bananas. Going back to that, I'll take a banana by
Let's not go
itself.
back to that.
You ever peeled one and ate it?
I like a banana by itself, but banana and other things I don't like. What's up with that?
Yeah, I agree.
I told you to leave. I know. Just go ahead and leave.
Fine. He's trying to get it back. No, I'll let it. Look,
I hope you're about Pell City and your stomach starts.
How about
to hurt
this?
so bad.
Listen to Bubba.
You don't know what
listen to Bubba. Bubba's giving such great advice in here. Just down the ball. You know what I mean? It's time. Just run the clock out, go off in the woods, and ball your eyes out. Yeah.
Speedy, I love when you tell him you want his stomach, have a stomach attack on the way home.
Yeah, I'm talking. I can't do nothing about it.
Who on computer? Because I can't get my mind right that we got a high school game tonight on the Thursday. That shouldn't be.
Rick, it ain't just a high school. It's a playoff game.
Can't get
that
my
makes
mind
it even weirder.
Can't get my mind right about it. Yeah. Rick, your day's not what you think it is on Thursday. 35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. First phone troll of the week. And here we go. Blazing Silverman standing by, ready to take your phone calls right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The phone troll is designed for a lot of people to get on the show in a short amount of time. Make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer stops, and then we go to the next caller. So if you move right now, you will get in because all 10 lines are available. But once you get lined up and ready to go, because of the phone troll format, we'll move through the calls pretty quick, so you won't have to stand in line very long. So while you are calling us, mypillow.com/Bubba, go there. Man, you're going to see some incredible savings right now. I mean, I know a lot of us are looking at the Biden inflation and going, I don't care what you're telling me. I see the inflation. So here are some savings that really will help you on some outstanding products. MyPillow Giza Dream bed sheets are now as low as $39.98. The MyPillow Percale sheet sets, they got that cool, crisp sleep. They're $29.98. Men's and women's My Sleepwear and Loungewear up to 80% off. 80% off. Also, the throw blankets, comforters. It's that time of year, guys. The women love the throws. They love it. So you can get those right now, 50% off. Bath towels, 50% off. So a lot going on. My slippers, I love mine. Wear them every day. $49.98. My sandals are $19.98. Go to mypillow.com/Bubba. That's mypillow.com/Bubba. All of those savings are there, and you're spending your hard-earned money with a company that makes the kind of stands, that you make in your own life. So put them to work for you. To the phones we go. 30 seconds a pop. We start with Martin. Martin's out of, is it Jackson, Mississippi, or Tennessee? Or Alabama? Which one? Martin?
Hey.
What Jackson are you calling from? I'm calling from Jackson.
Mississippi.
Okay. All right, Martin, go ahead. 30 seconds.
All right, 3 quick points. Doctors are great.
Yes.
But they get a license and a degree to practice their whole life. That's point one. Point two, anybody that got the COVID vaccinations, I think in my case it changed my immune system.
It's possible.
And the third thing you talked about at the ball game was running. I only have to outrun you if the bear is chasing us.
That's true. That is so true, buddy. Thank you.
And speaking of Jackson, Mississippi, I saw where College Game Day announced that they're going to be there this weekend.
Straight up?
For Jackson State versus Southern.
How about
I
that?
believe.
Here we go. Is Jackson State still undefeated after this weekend? Are they play? Bailey in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Bailey, go ahead.
Hey guys.
Hey, buddy.
40 years old. I'm in good health, and I'm having gallbladder surgery next week. So I'm asking y'all, what do I need to look towards after surgery? I know it's not a major surgery, but I got a physically demanding job, and I'm on the golf course a lot, like Helmsey on the tennis court. So what do I need to expect about getting after it after that?
You really shouldn't have much impact on your life at all, honestly. It certainly physically won't limit you much at all. I don't remember physically having any problems. Do you, Helms? No. Which one are you now? Are you Greg?
I'm Greg, yeah. I would just say early on, if you feel like you're starting to need to go to the restroom, don't wait.
There you go. That's the only one.
Yeah, that's the only thing you need to look out for, really.
And everybody's situation is so unique. You're really not going to know what foods are going to give you the situation Helmsey just said. It's almost trial and error for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
But you'll figure it out.
You will, quickly.
But as far as your physical abilities of playing golf and all that, it won't be affected at all.
No. A couple weeks, recover, you'll be back at it.
Yeah.
Jackson State did win this past weekend.
But here's in his if he's working out there and he's a long way away from a bathroom and he starts to feel a tug, don't go. I got what I usually have.
Right, because though the gallbladder is not crucial, you had it for some reason.
Right.
And now that it's that part of your digestive system is not available to you anymore. Mm-hmm. And so usually foods that are high in fat, watch those.
Yeah.
I use that method, but mine just because of the Titans.
It's almost like
Titans trip.
Yeah. It's almost like everything has to retrain itself in that world,
and you'll settle back in.
Yeah.
But just do what the doctor says about recovery. What men usually do wrong, and I'm one of the biggest offenders. If the doctor says, give it 2 days, I'll give it 1. If he says give it 3, I'll give it 2.
Yeah.
If they say don't do this and it won't be long, by the way, on this kind of surgery, then just listen to them.
Yeah.
And then you'll be 100% ready to go, and you won't delay it. Do what they say. Let's go to Russellville. Will standing by. Will, how you doing, buddy?
Man, I've been better. I was calling about allergies and just wanted to get y'all's take on it. I got the COVID vaccine, the Moderna, the 2 shots back the first of the year. Man, I used to get sick maybe 2 or 3 times a year, and now it's like I cannot stay healthy. I'm active. I'm in the gym every day, except for the weekend. I eat semi-good, but ever since I took those shots, man, I keep some kind of allergy sickness.
I'm hearing some of that. I certainly can't, and no one has been able to clearly draw the line. Does there seem to be theories, and that's all they are, is that some people's immune system was actually compromised by these vaccines? I do remember the first time it was said to me, and I 100% refuted it. I said, I've already had COVID, so my immune system, I have a healthy immune system. I don't think I need the vaccine. And I remember the first time a doctor said to me, the vaccine will give you even more immunity than your own natural immunity. And I looked at him and said, with all due respect, I just don't believe that. And of course, I think it's kind of been proven that wasn't true.
Right.
So that, it goes back to what I said earlier. In this particular area, we there's a lot of things that were that, and I'm not saying anyone should be, had any evil intent. Do I think there's diabolical people out there that when it gets to a lot of money, they do things that it has a very strong appeal, as Glenn Fry said, in Smuggler's Blues. Of course those people exist. I wish they didn't. But I also think there's a lot of people that were just working with the information they had, and the fact that it was it was a novel. What is not novel? What is something that's a new virus? It's Is it novel? It's not novel. Is that right? Yeah, it was for some reason. Yeah, and it was so there was a lot of things we didn't know, but we're going to continue to find out the truth about all this because I have friends that's worked in the pharmaceutical world, and they say, "Let me tell you what the truth is," and I'll never use their company or their names. They said when we put stuff in the human population, there's only so much, and in this case, we had no testing. Because we were in a worldwide pandemic, we don't really know the side effects until it's been out there a while. And so, and all drugs we take have side effects. It's just sometimes the side effects are not as bad as what it's curing. My doctor told me this. I put off the statin drugs forever. I've always had high cholesterol genetically, and even when I lost weight, my cholesterol number didn't change. And my doctor told me, he said, I know you're concerned about the side effects of taking these things a long period of time. You're now in your 50s. Whatever side effects come from the statins, and there will be some, they're not as much trouble as this massive heart attack you're about to have. So we need to get this cholesterol down. These drugs will do it. And any side effect that's going to come from the drugs, you're going to be dead before they ever affect you now at this stage of your life. So we make those kind of decisions all the time. The problem is with these vaccines and some of these antiviral oral medicines, we don't know that much about them yet. We're having to watch how it responds in the mass population of people who've had them now. And that's one of the things that we're hearing, but I don't think anyone's ever proven that yet. Let's go to Carter out of Dothan, News Talk 1039. Carter, go ahead.
What's going on, man? How about them refs for the Alabama game this weekend? You reckon the Alabama fans are happy with that?
I didn't see much of the game, so I don't know, but it looks like that the referees finally decided they were going to pull for Bama this time, and because they, of course, were against them at Tennessee. But those refs were unable to get Bama this weekend. As they, let me tell you, there's just some teams that own other teams, and Alabama owns Mississippi State. They're on the rarest of occasion. Mississippi State has won. Have they beat Alabama since the 6-3 game when Bear Bryant was there? I mean, when's the last time Mississippi State beat Alabama?
Rick, I don't know. I should know that. I'm sure I'm.
But you know how some teams just don't match up. Alabama owns Mississippi State, and I don't. They just can't.
Sylvester Croom didn't beat them, did he?
Did he?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'd have to Google it. I don't know it off the top of my head.
It's been a while.
But if Alabama has a good team and Mississippi State has a good team, this year would be one of those.
Right.
When they play each other, Alabama always beats Mississippi State, and it's like they'll beat Mississippi State like worse than any of the teams on the schedule. And there's just something about this Alabama-Mississippi State matchup. It's just no good for Mississippi State. It's great for Alabama.
had some post-game comments about that.
Was it 2007 in Starkville?
That would have been.
There you go.
That would have been Cream.
Yeah, you know what? I think I remember that story. That was right before that was Saban's first year.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because they didn't do well that year. They got beat by Northeast Louisiana too. Bama did.
17-12.
One of
in
Louisiana.
2007.
Yeah,
looks like.
Okay.
Yeah, and there is some. Speaking of that, we'll have to go back to it. Part of the videos today. Mississippi State's quarterback. Saw an elderly woman that worked on staff coming out and helped her get through the tunnel and out of the stadium. So that was a pretty cool moment.
Well, they tried to get Jermaine Burton to help her, but he wouldn't.
Okay.
That's great.
That's great.
It's a joke.
That's good stuff.
Probably not a good joke, but it was.
Couldn't let it go. I know that.
Right. Funny. Because it did have a look of this is, well, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And here's what you're going to battle. Everybody's got the tomorrow off. Oh, sure. Because that's when we're observing Veterans Day.
Guess who doesn't?
And you don't.
I don't.
So you're going to battle
Everybody's
that all
going to piddle around out there and try to talk.
I'm going to Waffle House, too.
It'll run late, I guarantee you.
And you know, one of the things I enjoy about high school football is not having to work the next day.
Yes.
That's good.
I get to kind of take it in, hang around, talk about the game.
You're close to hoping to have a stomach attack. Be careful. You're close.
All right. Hey, guys, thank y'all for being with us.
You mean Speedy like they're on an airplane and they can't get to the bathroom?
Yeah,
because it's tiny?
Hey, Hey, let me tell you something else Speedy taught me. If you have a pizza with just cheese on it, a little pepperoni.
All right, that's it, Rick.
Up in the middle of Godspeed doing a workout and it hits you.
Right on one of the snatches.
Do it during the PA.
Official stadium. And it's over. You know, did you think that Yogi Berra would ever think there'd be a song written about him?
You know what? Sometimes somebody comes up with a saying and it just really, it hits home. Like you can't have nothing.
Well,
it ain't over till it's over.
I got to tell you something. The Yogi Berra world.
Full moon at night, no.
Yeah, there you go, perfect. But the Yogi Berra stuff, he doesn't get enough. I know there's people obsessed over. What a funny guy.
Don't you know? People probably said that before him, but he's the one that got coined with.
No doubt, but all his others, and the thing that people that really are into it tell me that's the best about Yogi Berra is most of the time it seems he was never trying to make a statement. That's just how he talked.
Right. It would be like Greg. It's a lot like Greg.
Like when he says, Coney Island is just so crowded, I don't go there, and it really seems like nobody's wanting to go there anymore. And those kind of, that means, he contradicted himself all the time saying things he didn't even realize he was saying.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was a little bit shoot ready aim.
It's so crowded at Coney Island, nobody's going there anymore.
That's a good one.
So anyway, we have Lou Holtz back today. A lot of people have been asking when Lou returns, and he will return today. And it is a big weekend in the world of college football. There can be some movement this weekend on a lot of people's situation may change if they get the job done this weekend.
There are definitely some big games. It's going to have big implications, not only for the teams but for coaches.
Mm-hmm.
You got some coaches that, depending how their next 2 weeks. 3 weeks ago, they could be fired or they could be coach of the year,
Yeah, you don't know.
And nobody knows.
So we'll see.
Got a little controversy there in the political circles
Yes,
today.
we do. Well, look at that little controversy.
What has been a highly contested Senate seat in Alabama took a yet another strange turn yesterday.
Well, and it's like it's like you can't keep up with it right now because there's this topic of, these allegations of various men in various circles, all being some sort of bizarre...
doing various things to various people.
Yeah. And so then all of a sudden in the middle of that, this seems to be... Now, again, I don't know what's true and what's not true. I don't pretend to know because I don't know.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So, but that's also a statement that has to be said. I don't know what happened.
No.
And there's only a few people that really do. But that doesn't stop anything now, as we know. And, and we'll talk about it. We'll unpack it more because I know a lot of you want to ask about that because it does come out of our state. It was a race, that Bubba and others were involved in. It got the president to start calling the show. And so it's pretty – and now for the –
Really, that was kind of the fuse that lit our current ongoing relationship with the president.
Yeah, and plus the thing that's kind of weird for us that live in the Deep South, the Deep South – there was a time, even if somebody was called a Democrat, it didn't mean a whole lot. There wasn't that much difference between the Democrat and a Republican. And it's changing. That's even changing in our world now. We've got a raging far left, think of anything that you would think was far left in the Democratic Party of modern day. And, you would almost say, yeah, but Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Georgia with Atlanta, you can have some of it. But, Mississippi and Alabama, there's not that much difference. Some of them are just traditional. They still go back to the old blue-collar Democrat. Well, not anymore. This guy's – so that's the reason why that kind of adds to this too, you think. So even parts that you didn't see that kind of polarizing political views,
right,
it's starting to affect every state now and every place.
Yeah.
Pass the gravy, please.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. Glad that you are here. So things you need to know. Definitely thankful for the opportunity to yesterday. Had a great time in Birmingham, Alabama, with Pastor Randy Overstreet and the men of the church at Liberty Park. They're rolling through the men's discipleship strategy. They're deep into their first year of curriculum. This was their next gathering, and I had the opportunity to go and speak to those men last night, man, and it was great. This is what I love about men's ministry. It was real straightforward. We're going to eat some hot dogs and hamburgers, and then here's Rick. Mm-hmm. And so it was great. And we had a great time, and I thank all involved for trusting me with that. Also for the folks in Crossroads Church in beautiful Warrior, Alabama. Y'all had a man church last night. Rich Wingo was scheduled to be there. Unfortunately, his wife has fallen ill, and be in prayer for them. She's going to be fine, but she's really sick with double pneumonia, and he had to, as he should, he was there with his wife and is still taking care of her. So Andrew Varvutis stepped in and had a great time last night in Warrior, Alabama. Got others that will be coming up, and also the Man Church Conference. I got an update on ticket sales today. Groups from all over the country are coming to my hometown of Oxford, Alabama. They're at the Performing Arts Center. Tickets are reserved, and we're going to have an incredible weekend, our first ever Man Church Conference, which features all the things in the strategy all in one weekend. And if you don't have your tickets yet, and ladies out there, great gift ideas, get those at themanchurch.com. So a couple of the coming up, by the way, February of 2023, 24th and 25th. And typical men's ministry, I was there last night. We were talking about it, and, of course, the guys in leadership. And this is how we are as men. You know what? We probably need to go and get our tickets. Yeah, probably do. Yeah. But anyway, so a couple of videos that Adler's got, 4A and 4B. And this involves the Mississippi State-Alabama game that we talked about.
Yeah.
So, first of all, there was some scrutiny on whether Jermaine Burton should have been allowed to play or not after the video of him allegedly striking, in some way, shape, or form, a female Tennessee fan getting off the field after the Tennessee victory. So Nick Saban is going to explain why Jermaine was allowed to play in the game. So here he is.
This week went into the decision to play Burton.
Look, I don't know how many of you have ever been in a situation like that, but I talked to him. He was scared. I was scared. Some of our other players were scared. I think you learn to respect other people because we have a responsibility to do that regardless of the circumstance that we're in. And, I talked to the guy. We have him in a counseling program. It's not an anger management program, as people announced today. Nobody ever said that. That's not the problem. That's not the issue. But it's about having the proper respect for other people. And, I didn't think it was necessary to suspend the guy. So if you knew the whole story, maybe you wouldn't either. But I'm not going to divulge that.
And there we go. Yeah. Saban says he vetted it out and he didn't think it warranted him being suspended, bottom line. Yeah. And that in all that chaos, we were all afraid. And we worked our way off the field, but we have to be able to handle ourselves the right way. And after hearing the entire story, which he says we're not privy to, and I will say this, I don't know what the whole deal. I do think that one thing that is being made here that is true, and we need to be careful of it, okay? And that is that we're almost at the point where we say, well, nowadays there's a video camera everywhere. I saw what I saw. But we still have to be careful. Just a video clip of someone in a moment may not be the entire story, and we need to be careful to act like that we understand a situation completely because we saw a tiny video clip of a overall situation. I will agree with that. Now, so I don't know. How about when we finally know all the information? Here's a bizarre concept. Maybe we will make our comments then. Yeah. And until we do, maybe we go, boy, that didn't look good. I wonder what happened, but I wasn't there, and I don't really know what happened. Adler?
He was scared of that girl?
Yeah, I that part, there's no way around that comment you just made.
Yeah, sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it's the right. Everybody's thinking it. Yeah. You might as well say it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what he meant was we were all afraid of this onrushing of fans.
The whole situation.
And I will tell you something.
Looks like it almost made it.
Have any of y'all ever have any of y'all ever seen?
Dang woman.
Has anybody ever seen the footage of the mob when the goalpost is finally consumed by the mob, and what that looked like, and how people around the goalpost are actually fighting with security, and security just loses.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they just take over. And now he was not in that situation.
No.
I'm not saying that, but I'm just
There
saying.
it is, Rick.
Yeah.
I would not want to be an Alabama
I'd be scared right there,
staff
too.
member or player or coach or anything in that mob of people. No way, no.
I wouldn't want to be a Tennessee fan in that mob of people.
That's a good call.
I wouldn't want to be in that mob of people.
No.
Period.
Just
No.
period. I don't even want to be at the game.
No.
So anyway, I like watching it on TV. You know,
I will say this, and I saw some more field. Hey, we're going to rush the field after the win. That's getting watered down.
It's been watered down for a while.
I think now I just want to go on the field.
Yeah,
That's just kind
we
of
do
what
it in
I
basketball. We're rushing courts in basketball. It's
here it is. Gonna upset some Clemson fans. Love y'all. Love
I
Dabo.
know.
Love Dabo. Okay, I didn't like the rush in the field. You just beat Syracuse.
LSU rushed the field, beating Ole Miss.
I know it was a home record.
Saw that.
I don't think we rushed the field by breaking a home winning record.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, Speedy brought up another one.
Who rushed the field?
LSU. LSU rushed the field after beating Ole Miss.
No, they did.
Yes, they did. They jumped the wall.
So
and
now we
That's what he's saying. He's
I
watered
think
it down.
I think we just want to party on the field. I think we want to have the moment, or whatever. I think we need to stop saying rush the field. I just think maybe that's going to be start being part of home games. If you win,
you're right.
Everybody goes on the field.
It's getting to the point that if you win a home game, everybody runs on the field.
Just go on the field.
Right.
Hang out.
By the way, we need to talk about that Syracuse game because with Clemson, that was an interesting storyline.
Yeah.
Running out of time, but we will do that. And we'll also come back because a lot of people were talking about, and, of course, I know everybody's having a good time with the here's Bama getting off the field after a loss, and here's Mississippi State getting off the field after a loss. I know what y'all are doing. I see it. But there's all kinds of comments about that, too.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is, can we not just take a moment and say that maybe, no matter what team he plays for, that Will Rogers might just be a pretty cool guy, and the way he handled himself after the game was similar to what I talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Not that he doesn't care; he just knows how to handle himself after a game.
Sure.
But it was a cool thing, no matter what.
Yeah.
Can't we just let it stand on its own deal? Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So. All right, so we know you know how we know that inflation is real because we're buying things. Okay, so it really doesn't matter what some politician tries to tell us to try to get ahead of midterm elections. We know about the cost of things going up because we're actually out there consuming them and we need them. So we know the situation, and we also know that interest rates are going to continue to go up to try to get a handle on this. And we know that looking right now at our retirement, we may be a little more uncomfortable if we're not diversifying a little bit. And that's the reason why Allegiance Gold can help you protect your IRA or 401k with physical gold and silver. And if you prefer, and they certainly will do it, they can send it right to your doorstep. Now, okay, of course, you probably want to be there for that. But they can do it securely right to the front door. Not a problem. Their approach a little different. They focus on sitting down with you and me and saying, okay, let's talk about you. And your situation. We're not going to put you on the same plan we did somebody else because it may not be the best thing for you. So they work with you for a long-term strategy, not short-term, that's specifically designed for your goals and your situation. They are loved with the highest ratings in the industry, 5 stars with TrustLink, AAA rated with the Business Consumer Alliance, and A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Here is the URL to get it done with Allegiance Gold. Go to protectwithrickbubba.com. Put our names together. Protectwithrickbubba.com. Get the best offer yet, up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase when you tell them that Rick and Bubba is the reason you're calling. And to do that, you call this number, 844. You might prefer to talk to somebody. That's fine. 844-790-9191. Or go to protectwithrickbubba.com. You think about it. We're just in very vicious times. But what's odd is, you have political viciousness, but you've also had this other narrative going on in the entertainment business and it seems to be this is the thing that's going to be brought up on every man.
Yeah.
No matter what, and then you have to get into, it started with Bill Cosby, then it just started rolling from there, and
it really was. Cosby was kind of the tip of the iceberg on that.
Yeah. So I don't know about this story involving Roy Moore. I don't know any more than anyone else. But we will unpack that a little bit and kind of talk about
Well, there are some facts that we do know that is non-debatable, and I think those are the ones you need to really hang on to at this point until you know more.
Right. So we'll jump into all that, and we will talk about it. It was the number one email yesterday, as you can imagine. So we'll come back. Also, we'll just kind of have some fun with this and let you hear a little bit of it. Sarah Simmons has been on the program a few times. Did really well when the boys first started out. The Sarah Simmons Band releasing a new single today that you can download for free, and we'll play that a little bit for that for you too.
Rick and Bubba.
To my knees.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so we do have a lot to talk about. Do you want to dive in on Roy Moore right here?
Let's dive in.
I'm looking at the headlines here, and my gosh, Anthony Weiner, I forgot about throw him in all this too.
Well, let's not tie those two together.
Well, I mean, we shouldn't, because one's been proven and one has not.
Rick, Carlos Danger is looking for a pen pal.
Greg, I saw that. I heard y'all say it in the Kickoff Fire, and I thought I thought they were going with fake news again.
I'd forgotten he'd referred to himself as Carlos Danger.
Well, good gosh. All right.
You're talking about a weirdo.
So yesterday, as you all know, the political environment that our country has right now, it's dandy, and and we also know that there is the Democrats right now. I mean, Donna Brazile, the whole Clinton thing, the Trump election. This reminds me, the Trump election reminds me of what happened to Al Gore when he thought he was president and then was told he wasn't. And it made him crazy.
Yeah,
you remember that?
Yeah,
he was never the same after that.
You remember he went off and came back looking like Duck Dynasty for a while?
Yeah,
there?
he did. He was dancing. At a party.
Well, now we see an entire Democratic Party all looking like Al Gore. I mean, they can't believe Trump won, and they're just
having a hissy fit.
And now you take that, you got the federal level, and then you jump into our state, which has always been politically a mud fest and just darkness and wickedness. And so now you have a Senate race that was highly contested, and all kinds of issues with a governor who had to step down, and he had issues going on. I mean, and so anyway. So now we thought it was all done and it was all clear. However you felt, Roy Moore was going to run for Senate. And
people had spoken, and we had a Republican candidate.
Yep, and he was going against the Democratic candidate. And we started noticing, which is a little odd in modern-day Alabama, wait a minute, it looks like this Democrat's going to try to win. You know what I mean? Because a
lot of money being poured in.
A lot of money, because, again, we're angry. Somehow Trump's always at the heart of all this.
And,
you know what I mean?
and the polling that we had prior to the GOP election and the runoff that we were involved in indicated that the Democrats at least thought they had a chance to beat Roy Moore better numbers-wise than Luther Strange, who was his opponent in that. But Roy Moore won, former Supreme Court justice in our state, and as we had all said, hey, it's time to get behind the candidate. The people have spoken, and
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick.
All right, we're back from the No Name Studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology, the Rick and Bubba Show. No Bubba, no Greg today. They're out sick. Should be back tomorrow. Blazing Silverman takes your phone calls. Adler's got YouTube. And Helmsey and Speedy are here today. And I be Rick, but there be no Bubba today. All right, so I do want to say this, man, and I hate Bubba missed this. Are we going to – did you put some in the fridge?
I did. I'm letting it cool right now because they're so hot and so delicious.
Oh, wait, they're ready to eat?
Oh, yeah. Are they ready to eat?
All right, well,
do you see the crumbs on the side of my
watering.
mouth?
Oh, you're already in it?
Oh, yeah.
We want to say thank you to Dirt Road Gourmet. These are, man, I just love the fact that they have these ready to eat, ready to go casseroles. They brought 3 of them today. I mean, nothing could be simpler when it comes to dinner. And they are so good. Look at Piggly Wigglies everywhere, or go to dirtroadgourmet.com. Oh, Bubba missed that today.
Yeah, I know. I feel
Got me
bad.
eating on the dirt road.
We'll try to keep one, for him and Greg, his eating buddy.
Oh,
but the other
his
2
eating buddy.
stand no chance.
What about the fact that eating buddies aren't here? Eating bros aren't here today.
We got to step in.
There's going to be a lot of extra food today. But we'll go ahead. So you eating on that dirt road. All right,
Hey,
so
Bubba,
all right, so we were doing this story. Now let me
Greg,
be
I
clear.
got that blue.
All right, so got me. All right, Rick, stop. All right, so
this is just one of those moments
well, I
where
just want to say this, and sometimes these things, if Greg was here, he would tear this to shreds. And I'm the second person that would, where we make a big deal. I'm going to tell y'all this. Oh gosh, Rick, why are you being Greg today? He's not here. Give everybody a break.
Yep.
People don't hear it the same coming from us as they do Greg.
I know that you're right.
That's the problem.
So I'm going to shut up.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say this.
Shut up.
I will tell y'all this. When people sin, or anybody sins, okay, Rick, that's what people are, anybody. Okay, when I'm saying, people to me always overhype motivational speeches.
Oh yeah.
Of 10 that I received, 2 of them are good. Okay, 8 of them are oversold.
20%.
Yeah, 8 of them are oversold. Okay, hey man, this is a moving speech right here, and I'll listen to it. I'm like, not really. I mean, I've heard so many better speeches. But anyway, so sometimes and we love stuff like this, and I think it's good for us. I don't think it's fair. In all honesty, and some of you are trying to do this, and I think it's a subtle, like we talked about, passive-aggressive. It's not fair to say, well, look at Mississippi State, how they handle a loss versus Jermaine Burton. That's not fair.
Yeah.
Will Rogers is not in the same situation that Jermaine Burton was
Correct.
in.
You're
Okay?
right.
So that comparison should not be made. Okay? What we should do, though, is just say, hey, you know what? I like Will Rogers, and he looks like a man of character. So there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
No.
Matter of fact, I think that should happen.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when the cameras are off and you're not around, the limelight, and you're not on the field, a lot of times true character comes out, and I think this is
apparently
a great.
The cameras were on.
John Cohen, who is the athletic director, Coach Cohen at Mississippi State, happened to be walking behind him and grabbed the video, and then he tweeted it out, and then it's gone viral since then. It's just Will Rogers. Helping it looked like an older Alabama event staff member out of the stadium.
Can I tell you what my mom and my wife had to say about this video?
What's that?
They loved it and thought it was nice, but you know what the first comment was? What kind of university has a woman that age working the event?
Mick.
I mean,
She's got
how old?
She's got her houndstooth bag. I know that.
How old do you have to be before they say maybe you shouldn't be on the event staff?
Yeah.
I mean, should this woman be? I mean, you realize how long game day is at a university? Does she not look a little old for that?
She does.
I will say
event
this,
staff.
Well, Rick, you don't know what she was doing.
If he was helping somebody's mama or grandmama to the car, she's working the event. What does she do?
Inflation's bad, man.
I know
She's
it
got to
is.
get out there and make some money.
Well, God love her for her work ethic.
Yeah,
but that seems like almost seems like elderly abuse.
I've never met Will Rogers. I've never met him. Don't know his family or anything, but I think it just goes back to a good upbringing. It looks like he that was just instinct for him.
No.
I'm a help somebody I feel like needs help.
Love the young man. Don't know him. Like the way he plays, and now I see this. I like the way he handled himself after game because he seems to have everything in the right perspective.
Right.
He's rushing her a little bit now. Let her go at her pace, buddy. She don't have to go at your pace. My goodness.
Right.
It's making her run up the ramp.
All right.
And did you see he actually threw her a pass? She actually caught it.
Oh, good.
That's pretty good.
You got to admit that's pretty good.
Right. Yeah.
How frustrating must it be when you make a play and the receiver just don't catch the ball?
I know.
But anyway, so I mean, it's right in your hands.
But back to early. Well, I'm not going to make that comparison because you'll make fun of it.
Go ahead, make a comparison.
Well, I mean, because
give me something to.
It's
to
not.
shoot down,
It's
'cause
not.
Greg's not here.
It's not apples and apples. It's
Are you trying to do it? Don't go back and make it out. You're not going to go back and compare again, are you?
No, I was just going to say, how. How am I going to say it?
Go ahead, say what's on your heart.
You know how Taylor was with his son and his wife, where he was able to turn the page and go, okay, I'm back to what's important. I mean, Mississippi State just gets beat, by 24, and he could have been pouting and stormed right past that lady.
You can
but
say
instead,
that.
he
That's
stopped
fair.
and said, "Hey, this is what's
fair.
important."
100% fair. Yeah. Still don't know why we got somebody that age on the event staff, but
I know that's bothering you.
You know what I almost want to think?
Does she have anybody?
You know
what
where
if
I
Will
have to
Rogers
go?
wasn't there?
Here's where
How'd
I have
she get
to
up
go,
that
Rick.
ramp?
I have to go here. I have to go. She was simply a fan, and one of the event staff members thought she was cold and put their sweater on.
Thank you.
And now Will Rogers is helping her out.
Okay, I need that.
That's where I had to go.
And I hope that's what happened. I hope somebody didn't take that grandmama or great grandmama and put her down there at the stadium all day.
Yeah.
I mean, so maybe you're right. Someone on the event staff said, "Hey, are you cold?" Because it was colder in
chilly,
Alabama this past
She could have
weekend
been
when
working
the sun
tickets.
went in.
She could have been taking
It's a long day, Speedy.
It is a long day.
She's
I
still
know.
with Will Rogers.
times
You
are
realize how
tough.
long it takes for the
Gas-
visiting team to get to the bus?
Gas prices are high.
I mean, he's already had a shower.
Gas
She's
prices
not
are
home
high.
yet.
I mean, you would think she
She's
could just
not-
retire and pull off Social Security. I mean,
But she's not even home yet. I mean, Will Rogers took a shower and everything.
Right.
And she still ain't got nobody to get her up the ramp.
no. Well,
Why is he the only one?
I'll tell you,
I don't know.
or she could have been event staff, but she brought in some casseroles and stuff for the officials or some of the other
Why is
people.
she still there?
she might have been working the press
Because
box.
post game, and she might have got there
Okay.
late.
Somebody look after you.
I'm just
you
trying to
Mama.
help.
My gosh. Somebody
way-
look after Mama. The visiting team had to look after her.
Yeah, and guys, this is not going to help the situation. I just found this footage of Jermaine Burton leaving the game, and it's not good.
All right.
It's not good.
That's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, you're
Adler.
awful. You're
sorry.
awful.
I'm sorry.
You're
That's
so
George
bad.
Costanza. My
You're
bad.
so bad.
My bad.
You're awful. That's gold, but you're awful.
All right, I got two things. One is Coach
By the way, I
Leach.
had no problem with what you had to say. I thought that was fine.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
just he was able to turn the page.
Right.
And you're talking about stats are for losers. Three things. Stats are for losers. You remember how we've always said that?
You mean numbers don't lie?
Only losers quote stats.
Right.
Mississippi
his
State
numbers don't lie.
outgains Alabama 293 to 290 and gets beat by 24.
So apparently numbers do lie.
Yeah, exactly.
They do.
The other thing is Leach said that his players, if you want to scare his players, just put an Alabama uniform on. He was very frustrated after that.
And he's 100% right about that.
And he's like, I don't know why we do this, but we do. The third thing I should say is apparently Clemson lets people come onto the field after every game,
Okay.
win, lose or draw.
Okay.
Their goalposts lay down
Okay,
and
nice
they
tradition.
come on the field.
Nice tradition.
Back to field rushing.
Did they make them run down that hill?
I don't know. I'd get a little top heavy and probably start rolling.
I got to tell you something. If I was a recruit, I don't think I'd go there just because of the hill. It's like I mean, can you imagine?
Power drop.
I'm thinking more about getting on the buses with your
Yeah.
helmet, and shoulder pads on.
But
That's
what
a little
about
tough.
this? Do you realize I'd be the guy that fell come down the hill?
Oh yeah.
And I couldn't take that kind of pressure.
Oh yeah. for
Every
sure.
single home
It's a
game.
steep hill.
Yeah.
Here's a stat for you.
And I would try to outrun Dabo and see if I could get out in front of him.
That's a dangerous hill.
It's a very
It
dangerous.
is.
That's a knee popper. Right
It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, I hope somebody helps the Alabama event staff up that hill.
Sure.
Right.
Here's a stat for you. Auburn, 0 points scored on them this weekend.
All
Right.
Zero.
Don't need to be mean.
Right.
No points scored on Auburn last weekend. Pretty good.
But for them, it was a weekend like actually having a game. They didn't score any points either.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yes, that's true. That's true.
15 minutes past. 866 We Be Big is the number. You got some phone calls. We'll take a look. Other things to cover when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We had a general election coming up for this. I believe it was December the 12th.
Yeah, and I don't. And
It was a special election
Right.
because of the appointment of Jeff Sessions to the Justice Department.
And again, I don't know either of these men personally. You knew one better than I did, and that was great. Don't know either one of them personally. Probably my preference would have been Luther, but that's not what happened.
Right.
So,
and we've covered that.
so-
That's old news
and,
now.
And if
Yeah.
I look at politically, I'm talking about just the way that Roy Moore would vote. He votes the way that I would vote. As far as political,
Oh, yeah, and I would say
he's the same on me on taxes. Matter of fact, he wants a flat tax like
Right,
we do.
right.
He's a huge Second Amendment guy. He's a constitutionalist, and that goes on and on. So we thought, okay, so that's fine. Now there's been some and there's things spiritually we match up with him on, and then there's some things he's done strategically that we thought, you might could have done that a better way. And sometimes I'll be honest with you, I've worried that, like a lot of people, that every human being struggles with it to a degree, that maybe at times Roy struggles with ego a little bit, of wanting to be a martyr and wanting to be a victim. I've been openly critical of that at times. I'm not saying that's accurate. I'm just talking about the way it came across to me sometimes.
Look, you're just being honest about what you thought.
Right. And so, but don't misunderstand me. I was not so much, hey man, 2 thumbs up on Roy Moore as I was 2 thumbs down on Doug Jones.
Right. Absolutely.
I do not want Doug Jones to represent my state.
Well, his position on where life begins for me would disqualify him immediately.
Right.
And we're not running buddies with Roy Moore, but we've had him on the show before. We're
during the 10 Commandment thing.
Right. We're acquaintances. Yep. Acquaintances with a lot of people around him that are close to him. And we felt like he was the best choice. Well, we have this report come out from the Washington Post yesterday, which, by the way, Roy Moore is completely denying. Completely.
And I think that's important to say that, even though that really, we do know that, right?
Right. And it basically was reported, and I'm just going to paraphrase it here. I'm not going to run through all the details, that he had dating and some relations with younger girls. The one in question that was really a problem said she was 14 at the time, and he may have been 30, I believe was the quote.
32.
Which, that a little strange, but there was no sex involved. There was some dating and some touching and some other things, according to the accusations. But again, he's denying this. And it happened almost 40 years ago now. So, and then, of course, they run up and stick the mic in everybody's face and, well, what do you think about this?
Sure.
And, I think a lot of people said the right thing. We just don't know. That accusation alone is disturbing.
Oh, it is.
And I think everybody admits that. But you don't know if it's true or not. I mean, we don't know. And then the question started, well, what do we do in the campaign? Well, I can't support it. Well, we don't know if it's true or not. It's an accusation. And, all this started coming out. In our state, we do know this. There's a rule that the Republican Party, who has their candidate, in this case Roy Moore, cannot replace that candidate within 76 days of the election. So Roy Moore is going to be on the ballot. Now the question is this true or not? Where does that put people's feelings toward him? I would say most of them that were going to support Roy Moore would never support Doug Jones anyway. But what do you do? And is it true or not? I think that's the first step.
Yeah, that's number one, is do we know if this happened or not? Now, in our state, we do know in the past that we had a candidate that the Democrats gave a check to a woman to come forward and claim as a prostitute that Steve Wyndham had actually had relations with her. Steve Wyndham fought that for 2 years, and it was finally 100% proven he never had a relationship with this woman, and she was paid to try to destroy him.
Right. Right.
That's a fact.
And that's just one
we know that
incident
happened.
of many that have happened in our state and shenanigans over the years.
So the only reason why I say that is for us to say, well, who in the world would come forward and say these kind of things just to get a check? Well, we've had a past that people have done that.
But here,
okay, so we didn't. Now look, I hate to do this to everybody. We're getting to the point where we're either going to believe that Roy Moore is a twisted, weird guy who lies, because now you have to believe he's a liar because he's saying these things didn't happen. So you would now have to add to that everything he's ever claimed about himself spiritually not only may have had been kind of had some issues that we would all find repulsive 38 years ago, if that's true, but now you have to believe not only that he would do that he 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us on the program today. All right, so we'll get to some more of your phone calls coming up shortly. Blazing Silverman standing by if you have things that you would like to add to the program today. We will get on that. We'll also get video 3, Adler, here in just a moment. So we'll get that ready to go on some of the things that we actually talked about early And we now have I'm still looking for that story from the weekend. Okay, still nothing on that.
Still nothing?
No, I'm waiting on something I need to get permission on, which
That's called clearance, Rick.
Well, I have friends and family right now that are going, why is this person, why are you doing for them what you never did for any of us? How many times have you went on the air and talked about stuff that happened and you didn't ask us if that was okay?
Yeah.
So I understand there's some inconsistency there. This one, I guess, had some sort of forethought that maybe I could mess something up on this one. Sometimes I don't think. And also, my friends and y'all's friends, all of us know, we got 4 hours to fill. 5 if you count the kickoff hour. And if you don't want something on there, it's really your responsibility to tell us not to put it on there.
Yeah.
This one, I just know enough about some things that I don't want to cause an issue unnecessarily.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
And I know we've blown through that stop sign of don't talk about this, and we still do.
Yeah. I blew through one early in the show today.
Yeah, I have two today earlier.
Right, and sometimes we just get home, and I'll look at my wife. She looks at me. She doesn't say anything, so I'm going, she didn't hear it.
Free and clear.
Yep.
Yeah. And then about 2 days later, somebody sells me out.
Oh, I hate that. God. Well, I've noticed it. This is one of the problems that I've noticed about Oompa Loompa. With Sherry and I now co-teaching a Sunday school class, well, people in the class listen to the show. And I'd forgot about this whole Oompa Loompa situation. And we had a couple visited yesterday, and they were like, oh, it's kind of weird, coming in here and, like, hearing your voice and like, seeing you. And we thought we were kind of prepared for that, but we really weren't. And I was like, oh, well, it could be weird. And y'all listen to the show. And, it's so good, too, to get to meet Sherry. And then immediately just a little bit of angst. I said, huh? Yeah, I'm going to ask about Oompa Loompa. And they just said, huh? And I said, well, if you know about the show, do not know. There'll be no, if you'll discuss the Bible with my wife, that's perfectly fine. We do not discuss the show with her. Huh? Well, if you're going to bring up a story, I'd like to know what it would be. Well, I wanted to ask her about that time. Oompa Loompa! You know what? And, so,
people listening to the show can be a real problem.
Yeah, they can.
No, they can.
Yeah. What about when they start trying to talk to your wife without our supervision? That's
not good.
Not good.
That's never.
Yeah.
No.
Well, he was telling the story today. Oompa Loompa!
Yeah.
No, she didn't know that story. Maybe because really, my wife now, rare is the day that she's going to hear it live.
Oh,
rare.
Yeah.
Oh.
Matter of fact, she got on the routine not long ago of listening again, and I tried to stop it. I made her try. Hey, have you listened to that one audiobook? Oh, that is a good one. Yeah, I might put that in.
How about when you're trying to shake somebody off, your wife's standing there and you're in a conversation, like let's say you're walking the neighborhood, you see a neighbor and they come out and they are laughing about something that happened, maybe a misspeak in the kickoff hour about not trying to wake your wife up.
Yeah.
And she has no idea.
I know.
And we get through the conversation and as we're walking off, she says, what were they talking about?
And listeners, they get things wrong.
And then you're like,
or in this case, get it exactly right.
I know. What about when they just do it verbatim?
Yeah.
Have you
delivery is good.
Is this lying if you say something, you never commit to it, but you throw out what I call a distraction net? Now, what are they talking about? People confuse members of the show all the time and connect us to different stories.
I like that. I've used that before.
I didn't say it happened in this situation. I just made that point.
Right.
That point
It does happen.
It does happen. And then
Certainly
if
does.
they decide to think that means that they talked about a story about her that was actually about one of the other wives or one of the other guys, I don't know whether that took place or not. I just threw the net out there.
Yeah.
What are they talking about? They confuse all of us on the show with different things all the time.
Yeah, I think that was a best of from like a decade ago.
Right.
I've noticed I'm a
back before I was saved.
I'm a distraction creator and a subject changer. That's kind of my thing. You know what I mean? Like if she asked a question, what were they talking about? Oh, wow, that's that dog again. Look at that over there.
look at that
And what are
dog.
those people doing? And if I can keep that going long enough, maybe.
She didn't pick up on that?
Oh, yeah. There's a couple of times she'll go, well, don't try to change the subject.
Because that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, that dog over there.
No.
Hey, what about that coyote?
Right. Well, listen.
Wow, they put up directions a little early, but they put them up.
Right. Well, but here's the thing that worries me. I have a job to do. This is church.
Yeah.
I found myself not wanting to give them a visitor card. Because the visitor cards go to Sherry and then she contacts everybody. and I was like, well,
give me that one. I'll
welcome to
contact
our
them.
class. We noticed.
I got this one.
Hey, we noticed there's some people over here filling out a card. Do we need to? Nah.
Oh, that tree's
You're
dying.
good. Yeah. We went over and put our contact information. We'd like more information. No, you're good. What do you mean? You don't need it.
Yeah, just show up.
You got any questions? Ask me.
Is that a deer in our yard? Oh, you missed it.
Right. Wow, they need to come back and fill these holes up.
Right. Yeah. Well, we're excited about coming back. Well, there's lots of classes at this church. We're not the only one.
I got to sneeze.
Shop
Hold
around.
on, I got to sneeze. Hold on, I got to sneeze.
Wow, the leaves are falling early. Look how many leaves are falling.
Did you see the commercial? Now everybody's trying to do those, stuff about real life. We all love that kind of humor.
Yeah.
And they're talking about how many times somebody tells you the leaves are changing. And they think that's good. I forget what commercial it is, but I don't know if these things are effective. We can't remember the product, but anyway, pretty funny stuff.
Yeah. Entertaining.
Yeah. All right.
Sure.
So let's knock this out of video. This is another. We've had some of this talking about guys being out sick today, and the ongoing. A lot of callers have called in about, hey, I got vaxxed. I feel like my immune system is actually worse going into the cold and flu season this year. Well, we have the CDC director, Rochelle Walensky. Is that how you say her name? Guess who's got COVID again?
Yeah.
Guess how many times she's been vaxxed? 5 times.
5.
She's had 5 vaccines.
Goodness.
The only problem is we were told that vaccinations would take care of any of our issues. And here's what she said 1 year ago.
Our data from the CDC today suggests, that vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick, and that it's not just in the clinical trials, but it's also in real-world data.
5 times. I mean, hey, she's never seen a vax she didn't love, and so has COVID as well, and so there we go. So really, the whole thing, if all you evil, backward, uncaring, sorry people will get vaccinated, I dig this on you. And so really, none of that was true. None of that was true.
None.
Demonizing people who said, I think I took a pass on the vaccine, and the fact that we didn't take care of people who were in the high risk category and told the whole wide world to get vaccinated no matter what. And now we're vaccinating tiny children.
Sure.
All bad. All bad.
We were just we were told the wrong thing. You want to call it a lie? You want to call it they didn't know? Bottom line is the big message was incorrect. What we were told.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
So he's a liar because he's saying this did not happen. This is fabricated and it's an attack on me. And it is clearly from the forces of the Democratic Party who do not want me to go to Washington. They want Doug Jones to go, and they'll do anything to get him there because it's going to take something like this for him to win in Alabama. That's the narrative from Roy Moore and those that are in his campaign.
So when we come back, there's a lot of things we don't know. We just don't know. There are some things we do know.
Right.
And that's what I want to cover when we get back. A lot of things we just don't know. Here's what we do know. And these are facts. We in our state have seen some shenanigans in the past that you think no humans would ever conceive and follow through on. We know that. That is a fact.
That's a fact.
Timing is everything in allegations. If people really think they've been done wrong, they should come forward. They should make announcements. Timing is everything. And I know sometimes people are scared or people are this or they feel pressure or, but you absolutely have to look when these things come out. Yesterday, we had these allegations hit. The day before, we had the news story. It was the largest, most comprehensive poll in this election to date. Roy Moore had a double-digit lead. The day before. You got to look at who said it. Washington Post. Now, we're supposed to believe the Washington Post was just casually strolling through Alabama trying to do a story on the election, and they uncovered all this. I heard their representative, and his excuse of how they come up with this is a joke, okay? We know the Washington Post, and if I'm not mistaken, they've already endorsed Doug Jones in this election.
Correct.
Who is the opponent.
Right.
What do they stand for, the Washington Post? You can research that for yourself. Big libs, always out to get conservatives, always out to get people who stand for something. So those are facts we know. The rest of it we don't know. I don't know what Roy did. I don't know when he did it. If that kind of thing is true, it is very disturbing, but we just don't know it. Again, Roy has categorically denied it.
So really, that is where we are, and I think the thing we have to be concerned about too, speaking of facts, is this time we've entered into. And I want to be clear, when people have behavior that is repulsive and would change your view of them, there's certainly nothing wrong with us finding those things out or people owning up to them, and then everybody can make their own decision. But I was telling Bubba before we started today, I'm just starting to get this creepy feeling of this new gotcha mentality that we're into. I mean, think about this, and we don't know what happened, and we don't know what the truth is. We have people's word against each other. We do know that there can be political motivations for things, and we also know that sometimes things are uncovered, and because of you decided to get in politics and make a stand, and come to find out they are true. Mm-hmm. And then people have to make their own decisions on that based on the facts. But when you're thinking about when you're saying not that we're going to say something that somebody may have done that you never heard anything about, and it's going on right now. It's going on while they're serving. We see those things. But now we're getting to a point. All right, I can't find anything about you while you served or you're currently serving. I'm gonna go back through your life, and I'm gonna travel back into your life 38, 40 years, and I'm gonna find some things. Let me ask you this. First of all, it may change anyway, but I just want to think about it because I know what he claims spiritually. Right. Let's go there. Again, the things, if they went on, if it happened, it is repulsive. And you would definitely think, how could any man of that age do that if it's true? Okay. So, but what if Roy were to say, or anyone, when I was 32 years old, I was a bad man. 38 years ago, I was a bad man, and I changed my life when I came under the authority of Jesus Christ. I was reconciled. I've gone back and asked for forgiveness. And I'm not the same guy that I was 38 years ago, and I never was that guy during the time that I've been serving. I've been serving as a man who's been redeemed by Jesus. Now, there's still earthly repercussions people pay for sin, certainly true. But when you're talking about, and again, if that's the case, then Roy should have just come out and said that. He's saying it didn't happen at all, so we have to say that is the facts of today, that Roy says none of this happened. But I mean, are we going to get to the point, and I know this is an extreme example because it involves, somebody of such a young age, so I understand that. But are we going to get in a world where if you have any kind of public stand or something that you're not going to be judged on the person you now are, that people can go back into your life? Five minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. I'm working on how to defend that. All right, so we're back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Somebody say, "Mama, mama, 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 tell your children." All right, so I will say this, and now more than ever, I got to go back and revisit this. We talked with Syndicated Solutions, and the folks at EnviroCleanse, they were sending a system here to our office, and you remember me telling you about that on the air. I was like, "Yeah, we have a system. It's coming." We don't know what happened with the new setup here. We don't know whether whoever was delivering it couldn't deliver it. It has disappeared. We don't know where it is. It never got here. And now when I see what just happened over the weekend with now Bubba and Greg down and having a flu test that came back positive for Greg, and I'm looking. I think I'll have a new commitment to trying to find out what happened to that system because I sure do wish it was here right now. I might
just comb the building.
Yeah,
It could be in another studio right now.
Yeah. So we never got it, never got it set up. But I'm gonna tell you, the stuff that we're hearing from around the country, folks who are using this product, we need to go find it. The U.S. Defense Department selected EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board of all their Navy ships, and that ought to get your attention. But also, how about this? If you're wanting to know how it works, a Georgia school system put one in too. They're having incredible results. It's a brand new way to fight the toxins that we breathe, and it's advanced mineral technology. It goes beyond the ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illness-causing cold and flu viruses, including the coronavirus. So I think, guys, we're what we kept saying was, oh well, we're not in the cold and flu season yet. But we're here now, and we need to go find what happened to that. And this is what happens when you try to get somebody. We should just bolt one straight up. You know it? And that's what we're going to have to do.
Rick.
Yeah. And so, well, I mean.
I think it was delivered. Somebody in the building just has it, or it's misplaced.
And none of them have the flu right now. So anyway, go right now. 90% of the germs and airborne toxins were gone within 30 minutes when the Georgia school system lit theirs up and got it going. Man. Within an hour, it was 100%. Now I want you to think about how much healthier those kids are right now. And we had one right on our fingertips.
I know, buddy.
Yeah. So and
do you want me to leave right now and start walking?
Would you mind?
I'll just go.
ekpure.com to get yours. Yours will actually come right to you. ekpure.com. You also save 10% by using the code Bubba. That's going to save you $150, and you'll also get free air quality monitor with plus free shipping. Go to ekpure.com. That's ekpure.com. Use the code Bubba, get 10% off, and get that free air quality monitor. Also, look for that link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsor. So, yeah, I'm actually getting emails, and people are like, "Hey, man," I said, "You know what? It never got here."
I see a lot of boxes like along the walkways and stuff, and I've stopped and I've looked, and I haven't asked Scruggs about it.
I brought it to everybody's attention.
I'll go a little bit deeper.
Yeah, and I could tell that Bob Carey got tired of dealing with me on it, and he was like, "Well, look, it's supposed to be there," and that was his way of telling me, "Please don't bother me about it again." So anyway, but we
need it.
Yeah, we do. And we have these we might want to work on that too. So anyway, so we got a Biden update.
Boy, do we?
Oh, buddy.
Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
Oh, guys.
You're not ready, Rick.
There's no way he makes it.
You're not
There's
ready.
no way he makes it through this term. I don't think there's any way he makes it. So we'll start with one. We're going 1A, 1B, and then 1D, and then we're going to save 1C for its own segment. All right, so here's 1A,
You're not ready.
Is this him admitting that he slows up?
No, he's not admitting that.
Oh, he's not?
No,
Okay.
no, but he's with
saying,
the MSNBC reporter. They had an exclusive. That's where some of this is coming from.
Okay.
It looks like they're on a walkway of a campus of some.
Okay.
I'm not really sure,
Okay.
and so they're just talking and they're just walking and talking. Really.
All right, here we go.
So let's say Trump doesn't run again. Convince Aunt Gloria that she should stick with you.
Well, I think Aunt Gloria should take a look. I think it's a legitimate thing to be concerned about anyone's age, including mine. I think that's totally legitimate. But I think the best way to make the judgment is to watch me. Am I slowing up? Don't have the same pace? And that old joke, everybody talks about the new 70s, 50s, and all that stuff. It could be. I'm a great respecter of fate. I could get a disease tomorrow. I could, drop dead tomorrow. But in terms of my energy level, in terms of how much I'm able to do, I think people should look and say, does he still have the same passion for what he's doing? And if they think I do and I can do it, then that's fine. If they don't, then they should vote against me. Not against me, they should encourage me not to go. But that's not how I feel. I can't even say the age I'm going to be. I can't even get it out of my mouth.
I'm so uncomfortable.
Please look at Rick.
I don't know what to do.
So uncomfortable.
I don't know what to
That's
do.
our president.
He went into Floyd, the barber, there at the end.
But basically, he said,
Look how close he is.
Hey, basically, he said, "Watch how I'm going," and he started stumbling around. He didn't even know that the 70 is the new 50. He couldn't think how you make that come out. So he's telling us to just watch him, which is what we're doing, which is why we're concerned,
sir. That's what we're doing, sir.
Yeah, we're not
watching
making
you,
this
sir.
up.
Hey, I can't even get out of my mouth.
I'm a close talker.
What a rambling mess.
And then
I'm gonna pull you in.
He said, "Am I don't have the same pace?"
No.
Am I don't have the same pace? That doesn't make any sense. Am I okay?
Y'all,
All right.
he's a rambling mess.
A mess.
It's.
I'll give it to the reporter. The reporter didn't do the back lean. You know how sometimes when somebody gets a little close, you kind of lean back.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
right there. He didn't do it.
He also said, "I could drop dead tomorrow." Don't say that if you're the president. Don't say, especially if we're this concerned about you.
I don't.
Oh,
Rick. Let's all sing it to the president. Hey, you're this born a rambling man. I mean, I don't know what to do about him.
It's not good, folks.
He just told us to do what we've been doing and make our own assessment. We have.
Yeah.
You don't have it.
Watch me.
We
are.
Yeah, okay.
We
all
are
right,
watching.
next.
It gets better, Rick.
Next, we're going to ask about how Vice President's doing. Kamala Harris. All right, here we go.
The Vice President of the United States, Vice President Harris. How's she doing? You're almost 2 years in. How's she doing?
She's doing great. She is first of all, she's smart as hell. She has a backbone like a ramrod, and she has enormous integrity. And but if you take a look out there, there isn't any public figure that is, 60% favorable ratings. I mean, most of but she is doing a great job, and she is really, really thoroughly informed, and particularly on areas of foreign policy and national security issues. And so I find her to be extremely, extremely well qualified and a great asset. We have lunch once a week, and there's nothing that she is cut off from.
I think that is the first
exhausted.
time.
I'm exhausted.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard anybody be described as smart as hell and backbone like a ramrod.
It's just unnecessary.
It took so long for him to get out. They walked a full block.
They did.
And I mean, I don't know. I don't know one public figure. Hey, 6 favorable things. I mean, I mean, most of. I mean, he's a rambling mess.
He's a closed eyes talker too. I didn't realize that.
Oh well, yeah. Well, the closed eyes is I'm trying to gather myself. I'm
That's
trying.
all I see now.
I'm trying to. I'm trying my best to.
Sure.
I mean. All right, we're up against the break. Can I get? How long is?
Are you talking about fall asleep?
How long is D?
It is 27 seconds.
Let's go with it.
All right, here we
here's
go.
D.
Boy,
He's going to fall asleep.
I have not made that formal decision, but it's my intention. My intention to run again.
Rick, don't.
And we have time to make that decision.
Watch.
Dr. Biden is for it. Mr. President. Oh,
Dr. Biden thinks that, my wife thinks that, that we're doing something very important.
That I had not seen that. I had not seen that. That is.
Have you ever been?
That is the most disturbing
Have
thing.
you ever
I
been
think
woken
I've
up
seen.
from a nap?
Yeah.
And you can't get your thoughts together.
Wow.
That's what happened just then. He
My
got woke
gracious.
up.
You know what just happened to him was when I used to hear my teacher way off in the distance. Rick,
Yes.
Rick.
Or you that, or your wife telling you a story and she asks you what you think. You're like, huh?
Yeah. Are you falling asleep? No. Y'all, this one I think may be one of the worst ones
I
I've
want
ever
it
seen.
again. Over rambling man.
All right. Can you have well, I mean, he don't even ramble. He
No.
just
Well, I
goes
know, but I
silent.
like the song.
Okay.
Formal decision, but it's my intention. My intention to run again. And we have time to make that decision.
Dr. Biden is for it. Mr. President. Oh,
Dr. Biden thinks that, my wife thinks that,
Look at this eye over here.
that we're doing something very important. I have not made that formal decision, but it's my intention.
Oh my
Hold on. Can I count like I'm rushing the
And we
quarterback?
have time to make
Hold
that
on.
decision.
Dr. Biden is for it.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi,
Mr. President.
4
Oh.
Mississippi, 5 Mississippi.
Dr. Biden thinks that, my wife thinks that,
What?
that I,
What?
that we're doing something very important.
My gracious.
Yeah, being the president's pretty important.
It is. It is a very important job.
Did you notice how he went Dr. Biden and then went my wife? He had to search. He didn't know who they were talking about.
Yeah.
Dr. Biden, who in the world? Oh, my wife.
Well, she's a very good doctor.
He went to the guy said we literally had a reporter go, "Hey, Mr. President, when's the last time the reporter had to wake up the president in the middle of a sentence?" It's not happening in my life. In my lifetime, I haven't seen it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For 38 and 40 years and bring up something that maybe you were a completely different human being during that time and say that now destroys who you are today? Do y'all really want to live in that world? Or I can go out and make up something on you, and everybody look. We got people now commenting on it just because they were asked about it yesterday. Well, you clearly have to step down. Well, okay, you mean if it's true, right? And so really, if somebody wants to get you, and we may find out that all this is true, and then everybody will make their own decision. But you realize that we're living in a time. If I want to get you, I can get you. And by the time you've recovered from it, I've already gotten what I needed to get.
Oh, yeah. You've left the scene.
And that's all I have to do because we're in a shoot, ready, aim society. We're in I can take a rumor about you and I can get it worldwide in hours, if not minutes. I have the capability to do that. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, there's nothing I can do about who I used to be.
Right.
There's nothing I can do about it. Okay? I can deal with who I am. Or who we are, but we also need to understand because of that. You would think that we should all to be called to a standard of the way to live if we truly believe biblically that God is omnipotent, is omnipresent, and is omniscient. Then we should live our lives like everything we do is already on the public record,
right?
Because it is, because God's aware of it. But I do know that I just. And I remember that, and you take them all individually. It just seems now this is not a good environment that we're finding ourselves in, regardless of political parties and things like that. To where, I know that even the person who's come forward about this concerning Roy Moore, you hear, why didn't you bring this out before? And well, my kids were in school, and I can certainly understand that. And then we throw in the thing, well, anybody around here can tell you I'm no angel. And then I'm like, well, okay, well, let's take a note of that.
Mm-hmm.
But you mean now or always, or what do you mean? What is it? Why did you say that? What was that about? So does that mean that everybody can say that, the compass you might just kind of go with the wind, or would that tell you that it could, since we've had this before, that be somebody that would be on the take? What do you mean by that? So she's basically saying, well, one of the reasons why I didn't come out, I didn't know if I had any credibility. So I don't know. And I will say this: some of the people that are out there trying to defend Roy right now are doing more damage than good. This bizarre Jim Ziegler comment concerning Mary and Joseph and Zechariah and Elizabeth. Can somebody put Ziegler up and have him to stop talking, please? That is a ridiculous statement, and it's so offensive and it's so inappropriate. Can somebody get the Zig put up somewhere and let him not talk anymore? Sometimes some of the things that hurts the faith so much are people who go off half-cocked and don't have any idea what they're talking about and claim they represent the faith. And that's just please somebody put Zig up and have him to stop talking. So we'll take your phone calls on it, but Bubba's giving you the facts about, the things that we do know. And then you get to this other stuff, and really where we are today is there are people saying things about Roy Moore who Roy Moore says are lying. And I don't know who's telling the truth. And then if it is the truth, then you have to decide about, what does that mean
today
in 2017?
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll come back. 50 big weekend.
Dr. Lou.
The doctor will see you now.
Hello, Dr. Lou,
He
and
looks
welcome.
a little confused.
Eight minutes to the top of the hour. We continue with Biden clips. And I love that the first one said, well, if you want to see if I'm unable to do the job anymore, just watch me. That's kind of what we've been doing. So Adler, this next one requires some setup.
Yes, these next few clips are from the Make Your Mark event, in which Biden sat around with a round table of a few different people, a few different interviewers, a few different like kind of media personalities. We're going to hear from a person in a second who is fresh into their transition, but
gender-wise?
Gender-wise,
Okay.
yeah. But first, Biden is going to be asked by a non-transitioning a woman, that how does he feel about giving people more time off for their kids and stuff like that? His response is not great.
Do you support a federal fund for individuals like myself who need to take time off work, obtain child care?
The answer is absolutely. But guess what? We need the same votes we need to overrule to reinstate the decision that was struck down by the court.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, I do support that, and I've publicly urged companies to do that. I've urged them publicly as President of the United States, saying, this is what you should be doing. I urge you to do it.
So he urged. He wants everybody to know.
What is that?
But
I'm having a tough time today with him. Every day's hard, but man,
I love how he had to remind her. He had to remind her he was president. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Yeah, and he interrupted her, too. He didn't let her finish her thought.
Yep.
It's like
Absolutely.
It's like being on this show.
A little bit, yes.
Just a tad.
This next clip is one of the first clips from this person that you see on the screen here. This person is named Dylan Mulvaney.
Oh, isn't this person on that podcast?
This person was on that Ulta, the makeup company's podcast, yes, recently, in which they're just talking about, this person talks about how much they're looking forward to being a woman and being a mother.
Okay, and this is a God-made man who now identifies or is trying to transition to act like they're a woman.
Yes.
Okay.
And this person is going to have a quick comment to Joe Biden about where they are in their transition process, and you're going to hear Joe Biden's response.
This is my 221st day of publicly transitioning.
God love you.
God love you. What am I talking about?
What am I talking about? God love you.
That's a dude, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Biologically, yeah.
This Dylan Mulvaney person, I honestly, part of me thinks is a comedian that is doing a long game troll. This person's so over the top in their claims. I would not be surprised. I also wouldn't be surprised if this person's legit and trying to transition, but they are so over the top in their claims and what they want to do, and the fact that they are a woman, it seems purposefully mocking it. It seems like it's the person, this Dylan person.
What's his name that would go around and do these things? What's his name? He'd pretend like he was a dictator of a small country.
Borat kind of style,
yes.
Yes. I would not be surprised. It's a fresh, new transition. It's very in your face, and it to me almost seems
not anymore.
Purposefully mocking.
Right.
And I would not be surprised if this ended up being. But this person is being invited to the White House to speak.
Oh, of course.
And interview the president.
God love you.
And this
God
person,
love you.
this Dylan Mulvaney person, is about to ask Joe Biden about gender-affirming surgeries and things like that for kids. And this is the president's response.
Do you think states should have a right to ban gender-affirming health care?
I don't think any state or anybody should have the right to do that. As a moral question and as a legal question. I just think it's wrong.
So there you go. Now we know where the president stands on that.
My goodness.
Do we allow people under 18 to get tattoos? No. Do we allow kids under 18 to have breast implants? No. Why are we allowing this other stuff? Right. It's just if it's more detrimental to these kids.
Oh yeah.
And hormone blockers and things like that. You can't pause puberty. You cannot put a pause on puberty. You're changing that person for the rest of their life, period. Yeah. And any medical professional that pretends that's not the case is just lying.
That's right. Well said.
But this Dylan Mulvaney person, I swear, it's almost a troll. It's so over the top, it seems like a troll job.
Yeah, like you're saying, maybe they're trying to reveal the absurdity, because really all Biden is doing is, when it comes to this topic, the Democratic Party has made their decision that they're all in.
Mm-hmm.
So he has talking points, and this person, I'm not saying that's what's happening, and you're not either. You're saying you're wondering if that's what's happening. If this person has done this, it would be a tremendous way to say, let me show you how far they'll go. Anything that I ask that would be preferred by me in my desires, this president is going to say I should be able to have access to it. And as you said, children, even the not conservative Bill Maher said, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a cowboy.
Right.
I mean, children have all sorts of, and they're easily influenced. And they'll drift to what considers to be mod and cool, and as you said, we're treating this like someone would say, well, when I was little I wanted to be a cowboy, but when I was 18 I realized that wasn't it. And you go, okay, good, well, just don't be one. That's not what this is.
Right.
You're messing people up for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
It's a major ordeal. Major.
Right. Yes.
And we're acting like it's just a trendy little thing that no one should be stopped from doing, if that's what they want to do. Right. But there's so much more to it. So much more.
Adults can do whatever they want. I really don't care. But when you're talking about giving kids this kind of access and butchering their bodies up through surgery, that's just wrong and evil, and you're not setting these kids up for success. You look at the suicide rates before and after transitioning, they're through the roof. It's just unhappy people, and this is not helping.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
An R.
R.
Give me an I.
I.
Give me a C.
C.
Give me a K.
K.
Give me an ampersand.
Ampersand.
Give me a B.
B.
Give me a U.
U.
Give me another B.
B.
Give me another B.
B.
Give me an A.
A.
What's that spell?
Rick and Bubba.
Who's the fattest?
Rick and Bubba.
Who's annoying to people without common sense?
Rick and Bubba.
Who smoozes with the president and thinks they're sharp because they hang out at the White House with a bunch of stuffy white-collar wannabe movers and shakers?
Rick and Bubba.
Who sprinkles pee-pee all over the plane because he's nervous about meeting the president?
Bubba.
Who plays with the president's clock in the Oval Office because he's enamored by its ding-a-linging?
Adler.
Who is Dr. Lou pumped up to be talking about college football in the middle of November as the leaves are falling off the trees?
Rick and Bubba. Oh, man.
Wow, guys, the participation died off there.
I didn't know who we were supposed to scream.
Well, you're talking about a lack of commitment there. Got hung in a stare.
I tell you what, guys, you better get up or get out.
That's right. We will, Lou.
Rick and Bubba, gobble, gobble. Let's give thanks right now because this weekend's college football slate is stronger than Bubba's White House suspenders. Goodness gracious.
That's a good one. That's a good one. They had a load, didn't they?
Let me tell you, if you've seen those hefty harnesses, you know they're substantial. Speaking of substantial, can we talk about this situation out of Gainesville, Florida, guys?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Boy. I'm sure you're aware of this situation with former Gator head coach Jim McElwain, who was recently dismissed after making unwarranted claims that both his football players and his family members had received death threats regarding their disappointing season. You guys heard about this?
Yeah, sure.
It appears that McElwain let his mouth get ahead of his brain, but I just received word that an investigation is ongoing.
Is it really?
After discovering that Rand Paul's neighbor is an avid Florida Gator alum. Oh, goodness gracious. Might want to get a riding lawnmower, Jimmy.
That guy from Jackson.
Oh, I mean,
you know, they're saying now he may broke federal law.
Yeah. You can't attack a senator?
Right.
You can't break a senator's ribs. I pitch. Yeah.
Guys, serious business. This situation in Florida has left a coaching vacancy that has experts throwing out a lot of names, including none other than Skip Bayless man crush. Skip Bayless man crush, right. Tim Tebow.
Oh, wow.
Who most Gator fans believe would be the perfect fit for the job. Tim Tebow, that's right. Well, I went and caught up with Tim Tebow about his interest in the potential Florida head coaching position, and he told me, and I quote, "You're asking me You're asking me if I would want to be the head football coach at Florida? Absolutely. I'm in like sin. Well, not really, because we know sin is out. But you get what I'm saying. As long as they'll let me play quarterback instead of fullback, I'm totally in and look forward to coaching the Gators after my Bush League baseball season is over.
Dr. Lou doing TT.
Oh, it's my last segment of the season, guys.
Oh, goodness. I like it. Got lightheaded.
I almost lost it there.
I know. You okay?
Guys, speaking of Bush League, how about NC State head coach Dave Doran calling out Dabo Swinney and the Clemson Tigers for using a laptop on the sidelines during last Saturday's game? Apparently, it is illegal for teams to utilize technology on the sidelines during an ACC game.
To utilize what?
To utilize technology.
Okay. I
just want to be sure.
To utilize technology in an ACC game. But ACC officials just this weekend decided not to punish the Clemson Tigers, citing the shut your irrelevant pie hole rule on page 57 of the ACC which states the following: since the Clemson Tigers are the conference's cash cow, and the NC are the conference's cash cow.
Whoa.
And NC State has no chance of winning of getting into the college football playoff. We hereby declare that the whiny Wolfpack should shut their irrelevant pie holes.
Oh, that's in the ACC rule.
Now, what is Clemson?
What Clemson Tigers? The Clemson Tigers. That's. Let me tell you something, guys. That's a laptop, and I'll cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. You would cry too if you happen to lose. Look
at Dr. Lou, like a songbird.
Yeah.
Speaking of crying, how about the tears that Sam Newton caused after his recent response to a female reporter's question regarding wide receiver routes? Guys, the outcry from women across the country has been deafening since Cam snidely spouted off in his October press conference. Thankfully, though, female comedian Kathy Griffin has peacefully chimed in on the matter, saying, cut his hands and his feet off, but leave his head for me so I can put it on a canvas.
Wow.
Goodness gracious, Kathy. Calm down, Kathy. Calm down, Kathy. Calm down, Kathy. Hey, calm down, Kathy. Hey, calm down, Kathy. Hey. Does anybody else think that Kathy Griffin is out of control?
Yes. As a matter of fact, we got a story today. She's fainting on stage. So,
my goodness.
Cassie.
Speaking of Griffins.
No Bubba today. He is out sick. Crud. The real Greg Burgess out sick. Crud. Had the flu. They're getting on the other side of it now. Speedy, Helmsey, Adler here. Blazing Silverman also here. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to call. We will get to more phone calls this hour. We haven't gotten to a lot. Mondays, usually not as many phone calls. But we will try to get to some more coming up this hour. A lot of topics have been out there, so you're in the loop on a lot of things, and you may want to have some comments you want to make, and we'll unpack some of that coming up. So we're still doing some weekend stories. Still don't have the green light on one of them. All right, so anyway, weekend stories. So we have documented on the show, for those of you that are aspiring husbands, okay, and future dads, to kind of prepare you for what you should be ready for. And we've said there's some daunting things that husbands don't ever want to hear. One of them is family portraits. Mm-hmm. Okay, remember we talked about family reunions. It's these are the kind of things you normally don't want to hear. And there's a list of these things.
Right.
We're having people over for dinner. You're okay when they finally get there if they're people you desire to be around, but it means your life's about to turn upside down.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, like all of our wives can be to some level, when they go into the level of I'm the hostess with the mostess and I'm hosting something at our house, okay? I mean, you lose your life. I mean, it's like you have no life now. And what hurt me was that I had an active Friday, okay? And I got to hang out with the guy with the flu all day. And then Saturday was a completely free day. Okay? Completely free. Now the problem is this. I had already played the farm card the day before with Greg before the ball game. We'd been to the farm getting ready for deer season. I couldn't just say I'm out because the shower was on Sunday. I had a plan for where I was going then. But Saturday's the day before the shower, which means that's prep day for your wife. And everything you do is volatile. Everything. Every move you make, every place you step, every meal you try to eat, every snack you try to have, things just become off limits. Don't come back in here, and all this. But don't leave because I may need you. So it's a worst case scenario. You're basically a hostage in your own home with no rights. Okay,
no rights.
Yeah, and so I'm
You have borders, don't you, Rick?
Yeah, but again, you don't know, is the whole house? Does my part of the house, is it coming under this? You go there, but I don't think I'm supplied down there. I need supplies. Are you in the pantry? Get out of the pantry. I've got that the way I want it. What are you doing? I was trying to fix me something to take that. No. The kitchen is like, don't even get over there. I'm just trying to get to the blender. No. Get away from the blender. I don't want you to make a mess with the blender. I've got to get this. Oh, by the way, I've ordered some flowers. They're coming. Do you know if the flowers are on the way? I don't. I don't know about that. I need you to meet the person with the flowers. Where am I going? No, they're coming here, but you need to be available. Okay. I'm gonna kind of thinking about maybe watching football, but I want some stuff like to drink and stuff. I don't. What isn't there stuff downstairs? No, we're all out. Well,
she said, well,
and am I drinking ice water? And she was like, I guess. Is there nothing up here I can have? No, everything up here is for the shower. Can I drink one of those? No, that's for the shower.
Can I make a store run?
Right.
Am I allowed to leave? Well, no. What if they come with the flowers?
Is Uber allowed?
Aren't you here?
Uber Eats.
Can I call somebody? Can I call somebody like I know? A friend? Can I call a friend?
Can I phone a friend?
Right. And so I'm just like, I don't know where. And so then. Okay, this is why I need you here. I need you to come here and help me move this rug. Oh, no.
The rug.
Oh, for the love of God, the rug. I don't know if your wives have rugs. Do you have rugs?
Oh, we have rugs.
Because, everybody became anti-carpet.
I don't understand
my
it.
parents thought God had blessed us when we had carpet. Yeah. Now everybody hates carpet. You have hardwoods with rugs. Yeah. Well, who came up with this? The house sounds like a basketball gym. So anyway, do you know that little grip thing that's underneath the rug that holds it in place?
Oh, yes, it doesn't slide, yes.
Better known as evil, because they get wadded up under there and all that. Yeah. Oh, that rug's not straight. Oh, no. I never lay them straight. I never can do my part. Go over there and grab that end of the rug and don't pull it. And I'm like, it's not room over here for me. And she's like, what are you talking about? My feet are too big. You're stepping on. You're going to tear the rug up. And I said, babe, my feet are too big. I'm up against the wall. My feet are too large. I can't stand here without my feet being on the rug. We need smaller feet. Well, you're going to tear the rug up. Why didn't you just tell me to come over there? I tried so hard to suggest that, but every time I would try to get something, I would be cut off and be told just to get the rug. I wanted to say it. Well, my goodness, obviously there's no room for you over there. I know. That's what I was trying to communicate. I know. Well, you stepped on the rug.
I'm trapped.
I stepped on the rug because my feet are 13, and this space is not. I'm not trying to step on the rug. There's no room for my feet. I can't stand here, pick down my side of the rug. It's not possible. My body is not made for where you've put me.
You can't levitate?
I can't. I don't know how to float. And So we'll just get to the other side. I mean, it's obvious that wasn't going to work. Right. And now I'm in trouble for not communicating what I was not allowed to communicate. And so then and then the horrifying. Well, I mean, we're going to have something for lunch. Yeah, boy, I'm really on that. And well, you need to go get us something. What would you like? Well, just get us something. No,
that's not
going to happen. That's not going to happen. No,
not today.
I'd also, on that note, I don't know who you are. Love you. You didn't care about me when you sent me home because I had to go to a girl place to get lunch. Okay. Clearly told you cauliflower rice. I don't eat cauliflower rice. If I was you looking at me, I wouldn't have thought I should order that either. I know that Greg's kind of coming around to cauliflower stuff. I don't want it. I was told that both of these dishes should have cauliflower rice, not grains and not regular rice. And I clearly told you cauliflower rice on both of them. I clearly said that. Okay? I wish you could have come and defended me when I was in trouble again for hers not having cauliflower rice and that I messed the order up and didn't listen. But I clearly told you cauliflower rice, and you blew it, and you burned me. And I want you to know the good news is I got blamed for it. You didn't.
Okay.
Okay? And see, you just don't listen. When I said, baby, I said to the person cauliflower rice on both of them. I did just because I just wanted it to be good. I don't even like cauliflower rice. You're making me eat that. Well, why didn't you get it the way you wanted it? Because I just didn't want to make trouble. I would rather sit here and eat cauliflower rice with my dish and hate it than for there to be a chance that one of these didn't have cauliflower rice. And now I have cauliflower rice on what I ordered and you don't. Would you like to switch? Well, no. If I wanted what you ordered, I would have ordered that.
Oh.
No way to argue against that. You are correct. Just trying to offer up maybe a solution.
Before I'm sent off downstairs.
I guess I'll sit here and eat this one with grains or starve.
Yeah.
Would you like for me to drive back to the place I've come from? Well, we don't have time for that. No, I guess we'll just eat this then. I hope the grain. I hope you're not. Hope it didn't have a grain problem. I clearly said, and I know you got to looking around. Now, I really did say, and then at the point you almost want an advocate. You almost want to call the place, say, can you find the person that waited on me and see if they ever called me saying cauliflower rice on both of them? I mean, but then you realize that's not going to. So you know what happens? You just start going, I'll admit I have a cauliflower rice problem, and I need to do better on orders.
I know. I don't know what else to do.
Whatever it takes. Yeah. And wherever I need to stand or whatever I need to do. So living under that pressure all day Saturday, it was like at one point I was downstairs in the fetal position. I would just curl up in like a little ball and think, if I just curl up here silently, nothing can happen. There's no way I can get in trouble. Is the hostess with the mostess is turning this place into a bridal shower paradise.
A lot of pressure hosting, Rick.
Yeah, by the way, if one of the gifts is a grill in a box, it's heavy. Okay? And by the way, do not suggest there's no need to wrap it. You want to take that back.
Yeah.
Get out here. I need you to help me with this. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Wow, it's heavy. So you're going to talk about how heavy it is the whole time? Yep, because it is. You know it. I assert my back. I can't hold it like this. Are you going to wrap this with me holding it like this? And it's so baby, are you going to wrap this whole thing? And then this is the one that got me silent treatment for. Because you don't win on silent treatment.
No.
When silent treatment starts, you might as well decide when you're going to start talking again. Because if you wait them out, it's amazing how long they can wait. I really believe they could never talk to you again.
Yeah.
You know it. If you don't come back, this is what I got. Hey, next time somebody wants to give a grill for something, why don't y'all just take a picture of it?
Ooh.
Be a lot easier to wrap.
A picture.
Wish I hadn't said that. If I could take that one back, I would. Got a little frustrated with my lower back hurting. Sorry. Fired off in pain. Shouldn't have. Wish I could have that one back.
I need a mulligan on that.
You ever been part of a wrapping of a grill? In a box?
No.
You'll hold it.
How are we getting into the car? How are we doing
Glad
now?
I've been doing a little better. The
awkward position.
Yeah, but finally we realized that it had a top. Wish I'd known that earlier, that you could take off and wrap and just put it back on there. That was a big find.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't know if you guys have seen this, but there is a linebacker on the Central Florida football team named Shaquem Griffin that is impressing NFL scouts. And get this, guys, he is missing one of his hands. This is a true story. This is a true story.
Greg?
He was actually honored at an event recently as being the AAC Defensive Player of the Year. This is true. And it was hosted by yours truly, Joe Biden, who predictably asked everyone to give Shaquem a hand.
No. Cash cow.
Stand up.
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about?
Hey, stand up. Stand up, Shaquem. Why don't you go ahead and get everybody a round of applause there, Shaquem? Oh, God love you. What am I talking about? Speaking of stand-up,
yes.
How about the recent show-stopping performance at a Hoover High School pep rally by head football coach Josh Niblett here in the Magic City? Guys, I know you heard about the emotionally charged antics used by the coach to get the students hyped up for their big game against the undefeated Thompson Warriors.
Yes.
But for those that missed it, let's just say that an innocent motivational speech quickly morphed into a Magic Mike sequel with a shirtless Niblett prancing around the Hoover Gymnasium. It was a weird scene. Well, guys, I just had to go and gauge the American response, so I went and caught up with some key figures in the world of sports, politics, and entertainment. It turns out that the reactions to the Niblett show have been mixed. Okay, guys?
Okay, yeah.
So I'm going to go catch up with these guys. First off, Colin Kaepernick was the first to weigh in.
Oh, really? Okay.
Who? He was Colin Kaepernick, saying that Hoover players should stand during the national anthem to honor their courageous coach for giving them even the shirt off his back. Oh, goodness gracious. There's got to be more. We salute you, Mr. Niblett.
There's going to be more, he said. So nervous.
I also caught up with ESPN commentator Jay Feely to get his commentary on the Niblett video, and he said, off the crossbar. He just barely had enough, but he knocked it through, Ben. That's a big kick for Paulie Furcado. Eastern Michigan answers 3-3. Mr. Feely, we are all now dumber for having listened to what you had to say.
Yes.
Guys, I think we were all wondering what Bill Bubba Bussey had to say about the Niblett show.
I don't even get with him.
And he told me, and I quote, he's no P. Bush from Texas, but Josh is still pretty hot.
That's good.
I meant that's just what Betty said.
How did I get in so much of this today?
Oh, my goodness.
I incidentally ran into former Missouri defensive standout Michael Sam, and he asked me if he asked me for directions to Hoover High School. I told him. No, sir.
That's Lou.
Lou.
That's Lou.
Hey, Lou, when's the next Buccaneer pep rally?
That's Lou, Rick, and
That's really good.
You all right over, buddy?
Greg at Rick and
Guys, can you believe Niblett, actually, this Niblett news made it to the White House, too? True story, guys. Officials are so impressed with the structural integrity of the coach's physique that Trump is now considering Niblett's abdomen as a prototype for the wall. 25 abdomens high by 30 abdomens wide.
That's good. I hope it's all of them.
Lastly, guys, I went and caught up with Josh Niblett himself to see if he had anything to say about his behavior, and he told me to relay this heartfelt message to the country, and I quote, "You're welcome." Oh, goodness gracious, go to break. I'm too attractive for my son. Too attractive for my son. Too attractive in her.
What, did you just go Asian?
World.
We'll be back. 22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Let's go with it. Come on, everybody ready? Hopefully tomorrow Bubba and Greg will be back with us today. We've enjoyed our time together with you. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up bottom of the hour at 866 We Be Big. I will tell you this, though, not trying to brag, but I did turn it around over the weekend by doing something handy.
Oh, really?
I'm starting to become a little handy.
Okay. What you got?
Yeah, a little bit handy. So,
change the light bulb again, Rick?
Well, it's a little bigger than that. A little bigger. Remember probably my most glorious run. It wasn't that light bulb. That light bulb was big, but I will tell you, the TV trays was a glorious moment for me. Let me tell you something. You give me an Allen wrench, look out. I mean, look out, Allen wrench. So Sherry informed me that she actually went and did some teaching at a women's retreat on Friday, and she told me when she got back, she wasn't sure what happened to her brush, and she was looking for it in her car, and she turned on the inside light to look for the brush and forgot and left it on, and so her battery was dead.
Okay.
Now here's where we have a little bit of a problem. The battery in that situation is dead inside the garage. Okay. So you say, well, Rick, it's just a simple jump the car off. No, not if you're in no lift kit, because it ain't coming in the garage. Can't get it in there. The jumper cable's not big enough, not long enough to make that run. Nowhere near. And then, of course, no one's surprised by this. I actually have a portable charger that I never charge.
Okay.
Right.
So
it doesn't help.
So it doesn't. So it's sitting over there. It's
never charged.
It's sitting over there with no charge on it. It says, "Hey, we like being over here in the box. Everyone who uses us, plug us in." And so I've never charged it. It was a gift to me or something.
Yeah.
Because there's no way I bought it. And so it was still in the original box. Been there for years, probably. So Sherry says, I really need my car to be ready to go Monday.
Uh-oh.
Don't you worry about that, little lady. I'll figure this out. So I get to looking, and I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to jump this thing off. So I sit in it, and it won't go in neutral because I was going to push it with my feet, let it get going down, coming out of the driveway, roll it out. But I couldn't get it to go into neutral. It wouldn't go. And every time I would try to crank it, because it's a fob crank it, we go, everything start going crazy, all kinds of stuff start coming on.
Sure.
Yes.
And
I think you just talk.
I was like, I don't know what all you're doing here. And I thought, well, there has to be a way to get this in neutral. I mean, there has to be. And so now this is off the record.
No.
And it's about, because I'd forgotten about it till about 9 o'clock last night. And
that's awesome.
Yeah, I just got back from speaking in Man Church and realized, oh, wow, that car didn't work. And Sherry's done with the hostess with the mostest. She's done the greatest bridal shower of all time. And she is on the couch with her throw blanket, and she's watching TV, and she's tired. So I just kind of ease back out. Don't bring the car. You know what I mean? And so I'm like, I'm texting Bones. So
that was your text savvy?
So I text Bones. Bones, there's got to be a way to get this car in neutral. What am I missing? And Bones knows. If anybody knows, Bones knows.
That's right.
Yeah.
He calls. Hey, man. Yeah. How you get this thing in neutral? Well, he tells me how to do it. Let's look above the park there. There's a little thing you flip up with a screwdriver. Flip that up. Take the screwdriver. And he goes, now you're going to have to be pressing it down and putting it in neutral with the other hand. This is a two-hand deal, and then roll it back. I'm like, no problem. And all I'm thinking about is when this thing gets away from me and rolls down the driveway, how funny is this going to be?
It's going to be a good story in the morning.
So I put up the garage door so I don't tear it up when it gets away from me.
That's important.
Yeah, and so I do that. I hold it down. I get it in neutral. He is correct.
Wow.
And of course,
Bones is smart.
Yeah, and so I'm coming out with it, and I get it under control. No problem at all. Took some maneuvering of the truck and to get it to where it was close enough. You know, a couple times I nearly hit her car because I can't see good out of the lift kit.
Yeah, tough to see over the top.
So anyway, I get it jumped off. Okay, and so I'm sitting there, And you know how we have to have credit. So I'm going to drive it around the neighborhood now and see if I can get the battery charged up. Riding around. Yeah. Hey, baby. What are you doing? Aren't you home? Yep. Guess where I am? Where are you? Riding your car around, letting the battery charge back up. Got it cranked. Letting it charge. It'll be ready for you in the morning, buddy.
We're having up some RPMs.
I thought you couldn't get in neutral. I figured it out.
Worked it out.
You know, there's some little, you may not know this, there's a little button right above park. Had to get a screwdriver out, not a Phillips head, flathead. And I got a flathead screwdriver out, flopped that baby back, stuck it down there and held it, as one hand I'm holding it in there. And then the other hand I have to come all the way back to neutral. Use my foot on the concrete, push the car back, let it hit to the incline coming down. That gave us some momentum coming out. Stopped it, pulled my truck over to it, popped both hoods. You ever heard of jumper cables? Yeah, I'm familiar with jumper cables. Red, of course, is positive. And put those together, cranked your car up. It's all handled. Just going to drive it around a little while, so in the morning it'll be dependable. Just wanted you to know. Yeah. All right, baby. Hey, you stay on the couch. Great job on the shower today. Your car will be ready to go in the morning because Handyman got it handled. And a thank you to veterans all across the country today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsey are here. Adler's got RBTV for you. Can't have nothing. Hannah Montana, Rick and Bubba University, trying to get their master's degree in common sense. Melanie Udan is shadowing the program for her final day today. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussett.
There he is.
Buddy, how are you?
He's pumped full of ribs and he's ready to go.
Update
He's coming for you.
on Anthony Weiner.
He's gonna get you.
Wow.
Attack of the Wiener Man.
Anthony. FoxNews.com. We do know that, keep in mind, don't miss, and I've heard somebody bring this up the other day, and when this particular problem exists in a person's life, they made the point, as other psychologists have made the point too, they don't ever seem to be able to be rehabbed. Now, I don't want to ever say that we can give up on anybody, and there's certainly supernatural curing that can happen in anybody's life, but if you look at him, he seems to exemplify the narrative because
they can't stop.
I was caught once, got caught again, and then got caught again. And keep in mind, I'm getting in trouble and I'm causing problems every time I get caught.
I get through it, and I'm like, wow.
And I still don't stop.
So he's going to be locked up for 21 months.
And here is the story.
But he had a request before he goes in. Let's see, when will he'll begin this week in prison? So is he going in today?
I guess it is today, yeah. And
Carlos Danger.
Now, don't forget that he was out on social media as Greg loves to say, Carlos Danger.
Carlos Danger.
Now, it would be like me saying that somebody said, Burgess has a problem with shoplifting. and so when I get into
I'm picturing it for some reason.
And I get into jail and I say why I'm in jail, I would really love for people to start sending me gift cards to discount stores.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. You just go,
people say,
that doesn't sound
Burge,
right.
I don't think you don't need to be asking for that. You got a real problem.
So keep in mind, he is there for 21 months for sexting with a 15-year-old.
Oh, my goodness.
Mm-hmm. And guys, like I
No,
say,
we're talking about Anthony Weiner.
He was a superstar in the Democratic Party. I mean, this guy's future was. I mean, he was going to mayor of New York and all this.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He was just a big time
He
player.
was married to Hillary's assistant, Uma.
And he had his little problem once, and then he had it again, and then he had it again.
So we do not know.
Guess what his request is for people to do for him before he goes in jail.
I can't.
What would be the most odd thing he could ask for that all of us, if we were his PR guy, would be, no, oh heck no, you didn't just say that.
Anthony, what I don't want you to do is to ask people to be pen pals with you.
Yeah. And that's exactly what he did.
Sure.
Yeah. So he's asking people, hey, I'm about to go away. They're going to cut me off on communication. Y'all send me a bunch of letters real quick.
Yeah. Now I got some drawings I'll put on there.
Mm-hmm. Easy. He's also asking for them to send.
He's got to adapt. I mean, he's got to somehow.
He wants books too, and somehow I don't
boy.
think he's looking for where the red fern grows.
No, really. Old Dan Little Ann, not into it.
Why
People that reads the book, y'all know what I'm talking about.
Is this guy is he just a loon?
Rick,
I mean,
he has no filter at all.
You
he
know,
really doesn't.
Slimy.
Guys,
do
you realize
creepy?
And this is not an allegation. Anthony Weiner was found guilty of these things.
Right.
It is a fact, and it's current and a fact.
Yeah.
Where's the shame? Where is guys? I'm not going to be heard from again. I've got to go away. I've got to get my act together. I've got to find out what is wrong with me, and by golly, it's got to be fixed.
Mm-hmm.
He's out there cutting up, saying things. Hey, please include your full mailing address here. No.
Rick,
no.
Anthony, you don't need to correspond in any way, shape, or form.
I want to correspond with anyone who will. And although you didn't ask, you can also send me some books via Amazon. No crock pots or washers and dryers, please. Nice cutting up as if he's funny guy, as if he got caught, like doctoring the books at work or something.
Yeah.
I mean, what you got caught of is just really
Rick, several times.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And now you're telling people to be your pen pals. So
he is creepy,
man. So that to me, I'm like Bubba. If I'm in his public relations department, I'm like no. Also, we now have the UCLA basketball players who are in trouble with China.
Yeah.
These players accused, funny I mentioned shoplifting. They're now saying until China figures out what they're going to do with the legal proceedings, they are right now being held captive at the luxury hotel where they're staying. And they could be there for months.
Rick, you're talking about something that really changes the basketball scene. I mean, this.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Phone trolling time. All 10 lines are available. Come on, America. Let's go. Come on, let's get in here. All 10 lines are available. We look forward to chatting with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You make a comment, you ask a question, you bring information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs, but a great opportunity for you to come on the program and take the program in whatever direction you would like to know. And go. While you are dialing, and if you dial now, you will get in, I'm going to tell you about cleanpods.com/Bubba. Man, we've loved this client. Revolutionizing the way that you do cleaning around the house. Better way to do it. Less expensive because you're using these concentrate pods. You just order whatever kind you need. You need it for a bathroom. You need it for the floors. You need it for countertops or multi-purpose or the windows or the glass, whatever it may or may not need. And you pick them out. You get a bag with a specialized pod in it. They give you the spray bottles. They're high quality, commercial grade. You put the pod in there, fill it up with water, shake it up, and go. And so about $2 a bottle full of cleaning ready to go. And great cleaning it is. Great reviews, and you can get yours now by going to cleanpods.com/Bubba. We'll get you 10% off, okay? And then we'll get you free shipping as well. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. And we certainly want to hear from you and let us know how Clean Pods is working for you. Also, update you on a couple of opportunities out there for Man Church. themanchurch.com this week. Not this week, but coming up on November the 4th, Rich Wingo will be at my home church, Valleydale Church in Birmingham. We're going to have 20 different recipe from chili recipes. Only men would do this. And then Rich Wingo will be speaking at our service. That's in Birmingham. If you want to find details, go to themanchurch.com under upcoming events. And then on November the 5th, Mark Garnett in Crestview, Florida at First Baptist Church at their next Man Church. If you want to go and see Mark, and he's a great teacher, same thing, find that at themanchurch.com under events. Caleb will get us started. Caleb's got 30 seconds. Plenty of lines are available if you want to join us now. Caleb, go ahead.
Morning, Biggins.
Hey, Caleb.
Y'all was talking about the COVID vaccine earlier, talking about how you got to look at a doctor and say, I'm sorry, but I can't do that. My daughter is fixing to be 2, and they tried to offer us the vaccine for her.
That's crazy.
And they asked us, "Do you want it?" And I said, "Not a chance."
How did they take it?
How'd they take it?
Yeah.
They kind of figured it when we told them no on the flu vaccine too.
Yeah, well, so I'm glad to hear, though. I mean, there was a time where you would get in there and, I mean, people start getting an attitude with you and that kind of stuff, and I think that's kind of past. I hope it has. But Caleb, yeah, what's that?
Yeah, well, see, last year my wife, they tried to check her for it, and the doctor asked her, "Why in the H are you not vaccinated?" And we no longer see that doctor anymore.
Yeah, well, that's the kind of attitude I'm talking about. I would never go back to a doctor that said that.
No,
yeah.
if I would have been there, I probably would have not punched him in the nose.
Well, we don't want to do that. You don't want to do that, but you certainly make the decision that I don't think I want you to be in this position in our family anymore. That's a firing. Dallas in Birmingham. Dallas, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So on my way to Hunt Chocolate, WMA this Saturday morning, I was listening to some best of, and Rick and Bubba and Kate CD seem to have a little bit of titles like mixed up, like Mama Ruby kills the monkey. It was actually like a drunk man drives the float. And when I started listening to San Fran's broadcast of Bonds, y'all missed a perfect opportunity to do some New York Yankee.
So I wanted to ask him, did he have a hard copy of the CD or was he listening to it off iTunes? I have heard this before, that sometimes, and it must be iTunes because it's not on the best of CD, that on iTunes, sometimes what you're looking at, what it says the title is, the audio doesn't match it. And I've made 30 Tigers, our publisher, aware of that, and they've attempted to correct some of those. So sometimes what I would say, if you're going to purchase them by the cut, I would listen to it first.
Preview it, yeah.
Preview it before you make the purchase to be sure you got the right title. Right. Let's go to Gary in Mississippi. Gary, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, Green Acres and Musky Grass.
Thank you. What's on your mind?
Well, about voting, I just wonder if anybody else has brought up this issue with you. What all the dollar bills and money in America has a serial number on it. I was just wondering why we couldn't assign a serial number to every ballot, and it's only counted one time. Is that too simple? I know we track lottery tickets and lottery.
It's a great question. I really don't know. That is a great question. It seems almost so simple.
It really does.
That the fact that it hasn't been done, there must be something we're missing. But that's a great question. But I don't know the answer to it on why we can't do that. Ray in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Ray, go ahead.
Green retirement acres, fellas.
Well, good for you, buddy. I mean,
so I got 3 quick points and we'll get out your way.
Okay.
Point number 1, now that the portal has got its maturity, how do you think that's going to affect Nick Saban's strategy of keeping 4- and 5-star players in reserve in order to have depth? Point number 2, which is driven by point number 1, it looks like Tennessee and Mississippi State both took Saban's playbook and played 60 minutes of football because they both scored right at the end. Worked out better for Tennessee than it did for Mississippi State. Point number 3, I heard today on the news that Starkville Walmart ordered 5,000 Alabama jerseys to sell in the Halloween costume section of the store. I'm going to leave y'all to discuss.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Saban did.
Sorry.
I do think that all teams, not just Saban, that all teams are going to have a harder time with depth because of the transfer portal, and that's going to be very, very difficult. And the jersey thing.
I stopped listening. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, that's something Leach said. And the second point, I don't even remember.
I completely when he cleared his throat or tried to or tipped, it's. Sorry, that's on me.
Yeah, but the transfer portal
completely,
and both timeouts have been used now, so we don't have any left.
Not sure why, but yeah, they have
I know
been
that
used.
the first one I used, and I know that was taken away from me because I was premature on my timeouts.
Yeah.
And you,
That's why you got them taken away from
that's
you.
why I
earlier.
just but it seemed like you were in a conversation with the guy, and you seemed interested.
Yeah.
Was
We
that
were trying to
okay?
be No, the reason
because
why-
you asked a question with like seconds to spare.
Yeah, well, the reason why you lost that privilege is because you overanalyze it. Yeah, and you get uncomfortable, and you don't
I
want to be
do.
the person to
Right.
to tease somebody else.
Right, but you asked, I was like, well, if he's asked another question, he kind of wants to know.
Well, sometimes I'll ask that question, buzz them, and then walk that thought.
but
out.
you seemed, you seemed serious.
There's no excuse for mine. I probably
No.
should be running laps right now.
Right.
It's
fine.
No question.
Either that or do burpees or something.
Yeah,
Jim,
there's no doubt.
Jim in Gadsden, Z93. Jim, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Talking about all these shots and stuff. My daughter is a radiographer and a mammogrammer in a hospital in Cody, Wyoming. She took religious exemption on these COVID shots.
Yep.
So now every Monday when she goes to work, she has to take a COVID test.
Absurd.
But nobody else has to, and nobody has to wear a mask in the hospital. But she still has to take a COVID test every Monday.
Absurd. Absurd. Totally absurd.
Because isn't that, wouldn't you be
no.
taking a test to help others not get it, right, if you're positive? Is that correct? But if you've had the vaccine, you can still spread it. So
Correct.
I guess everybody should be taking a
That's
test.
the reason why it's absurd. Totally absurd. Let's go to John in Birmingham. John, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, guys. Y'all were to sit down at a round table with a group of highly intelligent and well-informed individuals to discuss the greatest rock and roll song in history. Does Life's Been Good by Joe Walsh get even a mention? What do you think?
That's a question.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm, this is where I need my baby brother.
Yeah.
My rock bro.
Sorry about that.
I'm out on this
But
one.
Adler can certainly chime. But I'd like to have the round table of Greg, Adler, and me on this one. But I think that, yes, it does get a conversation. It's a phenomenal song. Are you tired of it yet, Adler?
I think it's a good song, but I think it has been overplayed, yes.
Yeah.
But it's a good song, but I wouldn't put it on my top 10
Did he say
list.
top 10?
I think he just said
Yeah.
greatest rock song of all time. Does it get a mention? And I would not put it in my top 10, so I would not mention it.
I would say it does. It gets a mention, but no one seriously walks it out. But it gets thrown in there because it is a great one.
It's a top 50.
Okay.
I'd say top.
Yeah, it is a great, but it's not going to be considered one of the greatest of all time. I don't think.
I agree.
Yeah, but good.
It's a good song.
It is. I actually think of some James Gang songs I like better,
I agree.
and lots of Eagle songs I like better. But it was really a solo project, so it's not really an Eagle song, even though they did it on Eagle tours and still do.
Did do that? Okay.
Yeah. Oh
It's
yeah.
kind of a funny song, more of like you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, almost a comedy song.
Yeah.
Move back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This was going to be one of the better teams, and UCLA has this great history, but you're going to take three of their players and basically keep them under house arrest in a hotel, which, by the way, is very generous of the Chinese to do that. They don't have to do that. That was probably negotiated behind the scenes, but they're going to be there, and they're going to face charges for this, and I don't know what the penalty is in China. Do you? I know if it was in the Middle East, what the penalty would be.
I tell you, it's not
basketball career be over.
We know how no one still think here in China. We not take this lightly.
What? Hey, what are you thinking? You have to be the mental midget of all time to go to China and shoplift.
Yeah. Well,
what kind of goofball are you?
What's next? Next, this bunch going to go do graffiti over in Singapore?
Yeah, I would check those. I would check those ACT, SAT scores on this bunch because somebody's falsifying them because they ain't got sense to get out of the rain.
Can I say seriously? Think about what I'm saying. I think I'm right on this. You know what? Maybe their best hope, Trump. Because right now, the Chinese, they like dealing with Trump right
The
now.
administration's probably what got them the hotel deal to begin with, but you'll never hear that.
Because, I think one of the things that has been grossly misunderstood about our country, the enemies of this country never, ever, 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 ever respect weakness. They don't respect cowering, patronizing. The only leaders that we've had that have ever been respected by our enemies are leaders that our enemies are afraid of. That's it. I mean, let's go back to the Ayatollah Khomeini. I mean, it was, hey, I've got Jimmy Carter and I've got him running in circles. Who did they elect? Hey, guys, let's start getting everybody in line. Let's get them off out of here. I mean, because he knew that Ronald Reagan would rain down almighty.
The hour he was sworn in.
Yeah. And he knew, they knew it were coming. And we've seen this going along with so many things. These kind of people are Arab nations right now, and even the Chinese. They know that we have the type of leader right now that is going to say, we're coming in here, and there's no longer trying to get you to like us by caving into everything, which you don't respect and you laugh about behind our backs anyway.
Just like Hitler did Chamberlain.
Yeah, we're coming in here, and I'm representing the country, and we're going to correct these things, and we will defend ourselves. We will do this. We will do that. We will no longer enter bad economic deals. We will no longer have a foreign policy that includes, if we give you what you want, will you promise not to bomb people? We're not going to operate that way. So right now, he's making some ground with the Chinese leaders at this point. So there might be an opportunity now, as you said, it could be this hotel situation may even be part of it. That these men may have an ally in Trump if he can get the Chinese to say, look, just let them go.
Well, they got 37 days, the Chinese do, to see if they want to make an official approval for formal arrest. But they're saying in a lot of the minor cases that they'll just deport you and just be like, okay, instead of going through the process, let's just deport them. So that's what they're hoping.
But isn't it interesting? And I don't know the political.
There's some Pac-12 teams hopes they stay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well said.
Yeah,
I don't
keep
know.
'em.
I don't know the political leanings of these four men. They are African American men, and I know right now there's a big, in general, the African American athletes are considering Trump to be some evil person. I wonder if they think he's evil right now.
One of them's that Ball, LeVar Ball, the dad. He's got the three
Let me
kids.
tell you,
Angelo Balls.
They may be right now be willing to have a "Make America Great" hat on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I bet they feel different about Trump right now when he's between them and the Chinese government.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: if you're found guilty of this, what is the punishment? Does it say?
It doesn't say. It just says that they would make an official arrest, and then from there they would.
I think by
would start
normal
the process.
standards, you're talking about years and years in prison.
Oh, yeah. It could be,
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, it's up there. It's not like it is here, obviously. And
We
so-
not tolerate.
Yeah,
Someone
hey,
thank goodness.
hey, Bubba, it's bad. I'll tell you that.
Thank goodness you ain't in the Middle East because they take care of the judgment pretty quick with the old axe out there.
Yeah, well, you'll be playing for Central Florida.
Mm-hmm.
So
They sure are hoping that China didn't want to deal with this and just like, okay, this is minor. Y'all get out. That's what they're really hoping.
yeah, well, we'll see how it goes. You know how you don't get in this situation?
Yeah, I do.
Don't shoplift.
I mean, good night. What are you thinking?
What are you thinking?
Jeremy, I'm glad you're here. Trey.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show.
Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star.
All right, so as we make our way back, some stories. Let's run these down that we may have missed today before we wrap up. For a lot of you, I know the show's wrapping up after the end of this. Others, you may still be getting the old Rick and Bubba content in a way that you're going to get some more after the top of the hour. You can find out all the different ways to get the show, either live or archived on your own time by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Oh, by the way, did I tell you I got Wi-Fi at the camp house? Wi-Fi at the camp house.
Pretty fast.
It is fast. I'm very excited about it.
Good.
Got a little Wi-Fi. Got that resolved.
Flying right along.
Got that resolved.
That does help.
It's a game changer, really.
It was a game changer. It was, of course, I had to call for help. When it was, well, I thought my call for help was reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was.
And what do you
reasonable.
mean? What do you mean you had to call for help?
Well,
like,
so I was down there, and dude met me down there saying I'm putting it in the camp house.
Okay.
And so I said, okay, here's how you get underneath the house. Good luck down there. And then this is camp house. It really doesn't matter where you put the modem. Put it where it works the best.
Yeah.
And it's going to operate.
That's right.
Because over there at White House, Sherry's little she shack, which I gave up on. I was too terrified of the things he was saying he was going to have to do. I said, we're backing out. And I said, no way am I doing that. She'll have to come here and decide, because I'm not sure it's crucial here. Okay, camp house gets precedent because it's hunting season's upon us. Yeah.
Right.
And
it may reach over,
but it was the house. The house is it was built in the early 50s, so there's not a lot of crawl space.
Yeah.
And it's a she shack, so everything in there is just like we like it. And he started talking about drilling holes and stuff, and I just threw a flag.
Easy.
Said no way am I going to be responsible for that. So let's just go with camp house right now. We'll work from there. Well, so Greg and I get down there Friday, and so I had stuff I needed to do. Okay, so I said, can I go in the woods and do what I do my chores I need to do? I got to fill up feeders. I got to do this, and do you need me? He said, no, I'm good. So I got a text from him. Hey man, I'm done. Of course, I was out there in the woods like I liked it, and he said, everything you need is laying right there beside the modem.
Oh,
you're good to go.
I hope you took a picture of it.
So I get down there yesterday, and I'm like, I'm about to get online, and I'm bragging to Greg. Of course, I don't know at the time he's got the flu, and and so I said bragging just a little bit, and because I look and I see some weird numbers and letters comes up. It has no name yet. And I look on the card of what the numbers and letters should be, and it doesn't match up.
Uh-oh.
And it says this is what it should be called.
Okay.
And it wasn't called that. So I was like, that's different. Those different letters and numbers. My gosh, I don't have it.
Uh-oh.
Now, common sense would say, but something's here.
Because nobody else has a Wi-Fi around that you can connect to.
Probably it.
Go with the one with the strong signal. Really.
So what I did is
Go with the only one that lit up.
I clicked on it and put in what I thought was the correct password.
Okay.
Lengthy. And
probably auto-generated. He probably had nothing to do with it.
He had nothing to do with it.
A gazillion numbers
and it doesn't
letters.
And it doesn't happen. So the fact that it doesn't look like what it's supposed to look like, I give up immediately.
Yeah, you're quick on that.
That's it. And so I reach out.
Boy, you'll do that.
To the company, and they said, well, by the way, we got a guy working just up the road from you, Smoky Hollow, and he says he'll jump down there. How long are you going to be there? I said, we're here probably till 4:30. So, okay, he can come in for that. And so I'm out there, and all of a sudden, Greg and I, a lot of people may not know this if you don't hunt. If you go to Camp House, you have to put on TV hunting shows.
Yeah.
You must. There's only two things that can be on the TV at Camp House: hunting shows and football.
That's it.
Or sports.
Well, do you? What about fishing?
No.
You don't even include fishing in that?
We don't watch fishing unless it's spring and summer.
Okay.
Yeah, or if it's nap time.
Okay, well, but I'll give you that.
And hunting season, we do not watch fishing.
I'll give you that.
Yeah. And we watch just footage after footage of deer we'll never see.
Yes,
okay?
Sure.
And right. And so anyway.
For some reason, we go out thinking we will.
Right. It really just demoralizes you.
It does.
But anyway, so so Greg and I are doing that, and I look and
is his cheeks red at this moment?
Yeah, right. Still coughing?
I want his
flush.
I want his color to be better.
Okay.
And I wish his voice didn't sound the way it did. Okay. And so anyway, so the guy comes over there. He comes walking in, confident young lad. Okay.
Okay.
Had his hair just like he liked it. And he comes in. He says, "Well, Miss Burgess, let me see what we got here." I said, "Okay." And he looks down. He goes, "Well, there it is right there." And I said, "Man, it's not what y'all said it'd be." He goes, "Yeah, but I mean, your phone is saying go here."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Yeah, but that." And he wanted to say, "You're in the middle of nowhere. Who else do you think that is?"
Right. Right.
To your point.
To my point.
You think you're picking up the signal from Jack's? You know what I mean? And it's
a mile and a half away.
Right. And I'm like, But I'm like, that's not what it's called, though. Look right here.
You called him out for that?
Other dude, he goes, so he clicks on it and puts in the password that I put in that didn't work.
And it works.
And there it is.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, but that's not the name it was. He goes, yeah, but did you try the password on it? I said, I did. And I said, the password didn't work. He goes, I don't think you put in the password right. And all of a sudden, then I look over and Greg, he's dialing it up. I got it. I'm like,
Greg, he had the flu.
And he goes, why don't you try the password again? And I thought to myself, well, this is kind of mean now. You know it? And so I put in the password again, taking my time this time and getting the capital letters right.
That case sensitive is important.
Right.
Yeah.
And it
really matters.
And it connected. But but I wouldn't let it go. And I was like, well, I mean, it's working, but that's not what it was supposed to be called.
Rick.
And he was like, yeah, but. And I said, can we change that password?
Did you give the guy a hat or something for coming out
there? Greg gave him the flu.
Yeah, well said. Well said.
He got a day off today. He didn't know he was going to get.
That kid is somewhere right now, and if he's got the show on, he's like, there it is.
Yeah.
That's how I got it.
Right. It wasn't going to get Rick because he's Typhoid Tim, but it got me.
So you didn't have any other choices but that.
That was it. But I didn't like the look of it. That's not what was supposed to say it.
Not what it said.
Called the guy out.
Clearly.
Wasn't the name of it.
Don't forget he spent time calling them, waiting.
Didn't have to wait that long. Got somebody sale now. I've solved that problem.
He regrets it.
By the way, the show really works.
Okay.
Now,
I went from we got to have a whole neighborhood.
Right,
do you allow now streaming movies out there during hunting season?
I'll have to pick the movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
If the show works that much, can we talk next show about how somebody came and dug up our whole road trying to put in new line and have just left and not come back?
That's on the next show.
Okay, good.
We'll do that.
And the city's just letting it happen.
And there's some creature tearing up my sod. All that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.